Hey everybody, welcome back to the show.
Yes.
We are here in the final day of the IEM New York tournament at Comic-Con.
Quite excited.
Intel Extreme Masters, League of Legends, fun stuff here. And we're starting up with the third place match between Counter Logic Gaming and SYPHER. I am Phreak. I'm joined here with Rivington the third.
Gentlemen and ladies, welcome to the stream.
Welcome indeed. And what we are going to have in the very, very short future is, of course, their game. But prefacing that, we're going to have a pregame interview with both of the teams, and Riv will be handling that one. So whenever he feels comfortable and the players are ready, we'll kick over to that. But in the meantime, what do you like between these two teams right now? What are you thinking?
You know, to see SYPHER come out of this tournament in the third, fourth place match, you know, it's not a surprise to me. But although I kind of am surprised at the fact that they played very strong, they had a lot of good, unique tactics that they were using, and we actually heard that they saved some for today.
Oh, cool.
To make this match happen.
Nice.
So that's really where I was surprised, is that they didn't use those tactics. Maybe they'll be kind of, like a Pirates Ninjas kind of thing or something. But I don't know. They have to take down CLG for that third place spot. There's still a lot to come out of that, and especially as a team moving forward with momentum, to have that win under your belt, even at third place, and to take out such a caliber team like CLG, a North American favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. SYPHER came out, and I predicted them for third place of the group, but they beat out Curse for second there, and they did lose to FNATIC, but I don't think that's really much of a surprise.
Right.
FNATIC such a strong team as well, and of course SK besting them in the group stage as well. And of course, hey, those are the top two teams of the day, and they're going to be fighting for first place later on. SYPHER versus CLG, I kind of like SYPHER for it. I think they have what it takes to do really well here. They've surprised so far. They have a lot of cool strategies. And honestly, they're such a strong team here. So I actually really like their chances here. I think we're going to see an EU 1-2-3.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Calling it.
All right, we will see. All right, we're going to get a quick commercial break, and we will be right back with a member of Team SYPHER. All right, and like I said, that was going to be quick. I'm joined here by SYPHER Pyri. How you feeling today? How's everything going?
I feel good. We speak about the strategy against CLG. I think we're ready to fight.
All right. So you guys kind of held this back. Why? Is it something you wouldn't have wanted to use in the main competitive play, or in something that you can kind of try here for later tournaments?
Yeah, sure. We are happy to be there for our first big event.
Yeah.
So we hope we'll do some other events in the future.
Awesome. So coming into this one, you're saying your first big event. How did it feel? What's the atmosphere like, and how does that affect your gameplay?
Yeah, I don't think it's affect our gameplay. It's just we're here and we're so happy to be here. It's just amazing, New York is so cool. People are so great. So it's but in game, when you're in game, you're just in game,
You just focus on the cameras. Don't bother you whatsoever.
Yeah,
that's awesome. That's awesome. How long have you guys been a team? What's like the location of all of you? Do you live together? Obviously you play together as a team, but is that easy for you guys?
The team belong for 2 weeks. Only.
Wow, and you guys are able to pull out these kind of events.
Yeah, but we started as a team at the qualifier, the second qualifier for New York. So we're a young team, but we have planned for the future, and that's all I think.
who does SYPHER consider the leader? Who really makes the calls in the game?
For now, there is no really a leader. I think we all speak for strategy. We are all our opinion, and I think it's good, and sometimes it's bad too. So.
You guys find yourself sometimes you want to do Baron, but no, let's not do Baron kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right on. How do you guys feel coming up against CLG? They've obviously in this match with you. Do you think that they haven't played up to their expectations this tournament, and you think you're going to be able to take them here?
I think we are about to take them, but it will be hard.
All right. Do you think they're going to be able to grab a game from you, or are you going to try 2 straight?
Sorry?
Do you think they're going to be able to grab any of this best out of 3, or are you guys going to take those first 2 games?
I don't know. I really don't know. I think they are maybe super at us for team play.
Right.
I think we can manage to beat him.
All right. So since they can't really hear us right now, Do you guys plan to be aggressive right off the bat?
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. I can't wait to see that. All right, guys, Pyri here from SYPHER. These guys are about to get ready. I'm going to grab Elementz up here on stage. Thank you very much, and good luck in your game, man.
Thank you.
Awesome. Oh, hello.
What's up?
Welcome back. All right, I'm here joined with CLG Elementz. How's it going?
Not bad.
How are you feeling? Bam.
Pretty good.
Oh, I like it. Firm handshakes. That's the mouse hand, right?
It is.
I don't want to break it.
Strong. It's
yes,
strong.
Indeed, it is. Getting them saves and supports in. So, how you feeling about today?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we stand a good chance against them.
Right on. How you guys feeling in general to be in that 3rd and 4th place match?
I mean, this is my motto. I had said it last time at China. You win 3rd place, you lose 2nd place. So I mean,
yeah.
One of the guys on their team, whoever gets 2nd, is going to be like, but if we win, we're like, yeah, right. So it's like I like playing for 3rd. If we win, it's still you still have your chance. You still get that good feeling of winning, and I hope we win.
Right on. So they said they've been saving some stuff for you guys. What are your plans here? Do you have anything to try out? Obviously, you have a very strong caliber team, so there are those aspects where you can say, let's try this in the game. You guys going to pull any of that out?
I think we might.
Awesome.
I think we might get a little adventurous.
Very cool. Is this going to be compositions or just the way you attack things during the game?
I think it's going to be team comp.
All right.
Might see something special.
Very cool. So what have you guys been doing during the downtime here in New York City?
Mostly just hanging out around the event. I mean, we actually played some solo queue.
I saw you guys playing earlier.
Playing solo. I'm like, all right, sweet. The ping's a little high, but that's okay. Otherwise, been checking out Comic-Con, hanging out with people, meeting new people. It's a good experience.
Awesome. So throughout this tournament, have you guys really come to any understandings or whatnot of what may need to be done better as Team CLG progresses here as one of the top teams in North America?
Yeah, I think every tournament is a learning experience, and I think we've been on the road for like 15 days now.
Yeah,
we haven't been home to do anything, so it's like we haven't had time to scrim, try anything new. So it's like, everyone's like, oh, CLG's like coming 3rd place, and so I was like, well, at least teams have time to go back home, relax, scrim, try new things. We want to try a bunch of stuff. It's just that we can't because we're playing tournament. It's like we've gone away half the month. So
it's like, all right, let's prepare for the tournament and then not play for 2 weeks and have to be forced into matches against these high
we have like new
teams.
patches and stuff that come out. We haven't played on them, so it's like, oh well.
Yeah.
When we go back, I think CLG's 3rd place is still good.
Yeah,
3rd, 4th, that's
of
3rd,
course
4th in the world. So I'm totally happy with that.
Awesome. So, do you guys? There might be some way in the future. Not that it's been spoken about. I'm not trying to give away anything here or release information, but do you think, guys, it would be a lot more advantageous for all teams if you could play and just scrim regularly against FNATIC, against SK, and things like that?
Yeah, well, it's like that's the reason we lost to FNATIC so badly is because we didn't know what they played. Like we're just like banning random stuff. We're like, they don't stream that much, and they really haven't been on the competitive scene since like DreamHack.
Yeah.
So it's like we had no idea, and then like they had this double assassin combo that just crushed us completely, and we're like, okay, well, that's really good, and like we kind of learned. I mean, that's why best of 3s are always good, and the single eliminations are, anybody can win. Like the bracket we had, anybody could win that. Like TSM, us, and what was it? SK? Oh, not SK. FNATIC, and who was the other team? I forget.
Wasn't Curse?
No. Anyways, we had such a strong backer, right? But it's the best of one. No, Viet was the other side.
Were they? I thought that was first day.
No.
Okay.
Anyways, it's just
awesome.
Best of ones. Best of ones. Anything can happen, right? Because it's if you make one mistake and that game's thrown, that's just what happens.
Yeah, that's kind of some of the things that even like StarCraft players will do. Best of 3, I lost this match. Next match, that best of 1. You're right. It's there and
anybody
it's
can win. So best of 3s is where you can come back and like learn from your mistakes and adapt.
Right.
But single elimination, that's it.
Then I asked this to SYPHER, and you guys have been to WCGs, won them, China, IEM. Does this atmosphere, do you think it kind of lowers the gameplay level for you guys, or you just kind of focus it out and you play your level?
Well, it's a little bit different, playing in like you have different feelings. Like honestly, the tables, it's really some tables are down here, some tables. It's a weird kind of feeling. You got to get used to every single time, and you got to redo your settings. So it's like you have to get comfortable again, and until you do that, you might play a little bit off, but. We still play a pretty high level here. I mean, the nerves get to us, and as I said, the comfortability. But other than that, we're still playing a
awesome
top game.
Awesome. Well, good luck to you guys in the match. We're about to have that SYPHER CLG match in just a few minutes. We're going to get Phreak back up here in the casting booth. Elementz, good luck to you guys.
Thanks.
We'll be back right after this. Oh, hello
hey,
again.
everybody. Oh, hi.
Hi.
Well, let me fix this
Good
guy.
day.
Oh, now it's there. Good day.
By the way,
good day. Hi.
There
What?
is going to be an MVP of this tournament.
There is.
And I
there will be.
believe you can go ahead and vote for that at the ESL Nation.
Yes.
Why don't we tell them about that?
We should tell them about that. First, I'm going to say go to the players. But so we have this sweet yellow hoodie right here. It says, I carry New York.
I actually asked for one, and Carmack said, for the players.
Well.
Single tier.
I mean, maybe you're a player. Anyways.
Start a forum. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
All right, so yeah, you're going to be able to vote on the ESL Nation website. You're going to be able to go ahead and do that for your favorite player of the tournament. They are going to be getting this hoodie, this beautiful processor right here. So you're going to be helping your favorite player go ahead and grab some real nice swag on the way home. And he's going to be able to carry New York. That's pretty big.
And he's getting one of these monitors that you can't see, but they're like right here. I can actually touch them right there.
Hotshot almost had one, but he didn't stay for the raffle.
What a noob.
Didn't get it.
What a noob. Such a noob.
Oh, Hotshot.
Yeah, so it looks like everyone but CLG is ready. And by the way, as Elementz was getting up from the seat and getting back over, Chauster was saying, when Elementz gets back, everyone point and laugh. So hopefully they did that and ridiculed him briefly for something silly.
Awesome.
But waiting for CLG space question mark from the SYPHER players, which means they're asking for CLG to be ready. And when they are, it'll be go time. And that will be awesome.
Indeed. I'm waiting. I'm looking. Elementz is sitting down. I think he's getting his stuff ready.
Right.
We don't want to really get any pauses in the beginning. If we do, usually it's those summoner spells. We're going to cut over here.
Yep, well, Saint did say ready, so we are good to go. We're inter-champion select SYPHER. Blue team for this game. It's a best of 3, of course, for third place between SYPHER and CandyPanda Gaming. And as you can tell, stuff he knows makes for my voice sounding awesome.
Hey, this is about 2.5 weeks of thousands of people handshaking and pictures and nice to meet yous. I'm sure somebody was sick at that point in time.
Yeah.
Anyway,
now it's me.
It goes around. So here we are into the picks and bans. You can see that on your screen. 20 seconds left. We do have an Udyr and an Urgot out. Udyr focused at Saintvicious. That Urgot, we saw SYPHER playing them earlier. Not particularly knowing who that was. I saw the match from the side as you and Joe were casting. But his ganks became very, very painful.
Yep.
Definitely getting a lot of kills for himself. So that Urgot being able to carry the team is being banned out. Galio banned out against HotshotGG. We may see him taking Cho'Gath. And Janna being taken away.
Yep. Also, one thing I wanted to point out was you were interviewing Pyri. He actually called himself Pyri. And I was all like, but I sound so awesome saying it in French, just saying Pyri. And apparently he doesn't even call himself that.
Yeah.
So now I'm just like, the idiot who's pronouncing everyone's name wrong. like PK throughout all of the Season 1 championships.
DreamHack, yeah. I took it from Xenon, my
That's
Yeti,
fair.
my
Okay.
Yeti counterpart. So, Daniel, thanks for making me say Peke's name wrong.
Yeah, way to go. Way to go, Dan. And the Nocturne banned as well. So 2 junglers banned out, but they're not afraid of anything else. Kassadin banned. I think that's actually a really smart choice. They did. Oh, of course. SYPHER was like, hey, you know what? We're going to get the first pick Kog'Maw correct this time.
Wow, so that's going to be huge. Kog'Maw, like Phreak said yesterday, has a very good win ratio in this tournament. Throughout any team has been used.
Yeah, absolutely. And, according to Skyyart, that was their reason for losing to SK. So, this all could have been. This actually could have been a foreshadowing of the semifinal match if they had chosen Kog'Maw correctly. Apparently, if that really was the reason for them losing, they would have taken first place and played CLG for the semis, and then they could have basically kind of rematched FNATIC in the finals, and they lost that one 2-0. So this is almost like, hey, let's see how this works out.
They did say they were going to try some stuff. I almost actually said, so Elementz, SYPHER is going to be aggressive. What are you guys going to do? Because I asked SYPHER what they're going to do, and then I was kind of like, so do you guys have anything you're going to do? And I made sure I almost blew SYPHER's tactics away right there. They are going to try something, as well as CLG said they were going to try and formulate some new things here. CLG said it was going to be with the comp. SYPHER said real aggression is what they want, but I didn't ask him if it was going to be comp, so I kind of just gave him that direction of aggression. So we'll see if they really play out with that in the early game or the late game jungle attack. And Saint hopping around. Looks like Chauster's going to go ahead and take Sona for Elementz.
They did almost go Team Crossbow there with Vayne and Twitch, but it looks like poke strat right now. You've got Trundle and Sona. Looks pretty likely right now. Morgana's still in the pool. It's I believe the champion they used for that comp last time. And this could go quite well for them. Going to see what else they're going to go for here. And there's Cassiopeia. Actually, that's one of the first times she's not been banned in this tournament. We saw her once from Ocelote against, I believe it was Curse, and was kind of dominant there.
Ocelote having a very mid-game tournament the entire time. Really showing well with Kassadin yesterday.
That's true. That's true. So, you're actually seeing, because of these sort of jungler bans, these other weird bans, Leona actually going to come out as the supportive choice. Is an aggressive bottom lane, so that could work pretty well. And you see Cog Leona has a lot of good damage output there. I could see that working quite well. Cassiopeia mid, very, very strong laner. Great ganker as well. It kind of scales throughout the game quite nicely, so I do like that pick.
All right, now back to CLG. Bigfatlp and Elementz to be picking here.
Yep, we'll see what kind of mages they go for. They don't. Okay, Ashe being grabbed. Actually, we haven't seen Ashe at all this tournament.
No,
but
we haven't.
Definitely a strong champion. And Kennen coming in there. That's another choice for that poke there instead of the Morgana. Kennen does form a similar use there. A little bit less defensive, but again, has the R button in melee range, has that long range Q skill shot poke. So that could go quite nicely. And we're going to have probably that Needly solo top if they do indeed go for the strategy. It does look like all these are good long range / initiator / anti-initiator champions. So this could very much be the strat here. That Needly going to be that 5th pick. I'm going to laugh, by the way, if Cypher's like, well, actually, Skyyart's been practicing Needly, so enjoy your loss of strat here.
I just want to see somebody throw out like a LeBlanc mid or something.
Actually, I was reading Reddit, and someone made a thread about support LeBlanc, which I had been thinking about for a while.
Yeah.
But it's basically like, at level 6, you're going to one-shot anyone regardless of AP. And then you have, like, double cast Ethereal Chains, which is probably going to basically make Udyr not kill your Vayne. When he's rooting for, like, 4 seconds, probably going to work okay.
That's so true. I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Wow. Our community. Sigh.
So interesting, they're taking Ezreal in addition to this this Kog'Maw.
They're saying we'll poke right back at you.
Yeah, so they're taking Ezreal as the counter lane, I think, to Needly. Solo top Ez should actually be pretty strong there. The jungle Gangplank is a good choice. Leona Cog could put some good aggression on. We'll see if Sona Ashe can counterattack against that.
What do you mean, Jungle Cass? No,
Did
I'm just kidding.
Troll.
All right, so we're waiting for the picks to be locked in. It looks like they do feel comfortable with this, probably setting up runes and masteries. They do have their 2 ignites. Always nice to have that. They are making sure that the summoner spells are spread out evenly. We saw earlier that somebody took Janna in the match, and they didn't have to worry about taking ignite. It was actually very cool. Wow, Mumu.
So now it's interesting because it could be like solo top Gangplank and then Jungle Mummy. We'll see. I mean, JothY the jungler is going to have to swap. But yeah, solo top Gangplank, I guess, can make sense. He's very aggressive as well, can Q spam Needly all day.
He can W, Needly heals. He'll be fine. They can really sustain in that lane.
He should actually be able, but I think it's specifically to poke out against Hotshot. You can see, of course, he's coming in there with Teleport and Flash. This is, of course, the poke strat again coming in from CLG. A couple of different picks coming in, but otherwise a very similar lineup to last time. Again, that Trundle jungle coming through all the time. But I think Cypher really wants to go for a heavy initiate build. You have Leona can drop her ult. Amumu can jump in there, drop his ult as well. Gangplank ult going to be going the entire time. Cassiopeia, also an AoE stun available with her R. And the entire time Kog'Maw can just be throwing out damage. So you've got basically like 6 stuns. And then Kog'Maw artillery. So this could be a different take on what SK did to beat CLG here, where they said, we're going to have heavy initiate and just try to burst through your defenses. And we'll see if they can do that. I mean, Kennen's a good defensive tool there. They've got, the Kennen, that Trundle Pillar, the Sona ult, Ashe Arrow, etc. They do have decent anti-initiation, but without a Janna, it's not too big, and we'll see how this goes out. And looks like, as the swaps are coming through, it actually might be Bigfatlp on Ashe. He has actually known as the sort of the better of the two for the Ashe player there. Nope, they are actually going to have Skyyart swap out real quick to figure out what's going on with these players. Might need to rehost for, maybe they didn't have a rune page set up or something like that. And we're going to get ourselves into a game very, very shortly, so hold on real quick. So,
indeed,
looking at these strats, I mean, this is something that CLG is used to. And Cypher, I assume, was watching that semifinal game and did see SK beat it. So we'll see if their take on the counter picks are going to work in their favor, if they think they can actually make this work.
And as we wait for to get this match started, we'd like to just relay a little bit of information that the ESL is doing for Dominion. They're going to be holding matches every Monday. You're going to be able to sign up, first come, first serve. I believe they've said 32 teams, 30-something teams. There's going to be RP given away for that, so be able to check out the ESLNation.com and be able to get yourself into that. First come, first serve, as I said. And don't forget to vote for your favorite player, that MVP. I carried New York. They will get this jersey. And it's actually a hoodie and this processor and a monitor from BenQ. These amazing monitors we've been using the entire weekend. Again, I have to troll HotshotGG a little bit because he entered the raffle and then left for dinner, and they said you have to be here for the raffle.
Did they call his
he
name?
spent the entire next day talking to these girls. Yeah, he won. He was the first pick out of everybody at Comic-Con that entered that raffle. HotshotGG won the monitor, and he wasn't here. So he did not get a monitor. So if HotshotGG is your favorite player of the tournament, he could still get a monitor, but you got to vote for him. But vote for your favorite player. You can do that over at ESLNation.com, and it's going to be awesome. They're going to get a processor, monitor, and then hopefully you make the product companies pretty happy, because I don't know if anybody can really use this right now in their PC. It's quite extreme. The Extreme Desktop Intel Core i7.
It's quite extreme.
It's quite extreme.
I
didn't even mean to.
Yeah, I call BS.
All right, so we're going to be having these guys get back in. I will jump in.
Wrong game, oh my gosh.
Spectate style. Oh.
Refresh list.
Bam.
There you go. See, it's called the real game. You're supposed to do that first.
The real.
It's the real game.
Real terror.
No.
All right, so
but
we do have that.
Yeah, we have the spectators in. We have 5 from CLG, and we have 4 from SYPHER in. Saintvicious is going to be the host here, and we're waiting for, I forget who their 5th is. Oh, Pyri. Yeah, there we go. Or Pyri.
Pyri.
Shut up. I hate you.
This guy.
Shut up. Oh, my gosh. I was trying to be smart. I'm sorry that I'm not all the time.
This is the final day. I got to give you some.
No, I appreciate it. Everyone flames me for making fun of you like 7 times a day, and then you never talk back to me, so. Now, everyone, please make fun of Riv for being such an unprofessional shoutcaster and making fun of Phreak. It hurts my feelings.
What are we going to do?
Why are you so mean to me?
Heart
Why
you.
are you so mean?
Heart you. So here we go. We got the picks going in again. They're going quick. Chauster.
What?
What?
Yeah, they're going to have. They're
awesome.
Gonna switch that. Yeah.
Wow. Bigfatlp was top Kennen. I did see at IPL, but Chauster is going to choose that. I like that a lot. I did see, and I'm not going to lie, I like to play Kennen, and I saw Bigfatlp making mistakes on Kennen when he should have been a lightning rush in to stun up, so I think me and him need to have a Kennen chat.
All right.
A little Kennen chat with Big.
All right.
And then he can be like, all right, but I know all the other 81 champions better than you, and I will submit to that.
This is valid.
Or 82. Sorry. I know the game, I swear.
You sure? Because there's 84 in this pool right now.
Oh, yeah, but we can't use Xerath.
Right. But he still probably knows Xerath better than you.
Yeah, but you heard Elementz. They haven't even been able to use the new characters.
Yeah, it's fine. But some of them have been playing them like in practice games. Just saying. Just saying, man.
Never win
Skyyart
against you.
That's true. Skyyart solo top, going to have teleport there on Gangplank, so we will be landing against that Needly from Hotshot. Althor again on the mage. Was a strong Cassiopeia before. I'm going to be running her again. Lounet going to be confident on Cogbot. I actually talked to him before the game, and I was like, so, Urgot, what's up with that? He's like, oh, I just play him whenever I can. He's a really fun champion. I'm good with him.
He's just fun.
Yeah,
I like to go around and shoot people with missiles in half of my arm.
Exactly. But I was like, so, what's your second best? And he's like, I don't really have a second main. I just sort of play them all equally.
Wow.
So hopefully he does pretty well as Cogbot without, really specializing in him. We have seen CandyPanda play ridiculously with him, and we might. Actually, we're unlikely to see that, I think, in the finals. I don't think either FNATIC or SK are going to allow that first pick Cogma to go through.
No way.
That seems unlikely.
Yeah.
And by the way, Cleanse picked up on Ashe because of that bottom lane Leona. Those giant stuns could be rather problematic for her. So Cleanse Flash, very defensive lane here on Ashe, not taking the exhaust, not taking the aggression there.
Yeah, that's so debilitating because Kog'Maw is just going to roll out and you're going to be stuck wherever you are.
That's very true. And we are going into the load screen, and it's going to be blue team SYPHER, purple team Counter Logic Gaming. And as you move it back to us, of course, the load screen finally did show up.
Of course.
So
we're good enough for a load screen.
Aren't we fashionable? Look at that, we have a riot
We're in
shirts.
New York. We have to be. It's kind of just a given.
I agree.
Agreed.
So now that we are in New York and it's fashionable, how do you feel about collars? What should they be doing?
Collars?
Collars.
They stay down.
Really? Because mine's up right now.
I know it is. I have no idea what that word is, but they do. And good luck, have fun. We are now underway for your match. 3rd and 4th place here at the Intel Extreme Masters Tournament going down at Comic-Con here in New York City, the Big Apple. Beautiful. The players have been having an amazing time in their downtime here, and now back into the matches as they are ready to play. We got Phreak driving the camera for you this game.
Woo!
And looks like we're going to be following the beautiful Cassiopeia in the beginning of this matchup.
That's debatable.
Once beautiful Cassiopeia.
She's kind of a freak.
Oh, I get it. Oh, man.
It's actually in one of her lines, by the way. I forget if it's joke or taunt, but if you spam it enough, yeah. This sweet cookie cutter line, it's awesome.
So they do know exactly where they are. I think, did they get a little vision out there? They do. Oh, it's a bushwhack. I was like, there's no ward. Nidalee laid down Bigfatlp laid down that bushwhack, and it looks like Skyyart walking right into both of them. Wow, takes that first crit passive from Bigfatlp. Skyyart down quite a bit. They will not be able to counter any level 1 fight now.
But he does break those traps, though, which is actually very smart. And actually, you know, with the Ashe as well, potentially going to break down that passive just enough. You can see, yeah, crit chance only 15% bonus. So, you know, the Ashe passive, whenever you attack, basically, the longer you wait between attacks, it grows your crit chance. And so, generally, the first attack you ever have in the game, you'll crit a guy.
Bam.
But theoretically possible, if you make him attack you and then recall and heal it, you know, that crit, not up 100% just yet, you might actually manage to break that away, which is, you know, not exactly game-breaking, but hey, you never know. Might be useful not getting your carry critted.
Wow, again, SYPHER liking to take these bottom golems because they will spawn. It's going to be very nice for an XP gain. However, yeah, they're going to make it to lane as soon as those come out. They share that XP. Looks like they're going to get Gangplank. A Moo on blue here, and JothY and Saintvicious now begin their jungle as mid lane phase begins. Looks like Hotshot will not go top. He is going to play middle against Althor. That's going to be very reasonable. Oh, and Chauster versus Skyyart top. This is, I believe, the first time we're seeing Skyyart play a champion as such as Gangplank this tournament.
Yeah, I think so. And actually, I really like this lane switch from CLG because Hotshot can heal and is most likely to be harassed by Cassiopeia. And so she's going to be able to sustain as Nidalee, whereas Kennen, very aggressive, going to be great against a melee such as Gangplank. So CLG's been really smart about their lane switches this entire tournament. They've always been pretty much wise, although still getting harassed quite a bit is Hotshot. Running out of health pretty quickly, but now has ranked heal and will regain some of that health. We'll see how his mana bar holds up there. Bigfatlp last inning so far did a pretty good job of that. 7 minions versus 8 from Kog'Maw, although to be fair, Kog'Maw got some of those from those golems earlier on, so we'll see if that plays up to be anything special.
Oh, rolls it out on Bigfatlp. Very nice coming in by Leona. Looks like Bigfatlp could take a lot of damage here, and he may go down. It could be first blood. Will they get one more attack on? And he does. Lounet coming up huge. I think he just thinks he was playing Urgot. He's like, I got the range. I'm coming in here. Very nice job by Pyri coming in with that Zenith Blade to get the grab, using Daybreak to stun him up with the shield, and it was all about, like I said, just Kog'Maw rolling it out there, and he was able to really do a lot with the Void Ooze and slow down Bigfatlp.
An excellent job right there, and you knew, again, that lane was going to be scary. They were going to want to try to cleanse out of it. And an excellent job. They actually jumped in before Sona even hit level 2, so she wasn't even able to heal Ashe in the beginning of that one. They actually went in, and because of those golems right there, they were the first team to hit level 2. They pushed the wave a little bit. You can see a lot more minions here, and they pushed it, and here is a gank at the top of the map. JothY comes in, lands that stun on Chauster. Skyyart, though, low on mana, not going to be able to do a whole lot to Chauster. JothY going to keep trying, though.
Chauster leveling Q. Definitely a skill to level would be W'd with Kennen. You're going to be able to get that long-range damage down, especially having Lightning Rush at 3. Saves you from the gank that he just saw. So a little bit of a different level here. We did see Chauster, or Bigfatlp, when he played Kennen top, he went W's in IPL and Q, and he actually was taken down because he did not have his Lightning Rush. And Chauster realizes how much ability that skill really gives him as it turns you into a ghost ability, but it allows you to have ghost ability while using that E. You can pass right through the minions and really get away from the enemy quickly. So he levels that there. Looks like Trundle, Saintvicious back in the jungle. It has been seen by SYPHER, the good clairvoyance right there. And Bigfatlp will finally back. Great harassment by Althor in mid. He just gets a lot of free XP here.
Well, Skyyart is actually maxing Eat Fruit, Remove Scurvy rather is the actual name. But he's like, hi, I'm just going to sustain in this lane. Some Gangplanks like to max Parlay for the gold income. Some like to max Raise Morale to help their team. And he's like, I just want to heal a lot, so I'm going to go ahead and not be useful to my team for a while and just get some health up.
Yeah, it's pretty advantageous, especially against Kennen. You don't want to get stunned up too
much.
That's
true. And it's true. It makes a lot of sense against Kennen because he's going to harass you, and then when he stuns you, you just eat some oranges and it'll be K.
As always.
Yeah, he's going to get spotted if he leaves this brush, but he might try for a gank anyway. If Skyyart walks up for a melee last hit, you never know. Chauster's going to try to bait him. He's jumping in for some damage here. Will try to land that stun. Lands the Q. Nice job. Of course, he eats oranges. Again, gains 200 health.
And it's K.
Yeah, he's fine.
I love it. Bigfatlp in the bush. Looks like he's creeping up. They do have a ward in that bottom bush, though. We do see a nice ward coming out of Elementz here about 5 minutes, 30 seconds in, knowing that Amumu can come out of the jungle, and he's usually going to be coming from that range. And Pyri will place a ward there as well. Looks like a little bit of a gank again onto Skyyart. Those oranges absolutely saving his life every time. He really isn't even taking that much damage because of it.
Yeah, that's an excellent job then by Gangplank. He will keep farming. You can see his minions are 26, but Kennen at 35 is significantly better there. So Despite that gank from Amumu, you could really say that, it's going better for CLG. He will recall, picks up an Amplifying Tome. So, Gangplank did go for that Philosopher's Stone, has that gold pretend coming in. Kennen not going to go that same route, actually going to go for an offensive build. And we'll see if that ends up panning out well.
Very different. Chauster still going for the Q. I wonder if he's really just, Chauster is somebody who has a average of a regular, high farm average. So he may just be going for that Q for the farm and really leveling up his W after that.
But hold on, Althor coming in towards the bottom of the map. Stun comes up on Bigfatlp. That's one right there. Now Elementz not in great shape, getting picked down. And one more shot comes in. Althor gets the kill with poison. Double kill to the bottom lane. Excellent job there. Althor actually getting both. Yeah, that's a strong showing for SYPHER, and I think that right now they're already regretting allowing Cassiopeia into that game.
Yeah,
those ganks are good.
So many stops and slows. You have Void Ooze coming out of Lounet, as well as Zenith Blade, and then Cassiopeia just lays down Miasma, and you really have no chance of getting out of that.
No, but Hotshot and Saintvicious coming up there. They could catch these guys. The Toronto Pillar is good. Pyri will land a stun, or Pyri will. Lounet now getting jumped on. The stun comes in, but they're still chasing. And he's going to flash in. That red buff slowing him down. Lounet not in good shape. Hotshot's going to jump in there. There's one pick down. They could change. No, they will not jump through. She will survive this Leona, but a good trade kill back in from CLG. Again, the stun comes in on the Skyyart. And actually 8 oranges before the stun landed. A little bit of a mistake there. With the lane getting equalized 45 to 44 on minions. Sona does have her Philosopher's Stone. Mumu as well, and Leona not yet, despite 2 assists. Not enough gold to buy Philo Stone. As she buys a bunch of wards.
Yeah, Chauster quite happy with this top lane. He knows he can be so aggressive energy, regenning so much faster than Mana will, so he can continue to hit up Skyyart, get those stuns on, and if he can just get him to keep using them for that heal, he won't be able to parlay back or raise him around. That fight is really going to be in Chauster's favor. We do see a Mumu heading through the jungle. They got a ping onto him. There's a CV. They know he's going for his blue, and I don't know if Saintvicious is going to go all the way through or he's just going to hit his golems here and go to top lane maybe.
That's true. We see Pyri running around. Might drop some off. And, yeah, there's a blue buff going to Althor pretty quickly here. Elementz not doing too much for his team. You can see Chauster doing an excellent job, though, by the way, of harassing Skyyart. You can see his mana bar getting very, very low. He's had to eat oranges a number of times there. He is getting hurt pretty badly by this harass here. I have to hand it to Chauster for an excellently played so far top lane Kennen.
Hotshot returning to his lane. Going to check out his build here real quick. Looks like he's just going Catalyst into Rod for HP and AP. Chauster up top has grabbed that tome. He could really go anywhere with that. Usually see a fast revolver, or he could be going for the Rylas. It's quite an expensive item, though. He is kind of winning his lane, so he can really choose whatever he do or see what he buys real quick here before we head to anybody else. And, yep, it goes for the quick revolver. He's going to keep himself sustaining in lane, bottom lane. Looks like Althor is going to start pushing up here. And, again, they were really serious about this aggression.
Indeed. And actually, by the way, Iron Style is super happy, by the way, to see Leona, his one true love in this game. Just wanted to shout out that one real quick.
I'm pretty sure they got vision onto Althor down bottom. They're playing very passive.
Yeah, I think they know.
Saint.
I don't know. That's not necessarily wards. Saint is in the back. The lane is being pushed. Althor is coming up towards the front. I don't think they're going to dive off this, so they will push the turret. It's actually going to be an available turret kill because they have a nice minion wave. No, they're going to push and go for Dragon, I think. Mumu and Gambling have come down. Hotshot has to run. Chauster is far. Yep, they've pinged. CLG knows what they're trying to do here. Pyri is going to jump in, and let's see what he does for this. He's still tanking, and no one is helping just yet. CLG seem to not be moving. This is going to be a free dragon for SYPHER. Excellent job from them. 3 kills to 1, and the first dragon. They're up 2,000 gold as a result of their efforts. And they're going to try to keep on to this. Gameplay ult goes off. We'll try to stop that push from CLG. Seems to do an okay job of that. Chauster will not get a free turret kill out of this. And Leona does finally pick up that Philo Stone. It has a pink ward as well. I'm surprised at that because they've already taken the dragon, but I guess they'll try to clear wards like in here and really get that that Cassiopeia sneak going. Seems to be the likely choice.
Gangplank to return top. Skyyart now trying to take out these minions. Quick raise morale for himself. Let's see what Chauster is leveling. Finally going for those W's. Going down, Hotshot. He is going for his Javelin Toss. Wants to get that damage up, or actually Primal Surge. Level 5.
All right, see what he goes for. Getting a couple of shots down onto this turret. Let's see. Yeah, he's going to... Nice job by Hotshot. You look at that. He hit each minion once, and then it's just going to get AoE them down. And he'll get every single last hit. That's pretty smart play by him. Just make sure he primes kind of that entire wave for the gold income and gets it all. Chauster getting that turret down to half health, pretty smart. And he's harassing Skyyart, but not taking turret damage. JothY coming in from the bottom. Might get a gank here. I don't think he got spotted in.
I don't either. He actually walked right down that. Yeah, they don't have any wards right there. He goes in for the flash, just misses the bandage toss. And a few flashes expended on that one. Everybody makes it out alive, though. Very nice attempt by JothY on that bottom lane. Hotshot continuing to farm middle. Cass has backed any main items here. There, wow, going for a fast Rabadons. Already has the blasting and the Needsley large rod. Farming nice very well in mid. 2-0 though, Althor playing very well for his team.
Yeah, that's very, very good for him. We did see actually a great play by the Ashe player where, you know, the Leona ult came down to initiate and instantly was like, cleanse run, and dodged both those skill shots because of that. It's a great effort there, but that would have been an instant kill. Otherwise, would have been stunned for about 7 seconds or so. And Ashe is not going to live through, you know, that much stun.
No, she takes a lot of damage. Looks like we have a ping going on behind. They do know he's there. Will they try to get the pillar out here? Contaminated, nice stun onto Lounet. Will they be able to take him down? The power cord coming out. Sona not doing that much double damage, though. The artillery comes to return. Pyri almost going down. A beautiful bandage toss by JothY to split up the team. And he is able to help his team and facilitate that safe escape. We can see.
Oh, Chauster getting the kill at top lane, though, against Skyyart. A great dive by him. Let's see. He did use his ultimate as part of that, but
oh no.
Clairvoyance and Cassiopeia is coming. Chauster gonna have to be afraid of this one. He might actually. Oh, we got minions in time, but Alpha's gonna show up, lands the Q and an E. He will get that kill. Nice job there. Sorry, Chauster, you tried, but at least you burned flash for it, so you got a little bit of something out of it. But I'll flash for a kill any day.
And Hotshot continuing to stay in his lane, something we always see whether he's top or middle. And he is continuing to farm it up. I believe he 94. He's just 4 below the highest creep score in the game. That is Chauster. As I said, one we usually see the highest average on. And Hotshot, or TLG rather, going to gain a good amount of gold from that. They are, however, down about 2K still from that dragon.
Yep, the dragon and 2 kills. Of course, they did trade there on the left-hand side. Both solos did drop. See Hotshot really pushing against that turret. Very, very smart by him. It's a little bit out of his element, though, because he's pushing mid instead of top the entire time. But he's getting some good gains out of it. Skyyart, they'll still chase it, getting him down a decent amount of health. Has hurt him for about 300, but that heal helps mitigate some of that damage. You can see the top lane actually devoid of champions right now as Chauster finally makes his way back in. Has Spellvent Book already. That's going to be quite excellent because it'll help Hotshot a lot with both his Cougar form abilities and with his Javelin Toss. But also it means that whenever Ashe presses Volley, yeah, she'll get only a third the rate, but she'll get a lot of health back from that. It's going to give her more sustain than you'd kind of think at first. Might end up being really, really popular, or powerful, I should say. Althor is back into the mid. It has a fresh blue buff. We'll see how that pans out.
It's going to be good for him. This Miasma is going to drop those quite quick, and he's going to be able to get to this turret, maybe even taking it down. They have good vision on the left there. They see that Saintvicious went around the backside. He's going to have a few more ticks on this. And Saintvicious throws up the pillar, but he will not try to attack. Althor getting stuck on that pillar, though. Takes a few shots. He should be able to get some more damage onto this turret.
Bottom lane, though. Pyri gets jumped down right there. Ooh. Nice aggression there.
Wow.
Ashe lands an ultimate. Elementz follows up with hers as well. And that's going to be also a turret kill in from Chauster. They've actually defended the mid turret as well. So CLG immediately making a comeback. Picked up a kill with a great double initiation, double stun there for that bottom lane. You know, I normally said it was kind of a passive lane, Ashe and Soda, but once they're 6, that's immediately an aggressive lane. They have so much crowd control there, and it's very easy to land that Ashe arrow in the middle of a lane when they're only half a screen away. Yep. And that did just completely blow up Leona, and that was an excellent opener right there.
Oh my, Kenan, so close. Chauster having to back, but he's going to meet Althor on the right side with blue buff. There it is. Takes him out with a Noxious Blast. Miasma misses. He should be able to make it out of this one alive. Goes for the ulti. Stuns her right inside turret range, and he will go down. Beautiful job by JothY to come in there and thwart any more attacks from Chauster. Althor are able to make it out alive and not lose the blue buff. Amazing attack there.
That was quite close, though, and a Hotshot coming around through mid, and another turret kill grab. Of course, yeah, you know, they got mid back right then, but, you know, good job by Hotshot to push that lane out. Nice try by Kenan. Almost managed to get that kill against that diving Cassiopeia. CLG have put themselves back into this game. They're only down 1,500 gold. They've mitigated some of that advantage now. We'll see if they can do anything with this. They are on their way back. Their strategy is pretty late game, so we'll see if that pans out. Already they know about this pressure, and he's going to jump to BigFatlp. That's going to hurt him pretty badly, but Pyri looks like he'll make it out. Lounet getting out as well. And CLG has positioning. They got the pink ward down. They cleared out the wards from SYPHER. This is actually really good for them.
Yeah, great early pink wards, not having to worry about the oracles and the loss of that money. The wards can help Obviously staying there for an amount of time, and they are going to be able to use this vision. We see the CV coming out of SYPHER, but it looks like they will initiate. The arrow goes out. althor flashes out of the way. It's exactly what they wanted. That was a really nice arrow by Bigfatlp, but he was not able to land it. Did expend the flash of althor, so it's pretty much an advantage to them still. And Hotshot to move mid. Chauster will gather together with him as they kind of sit bottom here. They're trying to make them think that, yeah, one of us is, all of us have maybe backed, and one of us is still mid, and they still want this fight / dragon control.
I know, CLG is playing it absolutely perfectly. They're setting a Hotshot to top lane. He's going to farm and get really, really beefy, and of course he can always teleport back in. They have ward control. They know SYPHER's here, and they can easily come back in here. We'll see if they go for it. They seem to have not, though. This is going to drop in another 3 seconds, and they're going to give away a free dragon. I think that was a mistake. They did have their team nearby. Cassiopeia without flash is very, very killable. But the second dragon of the game does go to SYPHER. It's going to respawn about 2240. And they've just sort of re-upped that advantage. They're up 2,600 gold. Saint going to push through. Will not go for the pillar.
Oh, wow. Cassiopeia doing 300 per Fang at 0.5 seconds if you're already poisoned. So definitely someone they need to start looking to take out of the game. You saw the focus that Bigfatlp just wanted onto althor in that fight. althor doing everything he can to stay alive at this point. 3-0-1 Rabadons, and continuing to build with the Amplifying Tome, probably into some of that sustain.
Yeah, and Cassiopeia getting really, really beefy now. Has picked up that death cap. Starting to go for probably Spell Vamp book next. Could be Riley's, but has an Amplifying Tome either way. We'll see what that builds up into. Chauster has Merc Treads now. Actually, I was talking to, I believe, SK after their match with CLG, and we're talking about the Kassadin that was played against them in Game 2. And he was like, "Yeah, dude, if Kassadin goes for a fast Rod of Ages, if he doesn't get like a death cap by initiate on the bottom lane, Bigfatlp will cleanse out, and they're gonna jump in onto JothY. Half health, Soto comes off as well. A ton of damage coming out. He's gonna ult, but it's not gonna matter. Lounet getting pushed back now. Pyri gonna jump away. Bigfatlp does go down to the gangplank. Oh, and they're back in onto Hotshot. But Pyri has to be a little bit careful, or Pyri not in the best shape. It's a hard habit to break.
I know.
Sorry.
I hear you.
Ugh.
Oh, Javelin just coming out. Looks like Lounet could go down by one of those. I'm going to go ahead and check Hotshot here. He is going to throw out 70 plus 109, up to 300% total damage against wounded and the length.
Ooh, careful. He does have an Oracle as well on this Leona. It's going to go pretty excellent there. As I was saying, I think Ocelote was talking about the Kassadin. He's like, yeah, if you go Rod of Ages first, if you don't get a death cap by like 30 minutes or so, you're going to be really, really far behind. Like, you have to dominate or you're going to be pretty useless. And, we saw that build, he did not have a death cap for a very long time into that game. Actually, now, wow, Pyri getting jumped on. Excellent job there by CLG. Just put in a lot of poke there, just jumped into that pillar, helped a lot. And they brought a kill back, and, of course, with the dead Oracles as well, that's another 400 gold missing. They got their third turret kill of the game, and CLG are right back into this. They're only down 1,000 gold.
Yeah, this Trundle pick against that Leona is very nice, especially once he gets that ultimate on. We saw how much damage she just took right there. Hotshot quite farmed as well. Has that Rod of Ages, and especially his needlessly large rods that he's continuing to build with. Already still just knowing he only needs tier 1 boots because of his abilities and his ability to escape and be that escape artist that Nidalee is. So he's really playing to the composition of the game right now and not really forcing himself to purchase anything. Oh, top looks like Chauster could get caught here by althor.
He's going to try to run away. Gangplank ults, they're going to slow him a little bit. althor going to try to catch up. Of course, that move speed from the Q. And wow, those fangs hit hard. 500 damage per Q. Oh, he might get him with the stun. The Ignite's on as well. Gangplank shows up. They're going to drop him, but althor could live. Oh, just barely through the Ignite. 90 health left.
Wow.
Nice try there by Cannon, but Gangplank definitely added in just enough to make that happen. The Cannon barrage was a lot, and Hotshot actually chasing JothY, but now taking turret aggro. Not in the best shape because of this. Almost lands that stun there. Skyyart has teleported to bottom lane, but not showing up in time. They will not catch CLG. An unfortunate waste of teleport there from Skyyart. He does have his Warmogs already, and he's going for, I believe, with the Kindle Gem Philostone. It's going to be a pretty quick Shurelya's Reverie, so really wants to initiate there. You can see now already has 2 points into Raise Morale, level 14 as a solo. Getting pretty beefy there.
Wow.
And
normal item for Gangplanks. I mean, I guess you could raise morale in Shurelya's Reverie, and that would be kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it is a little bit uncommon to see Shurelya's on a Gangplank, but we see it a lot on solo top champions. They seem to go Philostone a very large number of their games, and then that just transitions so well into Shurelya's. It's such a powerful item, even on non-supports, because that haste buff, I mean, it helps you, it helps your team, and you get stats that are actually really useful, especially as a sort of solo top bruiser type. You get that health, that cooldown reduction, and generally abilities are your damage output, so it works out quite well there. And you just see Lounet running around, spamming up, farming. Bloodthirster up to 9 stacks. That does seem to be the common Kog'Maw build. And now with the dagger, likely to go for a Phantom Dancer next. We'll see how that plays out.
You know, that really works. It's such an advantage to Kog'Maw because you can add that magic damage to your attacks. Going for such a cheaper item, it is cheaper than the Infinity Edge and other items, but to have that early, if your opponent has to go to the Infinity Edge, that's really so much damage you're going to be doing in lane over them, because they're going to have, by that time, maybe the BF sword and the cloak or the pickaxe, and there we go, a very nice Ash Arrow landing. They're going to activate here onto Lounet. There is the crescendo going out. Men's taking a lot of damage. Elementz is forced to back out, but he goes down. Althor is now the focus. Hotshot getting pushed around a little bit, and they will be able to take out Cassiopeia. Wow, great focus in the fight by CLG. They were able to take out, yes, 3 in that Ash Arrow. Exactly what they wanted, right onto Lounet to initiate that fight.
Yeah, excellent job there, and they are right back into this game again. Only 700 gold down. They're healing up a little bit. They have, of course, with Sona dead, their only healer now is Needly. Saint takes some turret damage, unfortunately. Minions did kill a turret at bottom, so that's, you know, kind of nice. They got that slightly equalized, but CLG already in towards the front door. Their team is still reviving. Althor 10 seconds away. Mimu's back. Kog'Maw's back. GamePlank and Leona are here, but SYPHER only able to push them off their base. Really wasn't able to get any kills here or keep themselves alive.
Yeah, great minion wave control as you see Chauster going up top. He's probably going to get a good amount of damage here. They're going to kind of sit in the bushes, maybe wait for blue. No, they're going to exit there, and they will begin to back up. Looks like they got a ward and a few bushwhacks in that blue bush. They are going to still sit here because they know they're there. They do not want to fully give that away. Nice job by Elementz going around cleaning up some wards. We're going to see him get a quick ward on Baron here and also check if there are any. He does find, oh, he didn't see it in the back. Oh, ward on Baron will stay for SYPHER. Unless that was his. That's his. Go me.
That's all right. And let's see. Yeah, CLG moving around towards the back. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of dancing back and forth. Dragon seems to be kind of important. But Hotshot going to dual Skyyart. Some good damage on both sides. He has Atmos already, so he's actually going to hit for decent damage. Hotshot still pulling back. Looks like he'll be okay.
Nice Q there, getting a little damage onto Lounet, marking it with 2 of the storms. A third one will cause Kennen to stun his opponent. I don't think he's going to get there. Every 4th shuriken, Kennen will be able to throw one of those marks. And Saintvicious is continuing to hit Dragon right now. It looks like they may initiate a fight. They know that they have Kog'Maw off of the fight. That's really better for CLG because Kennen can do a lot of damage and facilitate, but you just don't want that Kog'Maw in there. It's such a better situation. And it looks like everybody is formulating for this fight now. They are starting to gather together in that Dragon River. We'll have to see if they really do initiate. Chauster does have his ultimate to come in as Kennen. Here we go. They are going to. The crescendo goes out. Elementz getting dropped extremely fast in that fight. But Cassiopeia, Althor does go down already. The focus looks to now be on HotshotGG as he's trying to get out. They do see JothY go down. There is their tank. And now it's a force between Skyyart and Lounet to continue fighting. They all have about 200 to 300, 400 HP. Will he be able to get any more? No. The Cathian surprised to try one last time, and he just won't do enough damage. Wow, a very nice microed in and out fight by CLG to trade damage between each other, but continuing to focus the people they needed to.
Yeah, excellent job. They got the ace, and again, the only death was Sona once more. It's like, okay, yeah. Sure, you are kind of 0-3, but that's a good 0-3 to be because the only death for that team kind of ends up, you know, lands those auras, gets his team nice and beefy, and everyone else on the team is just destroying everyone on SYPHER. That's an excellent open here. Pyri trying to push down into Hotshot, but of course not going to be able to do so very easily as Hotshot's kind of farmed at this point. Has Sorcerer's Shoes doing a lot of damage, a lot of AP on him, and going to be picking up that death cap. Almost definitely 2,300 gold, yet will do so.
Looks like HotshotGG backs the next purchase for him, a Blasting Wand and an Elixir of Brilliance, that the real blue pill. He's going to be using that to get a little bit more HP. Mana and ability power, lol.
Cooldown reduction.
Cooldown and ability power.
Okay.
You know what? There's only a certain amount of things I could have said, and it was about to come out right at one of those times.
Magic Pen and mana regen. I mean,
Chauster free farm in top, doing what he can. We're going to look at some creep scores and then into the gold pockets of everybody and how many holes they're being burned. Looks like 197 is your top right now. Chauster still staying on top. The most gold accrued so far has been done. Wow, HotshotGG, 9,500 gold. a lot.
Rather rich.
Rather. Everybody's at pretty much 87, 8,800 is the next one behind him.
Wow. So, yeah, he is very far up in this game right now. SYPHER trying to regroup and make their fights happen. They do have such great stuns here, but it just seems their damage output is not quite happening. I mean, they keep saying, you know, Kog'Maw's late game, Kog'Maw's late game. But when you kill Kog'Maw 3 times in a row, that Bloodthirster is not going to be that beefy.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we needed
SYPHER
for
not
him.
giving up here. Skyyart chasing down Chauster from full health. Another parlay. No crit to be had. Can he get the W on the stun? He only has one Mark of Storm there. He's going to go for the ultimate and the dive. So much damage being done by the ulti, but he's stuck in there by slicing Maelstrom. The oranges were eaten a little early, but he does have enough HP to make it out. Chauster keeping himself alive as the team gathers together top to give him a little bit more support.
Yeah, but they have 2 healers, so he's going to be fine. Skyyart not just relying on oranges here. And Hotshot pushes the turret down at bottom lane, but SYPHER are going for Baron. And by the way, it's dying really, really fast because CandyPanda can do that. And an arrow comes out, and it lands on a Lounet. He's not in good shape. He will go down. No, he won't, actually. The ults come out. Elementz will probably drop again. They will pick him up, but can Lounet do anything here? Saintvicious will probably go down, but Ash coming around the back picks up one. Now seeing if he can kite on Leona. Leona shows up with a stun. Bigfat's getting pretty low, but a lot of that. Oh, an arrow onto the back. Skyyart will pick one up. Althor now back on a Chauster. Can they do enough damage? Oh! Ooh, that was close.
Wow.
Javelin came out on a Skyyart. That was scary. It looks like 3 for 3 overall. A much better trade finally for SYPHER. They have not been doing great for a while, but they get up some of these important kills. But again, Kog'Maw dying and not having any Bloodthirster stacks. Ash, meanwhile, Infinity Edge, soon a Phantom Dancer. Just going to be in better shape with these constant trades.
Yeah, that was not too good. I saw JothY drop very fast. Go ahead to look at his items. 67 creep scores farmed as the jungler, 131 for Saintvicious in the jungle, already with a Warmogs, a Phage, and a Wriggles. JothY's only sporting that chain vest in the Aegis. However, the Aegis is going to be able to help his team. He was really thinking about that aspect in the beginning, but right now he needs to start worrying about himself because his sustain in the fights need to be a little bit more if they're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. The non-beefy members of SYPHER need to get a little bit beefier. It has been kind of a problem for them where the melees have kind of dropped down, but they've caught Althor a little bit, trying to kill Saint, but he's not in good shape. A nice couple of ultimates go off. He's going to flash over. Now they've gone back in as Leona, and actually CLG forced to run despite catching the enemies. However, no mana on Skyyart makes that a little bit difficult to chase. And CLG going to regroup. They got to have those. Ooh, that javelin was close.
God shot.
Yeah, they have those heals, and they're actually going to be in good shape again.
You know what's really great in general about seeing Skyyart with that Warmogs is, yeah, he's going to take the damage he would be taking. You know, the HP isn't going to stop the amount of damage he's taking, but he can take more damage in general. Those are the cooldowns they want to expend, and to have him that tanky is absolutely what made them run away from that fight.
Yeah, you see Saintvicious has the Warmogs as well, but he's just picked it up. He's only got, wow.
Pyri almost taking a one-shot.
Yeah, Pyri almost dropping down. And when Hotshot has that much AP, they can really just kind of dominate your control over the map. And that's what he's doing. He's kind of sitting there. They have really good ward coverage. Look at this. CLG can see all the entrances, so he's happy to sort of sit back and toss out javelins. They're actually forced away from Baron at half health because the initiate's coming in. Skyyart off to the side. JothY didn't get the memo. He's kind of still chasing for a while. Kog'Maw super far back, and Leona's still in the base. So, I mean, they were kind of posturing like they were playing aggressively. They did force CLG back. That was a great job to actually manage to stop them. We'll see what else they can do. Is JothY running around to the sides.
Should not take that much damage, especially from a medium-range spear. JothY got pretty hurt on that one. Took about, what is he at right now? That was a nice spear, 600 damage. And it looks like Chauster is still staying top. He's like, hey, Hotshot, I'm going to be you this game. Stay top and farm all time.
Yeah, that sounds like a decent idea, though.
We got a few people on CLG and as well on SYPHER. Over 200 now, 219 creep score for Chauster. 222 for HotshotGG, staying at the top as he usually does. And we have the 209 by Cassiopeia. That's Althor in mid. And your gangplank will be Skyyart as well with 211. So everybody really complimenting the team well. Nobody's really needing to be carried right now. As we did say, JothY needs to get a little bit more healthier. He was able to grab himself a Giant's Belt there. Really nice help from the Philo Stone and his gold for 10. As he knows he's not farming a lot, so he's complimenting that and really making up for it.
I am surprised at him going Sunfire Cape because it's magic damage that's doing the most to him, and he's not itemizing any of it at all. And I think that's a mistake right there from JothY to only have 116 MR. He's dying to spears and to Cannon's ultimate a lot. There's so much just AoE magic damage available in these fights. I think it's just a little bit of a mistake there. We see Skyyart's farm. Warmogs is actually maxed. Shirley's in the inventory as well. We saw Leona has one as well. Let's see how that pans out for him. Bigfatlp, pretty beefy right now.
Dragon has spawned, but it's really all about the Baron right now. And JothY's going to hide out in the bush. They do have a good amount of ward control over here. However, you see about 1, 2, 3, 4 wards, maybe some bushwhacks down. They're going to start it. They do have the Despair on by JothY. He's going to just keep crying on to Baron. Here, the fight will be initiated. Kennen going in with slicing. Maelstrom. Althor taking so much damage. Chauster gets stunned up, though, and he does go down. Althor maintains his HP above 0, and everybody's just falling from each team. 2 to 3 right now. Elementz goes down by the hands of Skyyart, and they are going to focus on Skyyart now. Not enough HP to take him or keep him in that fight. Beautiful job by HotshotGG to flash over the wall, but they have just taken everybody out but him. They said it's really not worth it. Let's get some pushing down. They should probably be able to take out this turret, actually, with Hotshot being able to clear this wave.
You know, and if my display is not lying to me, both Gangplank and Leona failed to use their Shurelius in that battle. They're both off of cooldown right now. Now they got Baron, and they basically traded 3 for 4. Now, Baron for +1 kill is, I think, great, but Skyyart has to be able to defend his base. Because right now, Saintvicious and Hotshot are just destroying this inhibitor turret, and Skyyart is not stopping them. Saintvicious hasn't even feigned attacking this Gangplank. And they have taken a turret for it. And at that point, now you're like, well, a Baron for a turret and a kill, that starts to get a little bit more dangerous again, because especially the mobility of Nidalee can really jump in onto the inhibitor, and now, wow, going to steal the blue. We'll see if they can stop them. It's getting lower and lower. Skyyart's going to find him. He has red buff, actually. Wow, and a giant crit there. Hotshot might be in bad shape here. The cooldown action is good. He's going to try to jump over the wall. Elementz going to hand him some movement speed. Hotshot's going to try to get there. The crit is big. But, wow, the heal is bigger, and he's going to be okay. But that was close.
Very nice job. That would have definitely been a 1v1 in favor of Skyyart. We're going to see Saint going for the Dragon. Looks like he will be uncontested on that one. I don't know. Pyri says he wants to go knocking. Nope. Huh? Pyri's going to head into the jungle. Good warding there. Going to check and see if Dragon is up. No, he will not. It looks like Saint's just going to be doing it on the other side of the wall. Pyri decides to finally go check it. Wards up and sees that he's there. Oh, at the last second, he uses Smite to get it out. Very nice. We can see Elementz moving in to help his teammate there, and is actually going to find a ward on the way. Good job there with the Oracles clearing out. Heading around, I'm not seeing an Oracles on the side of SYPHER, so the vision may start to go in favor of CLG here. We'll see how much they can start controlling the map.
And a smart move by Elementz, by the way, getting those Merc Treads, knowing he's the first target, trying to reduce those stun durations and that MR as well, trying to get out of those fights so that he can survive those battles and you know, provide auras to his team some more, and knows that he needs to make the selfish decision for now. And then if he can survive those battles, he can then contribute a lot to his team. It's much more useful for Sona to survive a whole fight than for someone like Leona or Soraka, who might just burst their spells, and then it's not so bad if they're not there the rest of that fight. But Sona really is all about staying in the battle constantly. And so I think it's very smart for him to build a little bit tankier and build a little bit selfish.
We'll see these guys pushing mid. Actually, they're all going to gather here. They do have that inhibitor to fight at, so they know they have the stronger 5-on-5 fight if they can start to focus out. You do have Kennen that can come in with that ultimate and really shut everybody down following the crescendo. So they kind of want to put some pressure on this inhibitor, knowing they don't have a turret there. SYPHER is going to be forced to fight, and now would be a great time because Leona has half health, and they are not going to have to worry about 5 or 6 minions that are surrounding them. Knowing that she could be backing here, I don't think they had vision of that. They are still going to play this one quite carefully to initiate the fight.
Yeah, SYPHER definitely on the back foot. Even though they have one guy with Baron buff, it's not enough to like decide a battle. CLG still pushing forward. 3,000 gold the difference. It's not a lot on this stage of the game.
Pretty high scoring game at 20 to 15. Here.
Yep. The good thing with CLG is without that turret, they can push into the inhibitor without a lot of trouble. The pillar goes down. They're going to keep poking. This is so smart. Hotshot has blue buff. Now, SYPHER's dodged these spears for now, but he's going to have like another 2 minutes of just spamming and spamming. The ult goes off. They're jumping in, and JothY's going to land the ultimate. They're going to jump on a Saintvicious. Bigfatlp goes down immediately. Lounet is in the back, and he's spamming out, but Saintvicious jumps in, but the exhaust is too much for him. They've picked up 3 kills in a row. Kog'Maw and Cassiopeia trading those 3. Now, Hotshot having to run away, and Elementz makes it out as well. But, wow, they just caught that Ashe for so much damage. Amumu making that initiate. Flash bandage toss ult. And that really won them the battle. They did so much damage in that little, that short span of time. Flash ult came in from Cassiopeia as well, and those just chain AoE stuns were massive there. And that, I think, is why that we had seen Cassiopeia banned so often, but that's also why I'm surprised we have not seen him banned or picked in so long, because that initiate gave SYPHER basically almost, they're not technically ahead, but they have so much map control now. They would not have won that fight with someone like Nocturne.
Yeah,
Nothing would not have locked them up.
That was an amazing fight because he waited, and that bandage toss only caught 2, but that's all he wanted because he knew the next abilities would take those 2 out, and it quickly became a 5v3. They did lose one in the fight, but still an amazing job. I believe it was Lounet picking up a double kill on that one. So they really focused well on that fight, and it was an awesome initiation coming out of the hands of JothY. He really picked it up for himself there and is starting to make up a little bit of the slack.
Yeah, initiation is such a powerful attribute here. You know, I still think Leona is super underrated, but has that very, very long-range initiation with that ultimate solar flare. It's a big stun if you can land it. It's a big slow otherwise. And 80% slow for 1.5 seconds. Like, that's going to make your guys just not get away from that. And when you have a secondary initiate, you've got, you know, maybe a Gangplank ult to get your guys more in range, to make it harder to dodge. You've got, you know, Cassiopeia and a Mumu who could just jump in there and lock up your team. That's the kind of thing that's going to make, you know, that solar flare so useful, because even if it doesn't, you know, make you catch someone to kill them, you've got everyone else going to catch up, and they will lock them up, and they will kill them. You've got Kog'Maw in the back just tossing out damage all day, every day. And, I mean, he's just so deadly right now. Bloodthirster finally stacked up to full. There, oh, Asher lands on a Skyyart, but it's the wrong target. Let's see if they can move in from here.
That's not going to be too bad for them. The Ash Arrow is on quite a quick cooldown. It's almost just 1 minute now. That Crystal Arrow going to be doing initial 650 damage, stunning up to 3.5 seconds based on the distance of the arrow. That was pretty close, and we saw that Skyyart got hit pretty hard. But again, you know, he doesn't really have any magic resistance, but just the amount of health really deterred them from even wanting to initiate that fight, and it's really where they're coming out now. JothY finally farmed up pretty well. Still doesn't look like he's going for any magic resistance, though.
Yeah, I'm still surprised at that. I mean, he did okay last time. He managed to survive it. And as he builds more health, you can see a 3,000 health Amumu. It's going to survive spells okay at that point. I would still expect to see something in there. I don't think Murktread's Aegis is quite enough. But they are moving in. SYPHER saying, you know what, I think we have the lead here. Let's push into your base. They're doing some good damage. Skyyart doesn't have a lot of sustain here. He's relying only on oranges. I think that's a little bit dangerous there. He's going to use Raise Morale, get his team in a little bit better positioning. He's got great movement speed, 505 with Raise Morale on, thanks to Trinity Force. And, of course, looks like Shurelya's may have been used recently. We'll see what they end up doing with this.
I think Baron should be coming up quite soon. I know it's already worn off of Skyyart, so it's going to be another 3 minutes after that. Looks like they're going to quickly take down blue. Give that nicely to Cassiopeia. A little bit of a donation there. And, yeah, the movement, it has continued now towards the Wraith camps, towards up towards Baron.
Towards up towards.
Yep. Just to let you know, if you didn't know they were going up towards them, I had to tell you they were going up.
They're going towards up.
They're going towards up towards.
Okay. Blue buff is up. Hotshot's going to want that very much so. Has been chugging blue elixirs for a long time in this game. Skyyart milling about. They have to be a little bit careful. He could get caught. Actually, great position for CLG. This could be a dead Althor, and it is an amazing Ash Arrow. And the Javelin comes out as well, and SYPHER just destroyed their own map positioning. CLG wanting to push in now. And this is going to be a free inhibitor. I don't see SYPHER winning a 4v5. Althor is one of their primary damage sources here, and they've got to back off. They need to be careful to not get caught again.
Phreak, that was tons of damage.
That was tons of damage. That Javelin took him from half health. Althor, get some MR, bro.
And this is going to be very nice. You know, they don't even need to ward in the base. They do, however, have one right outside to see the vision. But this is really when you can feel comfortable taking Baron. Your minion wave is your vision. That means the lane is pushed up enough. You have a lot of confidence about taking it. Very nice hawk shot there. A little bit short. Could have even fired farther or not. I don't know how far he is on hawk shot right now.
Is at half. They're going in, though. SYPHER going to try to initiate. It's at half health. They're going to jump in on the Big Fat. He's going to hit pretty hard. Sono only hits 2. And now it's Chauster off on the side. Lounet there as well. Chauster might drop first, but looks like Pyri will go down as well. And CLG actually picking up 3 kills in a row. Have not lost anyone yet. 4 kills. They've gotten the Skyyart is still running around. Yep, they did get the Baron. Lounet did get the 1 kill on a Chauster, but now it's a 1 versus 4. This is so good for CLG. Skyyart's going to try to run away. We'll see if he's able to do so. And again, actually, Leona forgot the Shurelya's.
That was a tough Baron to take, but for it to happen, they're kind of in the best position they could have had to happen. The lanes aren't completely pushed. Bottom is pushed, but they should be able to clear that out. They're only going to get a little bit of trouble out of this Baron in top lane. But CLG could choose to continue to push forward on this. There's another arrow. Skyyart with Baron. They could have enough damage here. They're going to focus on Althor, even though Skyyart got hit by the arrow. That is still going to slow in an AoE, and they use that to their advantage. They are just quickly onto Skyyart right now, and the only reason he is still alive is because of that Warmogs. He is just taking so much brute force from these two characters, Hotshot arrows or Hotshot javelins, and Saintvicious just banging on him with that club. And they are going to have to push him back into the base. Pyri now to come out and defend this turret. Should be able to do it quite well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Pyri taking a lot of damage, and Saintvicious is going on to that. Ult is up as well. The sun comes out. Now they're going to do a lot of damage to Saintvicious. Pyri will survive as well, and then pushing on. They could stun up Hotshot. They will not go for it. Spear comes out. Skyyart losing about a third of his health. And, you know, they really could have used Cassiopeia in that fight. I think it was a mistake from SYPHER to jump into that one so quickly. You know, they had already Gangplank to kind of slow them down, and wow, the damage output pretty strong on Saintvicious. Lounet has to be careful. They could stun up Hotshot. He's going to jump away. They will survive. Now, you know, they've only lost one in hit, but they've lost a lot of turrets. You can see CLG has all their top turrets, only lost one at bot. They've only really lost 3 turrets so far, but you can see the 8 kills so far that CLG has made.
This could still be some pretty scary fights. We look at Lounet, and he has 311 attack damage. That isn't without a buff. Right now, Chauster, his passive is to crit, but he only has 297, and that's with Baron. That's with a huge buff. So for them, if they leave Lounet alone in a fight, this could really go in the way of SYPHER. He is dangerous right now.
Yeah, but Lounet, I think, really needs to get himself a last Whisper. You saw him hitting Trundle, and Trundle was taking some damage, but he was not killing him in the time frame he needed.
Yeah, that's true.
And you look at Saintvicious, and he's like 150 armor, 178 MR, like 3,700 health. He is pure tank right now. This guy is beefy, and he might go Trinity Force, he might go Frozen Mallet, but Saintvicious is now that team's tank. He is the only melee that team has. And by the way, if Saintvicious jumps on your Kog'Maw is not going to be in good shape. You don't want to be there, because then the rest of the team will be able to help and piggyback that aggression and take him down. And so Kog'Maw needs to be able to kill Saintvicious quickly from a safe range without getting counterattacked, and that's a really big deal for him, because otherwise Chauster, Saintvicious is going to jump on him and he's going to die from that. And he needs to get the ability to kill these tanks off. It's very important for him.
See how JothY has got himself now. 230 armor. That magic resist still a little low, but not really worried about it at this point, because he's going to be in and out of the fight. 93 on the magic resist. Over to Saintvicious, as you said before. 155 and 178. Just overall better averages to have consistently in the fight for your armor and MR. They're hitting a minion, almost taking out some HP from Skyyart, just dodging a javelin. And really, they're playing the poke game right now. You may think, why aren't they going in? What are they not doing? There's no turret there. It's a forced fight. Really, they just want to wait for Hotshot. He has blue. Throw javelins all day. They still have Baron for about 35 seconds. So we'll have to see if they can utilize that once more or just really get. There's one of the pokes. It's exactly what they're looking for.
There we go. CLG going to push down through the top of the map. Those pokes are doing so incredibly well. Lichbane picked up on Hotshot as well. Looks like last night will be Zonia's. And the initiate comes off. The Shirley's have been used. They're trying to get in there, but a great Trundle Pillar. Gangplank ult goes off. And look at that. A great counter initiate. And that's why they picked Trundle for that strat, right? Poke strat, poke strat, poke strat. Oh, they're coming. Trundle Pillar. Perfect. Perfect play from them.
Yeah, that was really great. They just expended about one and I wouldn't say a half, because you can't do a half an ultimate, but they definitely got one ultimate out of that of Gangplank. A few more cooldowns used. Oh, there's the arrow coming out. It is going to hit Skyyart. He will go for the oranges, and it's K getting out of that one alive. Yeah. Elthor getting a little too close for his own good there, taking some damage. Nice Q from Chauster. Getting hit by Miasma as well. Elthor says, you know, here's some damage as well. Thanks, dude. Going out for the initiate. They're actually overextending quite far here, but they have found Saintvicious. They are going to be able to drop him. That damage just so much.
JothY
nice
will
job.
fall to the damage over time. No, he won't. 37 health. Almost dies to the rest of that damage from Trundle. And now it's a 5v4, and CLG's like, yeah, but now you're all low on health, so let's do this.
Yeah, have to be very careful. This is that point where they can't leave Lounet alone. We saw him doing so much damage.
He's
huge 460 crit on HotshotGG. That was just one. You can't let that happen too many times. Oh, but he gets nailed right there. 802 javelin from Hotshot, trading back the damage. Looks like they may be able to grab an inhibitor here. The Shirelia's being popped. Looks like Leona used their ulti. Gangplank ulti as well. 2 are down. Saintvicious still has 30 seconds to spawn here, Phreak, and CLG is just trying to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and that was a nice try there. They popped that Strelius again. They're using that very effectively, but it seems like Amumu and Gangplank are kind of using them at the same time. You see they almost share the same cooldown, and they're not getting the aggression in. Now, thankfully for Kog'Maw, he has a lot of lifesteal here, so those javelins from Hotshot, he's able to regain that health, especially when he crits like that. He's gotten to full health pretty quickly. He's got the Infinity Edge, so he's hitting really, really hard. He's got giant crits, but, you know, he's not able to just pin these targets down. Yeah, he reveals with the ult. That's nice, but look at that javelin. He takes another one, he'll die. And
can't do anything but gas.
Still getting poked.
I felt that pain. So did my children. I don't even have any yet.
Wow. Yeah, and yeah, they're just, you know, 4v5. They're able to. They know they're safe. They know they all can run quickly and get away from these battles. Bigfatlp Last Whisper is big, very, very important for him.
Elthor taking a spear from full health. really hurt there. He's going to be forced to back. Another one coming out. Oh, the Banshee's Veil. This is really going to start helping Lounet. He can definitely get himself a little farther into the fight every 30 seconds. He will have that chance to negate a negative spell or buff from the opposing team. And, yeah,
even with 140 magic resist, Pyri loses half his health to a javelin.
I saw that. That's painful.
Yep. That's Void Staff for you. Lounet taking down to half health again, but he's going to lifesteal back up. You can see back up to 2/3, but 2 more javelins will kill him down. They're going to jump into Hotshot. Good slows. Gameplay's going to say, hey, I'm going to press E. Let's go for this. JothY, though, no flash. Doesn't catch up. Saintvicious running down the bottom of the base, doing a great job. SYPHER has their inhibs back, but they have no outer turrets. And I think CLG is going to keep baiting here until Baron respawns, then shove the mini waves and go take Baron in about 5 seconds flat. Their damage output is high enough that they can do this. There comes the movement haste. Again, the Gangplank ult. They're going to try to jump in. Lounet is just going for it. He's going to almost find Bigfatlp. Not quite able to. Dodges the javelin. They're still chasing, though, SYPHER. And I don't know if this is the right choice. They are running back. Hotshot could land another javelin here. Snoopeh with a great movement haste. Going to really help them. And there's the Ash Arrow. Skyyart eats oranges. He's going to be all right. But they're back into the fray. They are not able to jump on them. And you just keep seeing Amumu and Gangplank just double up their Shirelles. I don't think they stack.
Oh, just missing the bandage toss. JothY wants into the fight right now. He is hungry. SYPHER is just allowing CLG to keep knocking on the door there, letting him know that they are there. Could be initiation here on Insane. He's taking a good amount of damage. Slicing Maelstrom from Kennen coming in. Chauster getting a lot of damage dealt to him. He could not continue to do that. The team did not initiate with him. And he gets taken down. Lounet almost falling. They are going to focus here on Saintvicious. It is a 3v1 situation, and Saint fights for his life, obviously going away. But he stayed there and fought valiantly for his team to keep them from pushing out. Just kind of buying some seconds right there. SYPHER is still in a pretty dangerous spot. They cannot push out too far. They have 0 inhibitor turrets left.
The funny thing is, Hotshot's probably going to stop their team from Baroning in a 4v1, which is hilarious.
Stand on the outside and javelin.
Pyri not in good shape. Yeah. This is kind of hilarious, actually. You're going to watch Hotshot 1v4. I'm just going to auto-follow and sit back. This is going to be kind of hilarious. And yeah, you know, it got so close. Lounet almost fell to Chauster and a Saintvicious. You saw Saintvicious flash in and do a bunch of damage, but the lifesteal from Lounet was just enough, and they're going for Baron.
The inhibitor for Baron?
That's super smart. I mean, all 3 are available. He'll do tons of damage to him. And, yeah, I believe it. I believe it, and it'll be a great choice.
Look at that attack. He's so fast.
Yep, there's one. And he's not going for number 2. And, again, he can just keep triggering that Lichbane. And look at that. He switches forms, just throws out abilities.
Throws a javelin.
2 inhibs down. He won't get got. He'll jump to the right, and he'll get out. That's a very smart play from Hotshot. He you know, says, okay, you'll get Baron. We'll take 2 inhibs. Now, SYPHER, I think, might try to push here. If they don't, if they just defend the minions, that means CLG will take all the buffs. They'll take the dragon, which is, you know, useful at this point of the game. But they'll take all 4 buffs, and then you can see Hotshot right here, of course, taking red.
Wow. That's so good because they really, this is where it turns your offense into you have to have an offense-defense. You cannot leave the base with inhibitors down. That was amazing for Hotshot, especially to take out 2. So they're going to spawn, you know, relatively close to each other since inhibitors do come back up. They negate the spawn of super minions. Right now, 2 are down, so 2 lanes for CLG spawning those super minions. We can see them coming down mid right now, and they have quite good control of the map. Most of their minion waves are past river. So this forces that Baron buff to almost not be utilized. SYPHER really has to take a chance if they want to initiate outside of their base.
Yeah. The other thought, though, is that CLG will not be able to push very successfully. They might be able to ride super minions, but I don't think they'll do a great job of it because, again, you know, the last fight was won by SYPHER, and they're wearing Baron buff on at least 4 of the 5. Looks like Amumu is wearing it, so... Oh, it was Skyyart that died, right? And Skyyart does not have Baron, but he needs AP the least. And you can see the pokes are doing quite well. Lounet building towards another Phantom Dancer, it seems. I mean, it could be Atmos, but I doubt it. Wearing 2 of the 3 elixirs. I don't see blue on him.
Arrow goes out. Nice block.
Yep, Althor will cleanse slash that. It'll be okay. Javelin for half health, though.
Wow. Tons of output and the damage.
750 ability power on Hotshot. Has re-upped his elixirs. Definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Especially with that Zonius, he can run in there and you'd be like, cooldowns, cooldowns, cooldowns. Oh, that did nothing to him. So he is going to be very scary. Hotshot has been trying to get himself into the front of the fight almost every time and just straight into that, into his ultimate form. It's going to be very nice for him. After every time he uses Cougar, he can just escape the fight and get back in wherever he wants.
That's true. And so they're doing a good job here. They're going to force SYPHER to move about a little bit. You can see mid and bot about to start pushing with that minion wave. Someone's going to have to split, and that's when CLG is going to move in. They're probably going to be able to take the 3rd inhibitor because, again, someone from SYPHER will have to move and defend the minion waves. And look, they're in on it. And look at this damage output. The spear comes out. They're going to try to initiate, but again, Shirley is used back by CLG, and again, just becomes so difficult. Those pokes are strong, and they're going to poke that inhibitor. If I were HotshotGG, I would hit it just the once, but the crits are massive.
Yep. So scary to see your tanks take that much damage.
Yeah, indeed. And you see how big the heals are. Yeah, 700 points on the heal.
CLG staying very strong at this top inhibitor, knowing that they cannot lose too many people. Like you said, SYPHER is going to have to start pulling off here and go to those other inhibitors. They're going to have to start saving those Nexus turrets, already taking a little damage. However, the only turrets in the game that will regen themselves. So you can kind of be cautious on how much damage they take and still understand that you have to protect another objective in the base. And that's what they're doing right now. They're allowing a little bit of damage to happen, but this right here is their objective, is to guard this last inhibitor in the base, wait for the other two to come up, and what could be using the Baron buff here. They do not have it on Skyyart, but he's still doing enough damage. Bigfatlp falls very quickly to the crits. They are going to have the crescendo come out, but this is not a good-looking fight for CLG whatsoever. Beautiful job by SYPHER to come out strong with the Baron buff on this one, and it looks like everybody will go down except for HotshotGG. The escape artist makes it out alive, and will he choose to backdoor on this one? But it looks like SYPHER is actually forced to go back to base as they are pinging. Yep,
they're going to need some heroism again because, again, yeah, they can start losing their base. HotshotGG's going to probably go for the inhibitor. He's going to throw a spear onto Lounet, but of course he does have that Banshee's Veil. He'll be okay. Leona's shoving the minion wave, but that's not necessarily the best place for him. There's the stun, and Lounet going for the damage up, but HotshotGG will take a shot from the ult as well. He's going to survive for now, though, and they're going to try to push. Gangplank will hold the base, but Gangplank's going to make sure that their team pretty much loses an inhib because HotshotGG will definitely kill it before he can push him back. And so, I don't think HotshotGG can necessarily kill the Nexus, but it's going to hurt pretty bad.
That Lichbane damage. Oh, my lord. That was almost a 3-shot inhibitor.
Yeah. Now, Gangplank has to be careful because he needs to keep their base alive, and HotshotGG's going to push all 3 waves. And how fast can you push the base? You've got 20 seconds before the team revives. The Gangplank needs to hold on against HotshotGG for that long. They're going to get this turret here. Lounet does a lot of damage. Now they're onto the inhibitor. But top and bottom have too many turrets to really go for, and they're reviving in about 7 seconds. So they'll get the inhib, and they're going to have to stop. So they get one lane that's pretty good. Their bot and mid will respawn in the next 2 minutes.
Oh, wow.
And he's going for a Skyyart's trying to chase down HotshotGG. He shoots him into the brush. He's got a Trinity Force slow as well. He's going to keep trying. There's the E being used. Crits and lands the slow again. He's jumping into the brush. One more shot. He's going to jump the wall, though. No flash will be used. Skyyart will not get that kill. Turrets are alive.
It's like such a cat and mouse chase. That was awesome. It's like Nidalee is quick. She can cougar jump, or pounce rather, but then Grog-Soaked Blade is going to slow you down. But wait, here's a Triforce. We're going to see Lounet and SYPHER. Or Lounet,
oh my gosh, he's going to get it.
Coming up. Can he take down HotshotGG? And he does. You can see the kill take on that one, and that's because Hotshot had a kill spree.
Oh my gosh.
Lounet gets a lot of damage out of that. Can he get all the way to Bigfatlp? Can he make it? I don't think he's going to be able to, and he does a lot of damage to Chauster. Bigfatlp stays alive. I believe just under 100 HP, 144 for himself.
Wow, that damage output.
But that was some good money Lounet just made there. We'll have to see what kind of items he really puts under his belt after that. 2 Phantom Dancers, the Banshee's Veil, Infinity Edge, and a Bloodthirster, which has just lost its stacks. So he is going to have to work to that. The creep score in this game, outrageous. 400 creeps coming out right now for Lounet, doing a very nice job. 377 for Skyyart. 366 is the closest. And CLG, this is what I said before all weekend long. If you're the team punishing the other team, you're going to be feeding them minions. And you can actually see 2 people over 350 creep score on the side of SYPHER and the 400. So they have exponentially just pounced on that gold.
Yeah, it looks like a quick issue right here. Pause coming in there. We're going to see what's going on. People are huddling around Chauster's computer. Not quite sure what's up there, but we're going to hopefully solve that problem briefly.
Indeed.
And let's see what's going on here. So I'm looking at the scoreboard here, and you're right. The minion kills are really, really strong here. If you add up the gold, SYPHER is back in the lead by 2,300 golds. That's pretty strong there. But HotShot's 8-1-14. Like he's being stellar for his team right now. But I mean it's equalized a little bit. Baron is down. Both teams now only have 1 inhibitor death because SYPHER took down mid in that last push. And mid and bot have respawned for them. So as far as base pushing, they're a little bit equal. But the problem is, again, HotShot can keep backdooring top and bottom now. He can keep taking those inhibs down. And SYPHER has to watch for that because as soon as SYPHER ignores top, that's going to push down. And then those minions are going to come in. That's going to be a problem because then HotShot can use that wave to kill the Nexus. He can backdoor mid and bot. He can push in on the Nexus at top. And that's going to be a problem. Now, if SYPHER can keep their mid wave pushed, then they can send 2 to 3 champions, maybe 4. If they think, they only need 1 to stop HotShot. They can send those guys up mid. Maybe that'll be enough to take down those turrets in the Nexus. But they can't do that without winning a fight. I think CLG is so mobile, and especially that poke as well, that this sort of free range 5v5 is in CLG's favor. And now it's a difficulty because are they going to posture for Baron? If they go for Baron, Hotshot's going to backdoor the inhibitors again, and they're back to that same stage where they have to sit in their base. And I think, we are actually back into the game, which is good. So the unpause has happened, the fixes have gone through, and the blue buff is going to go actually to Chauster here from that golem, though it's healing as it runs back, so it's not going exactly perfectly there. That's been grabbed. So Bigfat not getting a Bloodthirster there. Does have some nice attack damage. We'll see what he tries to go for next. He does have very little damage actually right now.
And as they do push those waves, as you said, if they can keep them pushed up, they will be able to do very well for themselves, and they are. Saintvicious down bottom to do that for himself. The top lane kind of just pushing itself all on its own. They have a nice creep wave coming up there. Those super minions are really going to negate any of the regular waves that you're seeing. Even with the siege minion, they take them down quite fast. And at an early point of the game, if you can get those super minions to spawn, they can usually do a good amount of damage to the AD carry on the opposing team. And we see a Baron being contested here. They are going to make their way through the regular run to Baron. Looks like they have grabbed it quite quickly. So much damage coming from the hands of CLG's team, and they will continue to fly through this one. The arrow goes out. They are able to hit Althor, and he goes for the cleanse sash. The javelin missing as well. Looks like Skyyart is forced to run back to his base, and we could see a very advantageous push here by CLG. They have Baron, and they will not let it go to waste whatsoever.
Yeah, they're definitely in the advantage here. Midway's going to push a little bit, but it's not a big deal. They don't need to worry about backdoor bonuses or anything.
Like want that
There's
bottom
no
lane?
important turrets. Yeah, bottom lane is smart there. It's probably a better place to poke from. They can get initiated on from left side, so it's a safer place to jump in, and then they can just run right up into the base, take another inhib, and they know that Cypher needs to hold this. They're wearing more buffs. Lounet is not wearing anything. That was hot. 14 stack Bloodthirster only. Chester almost pokes away that Banshee's Veil. We're back to real time now. Hotshot Spear comes out. Not quite going to hit. JothY's going to hit that. He actually misses the bandage toss on Chauster. That's a mistake there. If they had jumped onto the cannon, they could have pretty much taken him down. Althor might have to recall right away. He'll spell him a little bit with Miasma, but he's one javelin from death. He's running farther back. Saintvicious jumping in. They know this is a good time to go in. Althor has to be careful.
Yeah, they are keeping Althor from backing. That's very nice there by Saintvicious. One of those players that understands what his character can take, as their champion can take, especially with Trundle. So much damage, especially when the ultimate goes off, and he is always the first one in there. You can see right there, doesn't mind to take a few hits for his team. They do get that. The blue inhibitor is going to respond soon, so that is going to be their top left inhibitor as they have just taken one down. Another few minutes for that one to come back up. As they continue, they hit a good one on Althor, but nobody's there to initiate. Huge spear coming out of the hands of Hotshot, does about 1,500 damage to Althor.
And again, the inhibs are going down. Top has respawned. They're going to jump in. Saintvicious will drop almost immediately. Elementz will land the ult on Althor. Althor is low, but he's going to try to jump back in. He's going to take so much damage from Chauster, who has also used Zonius to survive this one. But now he's back in. Pyri will go down. Now Lounet will try to chase, but he flashes over the wall. Ash getting chased out by Skyyart, but Skyyart not doing enough damage. Bigfatlp lands a giant stun to the face, kills him off, and Chauster's going to make it out, actually. Lounet and Amumu are the only ones left. It's a 2v3. Top lane has the inhibitor back. Mid is respawned for CLG, and CLG did an amazing job there. They won that fight, have taken Baron, and have taken inhibitors. Chauster going to kite away from JothY. JothY going to try to do some damage here. He's tanky.
Oh, wow.
He's actually doing some good damage here. He might actually kill Chauster. He does. JothY, amazing job there by Amumu. Takes that one away.
Wow.
I can't believe that.
Note to self, do not use Lightning Rush in range of a character that can grab you.
Wow, Amumu doing a lot of damage there with 0 AP. The 175 tantrum. And 3% of your health with despair. A bandage toss for 320. I mean, I see it, but wow, really. Really.
Great job there. And something that's really surprising to me right now, Chauster, or Bigfat rather, does not have any sustain for himself. If he had a Bloodthirster or even a Vampiric Scepter in that fight, they could continue to push easily. Yep. His kite on Skyyart was very nice. Almost died to it, but he probably could have done a like 2 to 3 step kite. Obviously not standing in range of Gangplank's auto attack, and that can be very painful.
I'd like to see a Starks from Elementz. That would make the most sense for
that would be an awesome build right now.
That'd be the best in slot item, I think, instead of this Ruby Crystal.
And then you can just let Bigfat build what he wants.
Exactly. I mean, you're going to get that to Saintvicious as well. He's going to use auto attacks. Hotshot not so much, but at least when he uses Q in Cougar form. But the good thing about SYPHER is they have kept this inhibitor alive, and actually. I believe, no, Baron's actually still on for about 3 more seconds, so Baron will respawn about 62-15. and we'll see who's going to go for it next. But right now, of course, SYPHER knows they must defend the top of their base. Lounet has a full Bloodthirster again. That's really good for him. Still 314 damage, though. Only going for attack speed on the rest of this. You can see 2.2 attacks per second. Just going to stay with this build the rest of the game. But Ashe still has room to grow, and that's really good for CLG, actually. Having room to grow is very important here. Looks like Cassiopeia is out of items. Kog'Maw's out of items. Amumo's almost out of items. Gangplank's out of items. Leona's almost out of items. But almost everyone here on CLG, we see Kennen, Sona, not so much on Trundle. Kennen, Sona, Ashe all have room to grow here, and that's actually a good advantage.
It really is, because once you see these fights happening, you want more, and you understand that it's either going to have to be a selling of one of your items and losing something you have. At this point, you know, boots would be that. You don't really need to get out of your base as much anymore. If you can really give yourself and correct what the boots loss is, you know, go for that purchase. And these guys may be doing that here soon. We do see that they all still have the boots that they require, so they have not gotten to that point yet. Pyri taking a little bit of damage there from a Javelin on Hotshot. And their aggression is just so much right now. Baron should be coming up within the next 2 minutes here. We have just passed 60 minutes on the match. One of our longest matches of the weekend. These two battling it out for third and fourth spot. We still have some FNATIC and SK to go for in your grand finals match of the day. And now in your first game of CLG versus SYPHER. CLG continuing to put the pressure on. It looks like they may have it, but SYPHER has not given up yet.
Yeah, CLG looks poised to take onto the inhibitor. Bottom lane has a giant minion push. They might have to send someone from SYPHER down to stop that. And that could be the opening that CLG needs. SYPHER a little bit loath to initiate right now, or just have been used by Gangplank. That could be a problem. Althor at half health, and the initiate comes in. Ashe arrows on there. Saintvicious in the front. Skyyart in the front. Chauster in there. Althor going to try to put some damage on, but dying to the Kennen ultimate, who has used Zodius, of course. And here's Lounet trying to take down Chauster. Can he do enough damage? Takes down 2 so far. JothY and Pyri are okay. Elementz getting forced down. Has been slowed. Flashes away. JothY trying, almost lands the bandage toss. Hotshot and Elementz are there. Kill goes down on Leona. Nice spear from Hotshot. And it's 2 versus 2 again.
They just can't make it out. Their base is being attacked too much.
Oh, this could be what CLG needs. Lounet being forced to defend against Hotshot and Elementz. Elementz needs to regroup with Hotshot and get some health back. One turret has gone down. JothY trying to save the other one, but it's still getting picked down. And CLG, actually, I feel like they should play a little bit aggressively because they can get some turrets off of this. And at that point, when you have no turrets and 3 inhibs, even if you have no champions, it's pretty much game.
Holding on with everything. I give SYPHER so much credit right now to be able to do what they have done. Lounet going out quite far there. One more spear from Hotshot. He has blue buff. He's going to be able to throw those. I'm going to check this out. He throws one every 3.6 seconds and doing an amazing amount of damage. We see 800 damage coming through. That Void Staff as well as the Lich Bane. Rod of Ages increasing his AP. 584 for him right now. They are just going to stay right in the face of these guys. Very nice job breaking the, breaking the Banshee's Veil there. But Lounet was saying, hey, you want to stay and fight? We can stay and fight. HotshotGG says he wants to, kind of. And most of the team now respawning. We have Bigfatlp and Saint and Chauster back in the game. They're going to head down middle. Very nice minion waves coming up with CLG as well. All lanes are pushing. You got a nice double bottom wave coming in. That's going to be awesome with the super minions that, actually just stopped spawning since that respawned on the inhibitor. But it looks like SYPHER being very cautious about this push, though.
I think CLG's going to get another free Baron. You see, they can see where SYPHER is, and SYPHER is not in a position to stop them. Gangplank, Cassiopeia is not enough. Hotshot playing so perfectly, has not gotten caught in forever. His poke is going very, very well. CLG will get another Baron, and every time they do this, they get a little bit of permanent damage. Yeah, the inhibs are back, but they got 1 turret, and then they have Baron again.
Yeah.
They can get another turret. And we'll see if they can make it through. They're going to recall here and buy up and probably fight for one last attempt here. Look at the current gold, by the way. Hotshot out of items to buy. Same with Gangplank. Both of them floating a couple thousand gold. Elementz can purchase here.
So much gold to be made. Did I say 23,000 gold? Wow, Hotshot. 23,000 gold for Hotshot and for Skyyart. Very nice.
And then Kog'Maw as well, floating 1,300. See, he's going to actually sell boots for a Phantom Dancer.
There it
so
is.
He is wearing, let's see, 100% crit chance for 314 damage at 2.5x.
Wow.
So he's going to crit every single time.
Skyyart did it too.
For 750.
Skyyart sold out his boots. Also grabbed a Phantom Dancer. It looks like they are going to go ahead, grab the resources in the jungle, the blue and the red buffs. Looks like they're going to get a little bit more money on Dragon. This really doesn't affect them too much at this point. The global gold and experience doesn't help too much. They really have all they need. But still, controlling the map and everything that they can control on the map is just that mentality they want to have right now. They are dominating this game. SYPHER, however, doing an amazing job at playing defense. They've gone through 2 rounds of losing all of their inhibitors, now have them all again. Actually, I think, top one was taken, so this is the second round of inhibitors that they have up. They have lost 1 Nexus turret, as you said, Phreak. Every time they take those inhibitors, they're able to knock on the door a little bit harder and do a little bit more damage. So it is permanent what they're doing. And it soon enough could mean the end of the game for SYPHER to bring it into the second of this best out of 3.
CLG does need armor now because both Gangplank and Kog'Maw have 100% crit at 300-something base damage with Infinity Edge. So they're throwing out like 900 damage crits all day. Look at those parlays are hitting for 1100. Basic attacks hitting for if they're not facing armor. The one problem though is Skyyart does not have Last Whisper, so armor stack will be effective there. Kog'Maw actually either, which surprises me. Maybe it's not as important with the Phantom Dancer in there, but
I
don't know. 400 move speed though without boots is pretty impressive.
That is pretty nice. And you got to raise morale on your team, so you really don't have to worry about too much.
Yeah, and Threesh really has Reveries. It's pretty strong.
That's like from the base stairs all the way to mid lane by Shirelia's.
Basically.
It's like beep, beep, and beep.
Can you give me those sound effects again?
Yeah, sure. I'm actually going to record them as an MP3 later, and you can use it as your own sounds for the game.
I will actually use it as my ringtone.
Oh, very nice.
Pew, pew, and pew.
Yep.
I like it. I do.
Every time you pick up your phone, you'll be thinking about Shirelia's Reverie.
Hot.
And Hotshot going down to farm bottom lane. A huge wave coming in, double stacked on the side of SYPHER. So Hotshot's going to get some nice gold out of that one. It looks like 5R mid. Absolutely power in numbers right now for SYPHER. They know they cannot spread out. This is imperative that they stay together, and they are pushing as a team right now. They have a lot of damage to do. 1,000 damage crit right there by Gangplank. Very nice.
This is so smart from SYPHER.
Yep.
Hotshot is not close enough to push, and they're going to make it finally on their own terms, because if they can win this fight, they can end the game. They have good initiate here. There's not a lot of room for CLG to run because they're stuck in their base, and this is actually the best thing for SYPHER to do. They're going to take down this one turret, or the inhibitor. They could go for turrets. Hotshot's going for the back door, but I think they're fine fighting a 5v4. I think they want to do this. Hotshot's moving. No, SYPHER is backing.
Wow.
I think that's a mistake from them. I think they should really go for this. Hotshot will go for one inhibitor. And yep, they're going to prop all their spells. They're jumping on to Elementz. He's taking a lot of damage here. Banshee's Veil will block one. They're on to the Nexus turrets now. This is so huge right now. They're going for this. Chauster takes an inhibitor. JothY taking a ton of damage. Will he ult in time? He will. They're jumping down onto Chauster. Chauster going to destroy Lounet pretty quickly. They're going for the turret. Lounet will fall. Skyyart going to drop down as well, and they're going to clean up SYPHER right now. Pyri is the last one alive, and he has fallen. CLG takes all 5. By the way, this is looking great for CLG.
That was a great teleport inhibitor grab by Hotshot down bottom. He was able to teleport back to his team. Amazing timing on that, and it really changed the tide of the fight. A beautiful crescendo by Elementz to just shut. They want to get there as soon as possible. They're not even going to have to worry about this. They want to tank that left turret. They don't have to worry about taking double damage. Hotshot's going to be able to just heal himself while they do this. In a very amazing game 1 of our best out of 3 for third place and 4th place. CLG remains 1 match away from that 3rd place spot.
Yep. So look up for game 2, by the way, CLG versus SYPHER. Game 1, by the way, going to CLG. Excellent play by them. We have a crowd off on the side just watching on that little monitor.
Wow.
We're not even on the main stage
so
here.
Many people over there. That's awesome.
CLG does take game 1. Game 2 going to be coming up in the very near future. Excellent by them and just the star players. So, by the way, seems that Kog'Maw can be bested late game if you poke really, really well. Look at that scoreboard. 3 kills the difference. 101 assists for CLG as a team. Averaging 3 assists per kill, and realize that, one of those guys getting the kill, another 3 on the assist. So they were playing quite well as a team. Elementz dropping 32 assists right there. Considering his team has only 38 kills, and he got one of them. He was there for almost all of them. Excellent play by Elementz, and really everyone in there. No one had a really bad game. It was just lots of awesomeness all around. As you were saying, one of the best games we've seen. An awesome job overall.
Absolutely. One of the best and some of the highest creep score, too. I mean, and that's what you see about the defense that if SYPHER was being able to play. Look at the creep score difference overall. There's 516, 462, 374, and really they only kind of capped it 4 and under. So they had so much to defend with. That's why their builds were really finished a lot earlier. We said CLG had room to grow, and that's really with the aggression they had. They used that room to grow, as we saw where the life belt from Kennen turned into the Zhonya's, no, well, wow, Ryla's, I wanted to say Zhonya's like over and over. Ryla's Crystal Scepter that initiates more for their fights and slows everybody down. They do have a lot of Last Whispers on, or not a lot, but they did get finally a Last Whisper on Bigfatlp, as well as that Bloodthirster, so he could sustain himself in lane. That's really what he was missing in that game for a little bit, and their fights weren't going long enough. They had the amount of damage they needed, but they didn't keep that damage in there for the long enough time. And Bigfat was always forced out. We saw a few times it was forced to kite Skyyart out of the fight and need help from Elementz on that. So they really started to compose the items that they needed, you know, based on those ending of the fight so they can get the real amount of cleanup that they required.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like SYPHER with CLG Game 2 is up. I'm going to spectate into that one real quick.
Bam!
It is tournament draft. Lounet has hosted. And SYPHER, of course, will have choice of side as the losers of the first game, and they have chosen blue team from what I can tell, as Lounet has not moved. Game 2 time going to be coming up, and after that grueling hour and 7 minutes game 1, they have to do it again.
Yes.
We'll see if they ban Nidalee. It seemed to be a giant problem for them. They were like, yeah, you have Kog'Maw, but, you know, really we have such a great late game here that we can kite that Kog'Maw.
Indeed, and I believe one of the players, or a few of the players, are going to take a quick break. They are running to the bathroom right now, so we're going to hit you guys with a quick break, and we'll be right back with Game 2. IEM here on one of our final day in New York at Comic-Con and the Intel Extreme Masters Tournament. Going down for the 3rd and 4th spot, you're watching CLG versus SYPHER.
Fourth stop of Season 6 of the Intel Extreme Masters will take place in one of the world's most advanced gaming centers, the Cybersport Arena in Kiev, Ukraine. It will be the first global challenge of the new year 2012, and it'll take place between January 19th till the 22nd. You can expect the best gamers in the world to face off head-to-head in our 3 disciplines, Counter-Strike 1.6, StarCraft 2, and of course League of Legends. Make sure you join us live in Kiev at the Cybersport Arena or here live on ESL TV.
What's the most amazing thing you ever saw? Was it something big or something small? Something old or something new? Or maybe, just maybe, it's something you haven't seen yet. The 2nd generation of Intel Core processors. Stunning visuals, intelligent performance. This is visibly smart.
Spot. Hidden. And Counter-Strike Legends. Now stood united with BenQ. Make history again.
Phil, have you found opponents already? Phil? Phil! Do we have an opponents yet? Phil? Phil! You're not fantasizing about my girlfriend again, are you?
Boring! Are they penguins or are they sloths?
They want a show? We'll give them a show.
Ready, Kowalski? Roger that. Operation Rico Star is afoot. Bingo. Look at him go! He's crack-a-lackin'! Mission accomplished. No more smiling and waving for us, boys. High fives all around.
When the second generation Intel Core i5 processor goes in, amazing visual performance comes out. That's visibly smart.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. We are here in the game lobby for Game 2 of CounterLogic Gaming versus SYPHER. If you missed the last game, I feel sorry for you, because it was awesome.
Wow.
But CLG did win Game 1, and we are on to Game 2. If CLG can win this one, they will take third place at the New York stop of the Intel Extreme Masters here at Comic-Con. If SYPHER can take this game, they put it on to a Game 3, and then the teams will fight once more for third place. The winner, or the loser, of course, will take fourth. That's how that goes.
So it was a really early aggression game. We saw Elthor coming out with a lot of ganks bottom. He was 2-0-1 about 8 minutes into the game, and he was playing very strong for his team. We'll have to see if he can do it again. SYPHER said they were going to be playing very aggressive, but CLG also said they had some tricks up their sleeves, whether it be team comp / Ninjas Pirates, team comp to try a poke game of something different, or just to really have an overall good time here at IEM. These guys have been playing really hard all weekend, and they definitely deserve to have a good time while they're playing. And that one, I'm sure it met their meter.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bigfat does say they are ready, so go, go, go. Oh, didn't need to type it. Actually, sorry, Bigfat actually just Q-dodged real quick. Hold on. He's going to try to get himself back in there. I don't know quite what that was. He's like, I'm ready to go, and then Q-dodges immediately. And then he's back in the lobby, so go once more, and maybe it'll start.
And also, don't forget to check out ESL Nation for your chance at the Dominion matches and your chance to vote for your favorite player. And they're going to get this sweet I Carried New York hoodie from IEM. Amazing. I actually, like I said before, I asked Carmack, and he just looked at me and he said, are you a player? And I was like,
maybe.
I play the game. He's like, no, you can be MVP. So Carmack,
You're my MVP.
Carmack trolling all weekend. Just got to me.
You're my most valuable pal. Oh, the camera moved. I was going to hug you or something.
I think
just show
that
the
might have been
handshake.
instinct. My spidey sense was like, he's going to hug me. Switch camera.
Well, the ban is once again Udyr and Urgot.
Oh, that looks familiar.
Yeah, right? I'm expecting a Needly this time, though. I really, really am. I mean, I think they tried to counterpick it last time, and yeah, there's the Needly ban. All right, Spidey sense is correct. They banned that one out. Got that one correctly. Let's see what else they have going on. Cassiopeia banned from CLG. So these teams have both learned their lessons. Maybe you'll see a Mumu ban as well, or Gangplank, because those champions were very, very problematic. Although maybe Hotshot says, no, my Galio can totally outlane this. Don't worry about it. But Nocturne and Galio were the last two bans for SYPHER. We'll see if they change those at all.
Yeah, they left Hotshot at his Cho'Gath, but he did not choose to play it.
So Nocturne is in this time.
There's the Galio. It's just not something you want to have. You know, it seems like SYPHER likes to build that AP team, and that would just not be somebody they want to play against. Obviously, Galio building MR to get his AP.
Yep, CLG have learned some of their lessons, though. They banned out two of those star players from last game, the Cassiopeia and the Kog'Maw. SYPHER has first pick. Gangplank still in there. Nocturne in there. Also, Janna is the other bans from the last game. So we'll see if those pan out as picks at all, or if the teams are just being paranoid.
Indeed, Kog'Maw will not be used. They're probably going to definitely see a Caitlyn in this game. It didn't seem like Ashe was doing too many initiations. The arrows helped. The arrows were hitting. They were quite a tanky team, though, so it didn't seem like they were able to initiate on as much as they wanted to. They may choose a different carry. I don't really know what's going to give them that advantage over, you know, the Ashe arrow, since it is such an awesome utility to have on your team. So it's going to be a hard pick for these guys. They go for the fast Janna. Maybe they're going for an AD team and really depending on, you know, sticking around her for that shield and being able to get in the fight. We'll have to see what they do.
I'm a little surprised at the Janna pick there because I don't think CLG really plays her much. They seem to stick with Sona, and I think Sona's a great choice there, of course, but the Janna was banned out, and they're like, no, we really want this one. And maybe they're just trying to play reactive. I always kind of like that. It's playing sort of reactive lanes. I don't think there's any sort of must-pick champions so much. So trying to win your lanes and win your matchups is pretty wise as well. We'll see if CLG goes for that Trundle again. They have picked him a lot. Maybe we will see the Nocturne of the Gangplank. And you're right, the Caitlyn has come out there. We'll see what else they go for.
So they're going to poke on that. You do not want to have it's not the worst lane to go against, but with that shield on Caitlyn for that extra damage in that range she has, it can really take down a lane quickly, and they don't want to give them that option. It's going to be Elementz and Saint picking up Sona and Caitlyn there. Caitlyn obviously going to go to Chauster. Elementz will stay on Sona. Lounet, it did grab that Janna for somebody, so that's not his pick. They are going to throw that around. Pyri will be grabbing that, so we'll see if Pyri grabs for somebody else and they do more than one switch. Or do they just choose to go ahead, take their AD, and Lounet is probably saying, you know, what do you want to play? I'm looking over at these guys right now. They are definitely discussing it with each other. Oh, okay. Oh, no, back to GP. They like that.
Well, but again, they did it last time where they sort of grabbed that Gangplank, and then JothY, as a jungler, could grab the jungle Nocturne here and kind of grab those bruiser junglers out there. Lee Sin went through the lineup last time and wasn't grabbed. And it is going to be Gangplank Nocturne right here. I do like that. I really do like the top lane bruiser, jungler bruiser, like, big fighters go in there. It means farming's a little bit difficult because you kind of have 4 champions relying on farm this game because you're going to have a mage and an AD carry. And they are going to switch over to Tristana. So we're going to see Trist in here. I do like that choice.
Very nice job. Yeah, Trist at the end of the game pretty much has the longest auto attack. I forgot what it's called. But it is her passive to increase that range.
Yeah, indeed so. And Rammus coming out here.
Oh, my. That is quite a lot of tank in those last 2 picks.
It's true. And the thing is, Caitlyn's not the highest damage carry, so they better have a really good good damage output mage here because, you know, maybe all they really do need are tanks here, but when you consider you have Nocturne kind of coming into the back lines, Tristana who's super safe and will just kind of melt through the tanks eventually.
Yeah.
Infinity Edge, Last Whisper, Bloodthirster, Rapid Fire, like you'll just eventually make that work.
I think this Rammus is going to be very brutal. It's going to be Rammus flash taunt into Cho'Gath just nomming on you because you're not going to be able to run away. There's so much damage involved in that. And your team's trying to save you as they walk into Tremors. There's the crescendo, and Caitlyn is just pew-pewing all day long. There is so much frontline tank to this CLG team right now. I'd be very, very surprised to see SYPHER break that.
And what will they do against Cho'Gath, and what will they take for their solo mid pick? It seems they've been pretty reserved with their picks so far. They've not done anything too special. We might see Nasus again. Nasus could work well against Cho because you'll see Cho kind of just farm, and he can play aggressively because he has so much mana. We are seeing Kassadin come through. All right, Kassadin was kind of a bane to CLG last time. Kassadin can take down Caitlyn. We have seen that work very, very well. SK used that to great effect against CLG in the semifinals. I do like that pick. What will they pick for solo top, though? Nasus it is. All right, I like these choices. I really do.
That's going to be his pick, too. I bet you he's really happy to be playing Nasus.
Yep, and it's worked for them, I think, every time so far. And we'll see what they're going to go.
Nice. That's going to be nice to have Fury of the Sands ultimate against those tanks on the other team because you're going to be able to present that tanky character.
Yeah, it didn't work against FNATIC. They did lose that game.
Really awesome to see them pick up Swain, CLG right now.
Also, another thing is Nasus is super good against Cho because he's going to scale against the maximum health of enemy champions. And you're like, oh, I'm going to ult against Cho with 5,000 health. That's going to work pretty well for me. So I do really, really, really like this lineup from SYPHER. They have a lot of damage output. They're highly mobile. I like SYPHER's lineup. And unless there's I don't know what's going to make this CLG team cohesive. We're going to see what their mage is going to be.
Man, I want Swain. I want to see Swain. It's not really bursty enough. I was going to say probably a brand bursty right there. But Swain would have been awesome. They do already have the top lane, though. Swain can still mid, but against Kassadin, I don't know. It'll be hard until he gets to level 6.
Kassadin can win that lane for sure. He can dodge all those abilities, keep spamming out there and silencing. Brand not highly durable. Even in the team fight, though, I don't really like the Brand ult hitting like Nocturne, Nasus, Kassadin. I think they're all going to be okay. I mean, Kassadin can be squishy, but he's kind of specifically anti-mage. He gets MR per level.
Have you ever ulted a Nocturne that puts a shield on? Makes you kind of sad.
Makes you a little bit sad.
Makes you a little bit sad.
Yeah, I really like SYPHER's lineup here. I think, we saw the first game. Both teams were kind of able to play their lineups, and it was an hour-long, super, super close game on very strong lineups on both sides. Right here, though, I just see a super, super strong lineup for SYPHER, and those skill levels were so close. I really see Cypher taking this game.
Oh, indeed. Let me see what we got. Oh, very cool. So we'll be announcing that in a little bit. I just got a message here that we are up for the golden, and I'd like to thank everybody for this. That we are up for the golden joystick award again for the best free-to-play game, because of all of you guys in the community and everybody here that enjoys League of Legends. And we can't say thank you enough. Now up again for the golden joystick award for the best free-to-play game. Head over to leagueoflegends.com, learn how to vote, and if we win, we're going to be giving out some 10-win boosts, maybe some other stuff. So it's a pretty good advantage. You guys head over there, help us out a little bit more, as well as you have been in the past, and get your votes in.
You should probably do it.
Yeah. I'm going to say yes. You should. As well, don't forget, I believe there has been controversy on Monday or Wednesday. Xenon said Wednesday. Carmack said Monday. But ESL Nation is holding the Dominion matches. Make sure to head over to ESLNation.com. You can check out when those are happening. It's going to be the first, I believe, 30 to 32 first-come, first-served teams as you're signing up. You're going to be able to get yourself in Dominion matches. And ESL / their events are really trying to figure out, is Dominion going to be an esport?
Is that ESL Nation or is that National ESL?
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
NationalESL.com.
National ESL.
That's the one. Okay.
I knew there was a nation.
Yeah.
But it's a national.
National ESL, NationalESL.com.
Yes, thank you.
At worst, Google it. You understand the words.
Mm-hmm.
Make it happen.
They're all over.
Dominion matches.
Yeah, play it.
Sweet.
Check it out. So this is going to help to formulate whether, Dominion can become that esports game. Obviously, it's going to be in there, but we are going to be able to test it out with the help of you guys and with ESL.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be pretty sweet. I'm going to go ahead and just, okay. So we do have the 1-minute spectator delay. The lineups are going to be strong.
Yep.
Now, I said multiple times now in this sort of this 2-minute sort of interval that SYPHER had the better lineup. They're going to win it. What do you think?
I'm really liking the Rammus Cho'Gath. I think there's a lot of tank there. The only way it's not going to work is if their ganks don't happen the way they want them to. Obviously, that's going to hurt. That's an obvious thing to say. Good job, Riv. But if they're lower level, if SYPHER can start at least getting one level over, we've seen times when Elementz has played Alistar, and he's been taken down instantly because he didn't get what he needed in his lane. So those tanks can still be squishy if you deny them what they need. And that's really the only way they're going to be able to do it. The rest of the team is relying on Cho'Gath, is relying on Hotshot and Saintvicious to be that strong forward defensive wall. I can think of the words. They're coming, I swear.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a pretty safe backline here with Caitlyn and with Brand.
There's so much range there.
They are pretty far back. That is going to be pretty decent for them. The meat wall is super strong here, but Saintvicious, I haven't seen him play tank jungler in true.
Yeah,
that's true. He got tanky as Trundle, but he still played as a big fighty guy. Wanted to do some damage here, and we can see SYPHER, thank you very much, wearing skins, showing off colors. Pretty sweet right here. We see about half and half. Actually, no, just one for CLG. So CLG, not very fashionable, honestly. I'm a little bit sad there. And actually, we see Bigfatlp again on ranged carry. They've actually made that switch. Chauster's playing the mages today. So interesting to see that.
Good luck. Have funds are out. Will we see the invasion that they were speaking of so much before? SYPHER coming in, boots and pots in mid lane. Very nice job. You're definitely going to need that against Brand and his passive. Brand has also, we're going to see that Chauster goes for that Doran's ring. And actually, as I walked over before, Bigfatlp and Chauster were duo Q, and Chauster was playing Brand.
Interesting.
Yes, very interesting. Cryo Core, to be exact.
Cryo Core Brand. But he's not wearing it here. I'm a little bit sad.
No, yeah, single tier.
Let's see what they do. We're going to see SYPHER mill back and forth around their blue. Clairvoyance goes down. They don't see anything but a trap from CLG. Now, we saw in the first game, they face-checked that trap, and it was fine. They just kind of recalled. You might see this again from Skyyart. It's a lovely cupcake. I mean, they're pretty tasty cupcakes. It's right there.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a little frosting on the outside, maybe a cherry or something on top.
Oh, wow.
Wait,
what? Brand?
What?
Chauster's going to play top.
Interesting. Caitlyn mid?
Maybe?
Oh, are they gonna roam Sona or something?
This is going to be very
I think they
cool.
might swap here. Oh, they want Brand because he wants to shut down Skyyart because Cho'Gath can't really shut down anyone.
This is true. This is true. It'll kind of just be a back and forth lane, and you don't want to give Nasus any fourth.
Because Kate can poke against Kassadin. Brand can shut down the Nasus, and then Cho could kind of do whatever he wants to these Cho. He might actually have the Sona Now Sona's going up with Brand. They're really trying to deny Skyyart.
Oh, so they're, wow. Burst the AP slash top lane. I was going to say bot, but they're going top. Usually, if you're new to League of Legends, obviously a lot of the pros watching and a lot of the players that do play are watching, but just to generalize for people, you usually see this combination bottom with the AD carry, which they've now put mid. So we see CLG. They did say they were going to switch things up. You're looking at it right now.
Yep, and I think it's going to go really, really well for them. The first headshot went off onto Althor. Bigfat is going to keep trying to poke there. He's last hitting quite successfully. And now, you know, I think the Caitlyn pick makes a lot more sense now because they're not using it in terms of a defensive bottom lane. They're using it to actually deny a solo, and this should work quite well. You're seeing that Althor is actually forced to use Q to last hit. That's going to leave him very much denied. I really, really like this choice. And look, you see Skyyart not farming Q at all either. This is really, really smart. Right now, I think they should switch their top and bottom lane. I mean, Skyyart does have teleport. It shouldn't be that hard to do. They need to send Tristana back right now, or even just Janna back. Teleport Nasus over, and then go for it. Because they will get
nice power chords.
Yeah.
Good damage. We are going to see him just regen up. He does have that regrowth pendant, so that's going to help him out quite a bit.
Yep. Althor still, though, has just regen most of his health back. Does not, has not used a health potion just yet.
No.
JothY coming by. Bigfat already playing defensively, getting around there. JothY will try to Q. Will not try to Q. Keeping Caitlyn back, though.
That was a good jump by Bigfat. Yeah.
Honestly, he should go back in and just deny him some more. I think that's a mistake. He's going to go top, I guess. But I don't think they have enough damage output here. I don't think they can really kill Brand Sona.
Brand went for EQ, so he does have the stun. He will be able to get him out there. And he's coming in fast. Elementz actually perfect timing. He was going to go ward. He flashes right out of the fear. Nice job there. But the Elementz doing a very nice job. Would have actually had that ward in time, but JothY just made too fast of an approach on that top lane.
Yep. And Hotshot has 5 minions right now, so he's not doing too terribly because Nasus only has 2. Now 3, but meanwhile the mid lane casted at 11.
Oh, Hotshot first blooded down bottom. Not at all. He was actually chased past the turret, and we did see that he got ignited by that, chased by it. It was only hitting the minions. The ignite did not take off the call for help, and we're going to see Saint coming down bottom. That actually happened quite quickly. Sorry we missed that one.
So I retract what I said about, hey man, so I think Hotshot's outlanding SYPHER here because he's got more minions than, of course, getting first blooded. Don't want to feature on a 400 gold. Seems like not the thing to do. So 2 in Q, 1 in Wither so far from Skyyart. If you wanted to, you could always put a lot of points in
push mid here. They are going again. They're just taking everything from you. They don't want you to be talking.
Don't. Althor going to cleanse away from this. Will be a flash from Caitlyn. Now Saintvicious not in good shape anymore. Trying to get out. Will flash and powerball. But that's 2 flashes burned for CLG. Of course, the cleanse was used. And not the flash used for either of SYPHER. So this is actually quite the advantage there.
So much aggression in each lane. Now Skyyart was full health. Now down to 50%. A very nice job. Elementz actually using all the power chords that he can after those 3 spells to do damage to Skyyart. And he's doing a very nice job of doing damage as well as Brand, that passive just burning right through the regrowth pendant every time he can get it on.
And yeah, he's hitting him pretty hard. You know, we're going to look at the passive from Sona. It's going to hit 14 plus 9 times level, so 27 plus 14. And that's going to be doubled, so that's a decent amount of damage there. And again on a Hotshot, actually. They're jumping in. Lounet and Pyri going to knock him up with a... Oh, wow. Again picked up by Lounet. Nice job there. That damage output is more than you would think, but they're getting him from like half health. And suddenly, they're doing quite amazingly. Now, we saw this a while before where we saw the bottom lane kind of get pushed around, and it still worked out. It actually was CLG, too.
Yeah, they were able to bring Althor down bottom for a quick 2 early kills, but it was not onto Hotshot. So really, this is exactly what I said they needed to do, is shut down Hotshot and shut down Saintvicious. If those tanks really don't act as tanks, they are just going to be blown through like any other champion.
Skyyart, you can see, try to use that Q, get that stack going. Only at 27 right now. We'll see how it goes.
Cho'Gath building the Frozen Heart. Looks like Bigfatlp has been forced to go through all 3 pots. And we have seen Althor back and grab the Doran's Ring. He's going to have some nice mana regen from that, as well as he also got himself a mana potion and 3. A nice ward going out. He sees Saint is actually backing. So for, a few seconds, the lanes are going to feel quite safe about what they're doing.
Yep, and the funny thing is here, it's a level 6 versus 4. And look, he just plays aggressively. And look, he's just pushing around Hotshot. E comes down as well. No Rupture coming out. He's hitting him pretty hard. Wow, he's still onto that. Half health on Hotshot. Skyyart will try to lifesteal back. Hotshot, of course, going to chug a couple of potions. He might be all right here. But already an excellent start here. Althor surprisingly still at 22 minions. Not terrible, although 46 on Caitlyn is significantly higher. Brand at 38 as well. So I mean, the minion kills are definitely in the advantage of CLG, but of course those 2 kills, you can see that 900 gold advantage, quite good. And that's going to probably play out very, very well for the French team of SYPHER.
Looks like Saintvicious kind of heading down in the jungle, is not really giving. Oh, there's a level up by HotShot, and he gains quite a bit of health off of that one. Skyyart didn't want to really attack too much more. Get the HP pots going as well, chugging those down. And yeah, you said they have to switch the lanes back up. It really wasn't working out for him. And HotShot at these levels can probably stop a little bit of Skyyart's attacks.
Yeah, he's probably going to be okay at this point. He'll be able to sustain in this lane. The Nasus does not harass so very hard that he can't just sort of regain with his passive, that Carnivore. They'll give him health and mana whenever he kills an enemy unit.
Looks like Nocturne is JothY finishing up those golems in his jungle. Is going to start to, I believe, the red. He has not grabbed that yet. We're going to see possibly a gank middle after he does take this. Oh, he's going to go right by his red. Not worried. Actually, because they have the CV. Very nice job by Elementz throwing that out there, figuring out where JothY is. As I said before, that really leaves the lanes to farm cautiously and know that they have a little bit of time at least if they want to push for an attack or really get some aggression on and use their abilities for damage on the enemy instead of creep farming. Dragon is up, and we do have a ping on that.
Yeah, that was, I think, from Purple Team as well. So CLG, I think, wants to position for it. CLG has recalled, but, or HotShot has recalled. He does have teleport up in like 4 seconds, 1 and 0. So HotShot can show up whenever he wants. He is level 6, so he will have Feast for that fight in about 20 seconds when it comes off of cooldown. And that might be just enough to make them get a dragon attempt. You see Brand kind of cheating over to that side, drops a ward down. Yeah, I think they might start to get ready for this in the near future. Althor getting shoved around a little bit. Bigfatlp just super farming in this lane, has the highest minions in the game, although Tristana is right behind that, so both of these players last hitting exceptionally well.
Pushing the turret a little bit down bottom, they do see Zephyr on to Chauster. Chauster kind of answered back with a Pillar of Flame. Pyri was able to get out of that one alive. He's just kind of going back and forth between that bush. He has really good vision towards the dragon. And it's also going to make the other team think, you know, we're doing this. However, they also have vision. So that mind game not working out as well as they would hope. Wolf Camp come up. Wraith Camp is up. We can see JothY still in his jungle. Still hasn't gotten that red as well. It looks like he may be going for it soon. He won't level off either of the camps if he goes to get him. And no, he's going to go behind red and possibly start to push bottom.
Yeah, we'll see what the Nocturne is up to. He certainly is level 6. Going to follow him for a little bit. See what he ends up doing for this. He wants to see Caitlyn, but Caitlyn is far away. Nasus Cho still just kind of butting heads, farming minions right now. Cho getting back into this game, does have a Philo Stone, 48 minions on him. Actually not very far behind this Nasus. And there we go, SYPHER are going for the attempt onto the dragon. They have a pink ward down. Looks like CLG are moving. There is the Clairvoyance down as well. JothY taking a lot of damage here.
Teleport from HotShot on the bottom ward. They did not see him coming in there. Could he get the rupture off? Oh, he just ate Nocturnes. JothY got eaten straight up. Saint goes down. The Brand ulti coming out doing a very nice job there. Nasus is able to take down Saintvicious. As they continue to follow, we do see Janna go down. That's going to be Pyri falling quite hard. HotshotGG finally falls as it is a 2v2 situation. It's about 100% HP versus not, and they are not going to want that situation. Oh, whoa, Elthor still caught. Riffs right by. Can Bigfatlp Calibernet into this and get the attack? They have the Nocturne ulti coming off. Very nice job. He is actually all the way in base, and that was just used as utility to help his team get away.
All right, excellent job. You saw that Lounet did actually stay there and just keep on the dragon the entire time, took that down, and they traded 2 kills for 2, but CLG are positioned to take a turret in response, and this is going to be nice. You know, that fight went 2-2, and they lost the dragon, but they're positioned to do a lot of damage here on the turret, so they almost equalized that entire fight despite being late to the dragon.
I was wondering, I'm like, is he going to eat Nocturne or is he going to eat the dragon? And then just Nocturne fell to the ground.
Yeah, I think that was the right choice, of course. Nocturne would have that smite, and then you saw Rammus running around, but I think maybe his smite was down or he simply died too quickly, but like that dragon was super low, and Rammus was right there. That would have been so good for CLG if they managed to steal that away. They were not quite able to, unfortunately for them. But they're back to the farm game, and now Skyyart, of course, wearing a double buff, is going to make HotShot a little bit scared, and this is going to be some pressure. You see him take quite a bit of damage here.
He's getting quite swole by that Wither. Almost trying to try. He's like, should I turn around and attack? Wow. All the way down below half health right there, and he only moved about 5 steps. Very nice job by Skyyart to stick with that, knowing he can take a few shots from the turret. Going to get a little bit of HP back as he just goes and slams things with his Q.
Yep. Max gun reduction right now should go for the turret pressure. I'm surprised he's not doing anything about it. I guess he has no ward coverage and should be afraid of Rammus for good reason. And he's going to just start last hitting these minions down. And look at that.
Saintvicious coming up. They do have the clairvoyance on him, so he's going to have to dodge these minions. Oh, he rolled right into one early. Unfortunate there. They could have gotten somewhat of a fight on Skyyart. Probably would have just used Fury of the Sands. He would have been able to get that quite easily, especially blue and red buff. Turn around, slow your opponent, just kite him out of that.
Yep, Skyyart just going to take the minion and say, hey, Hotshot, you want a recall? I got Spirit Fire. How do you feel about Spirit Fire? Oh, you don't like it. I see. And so, yeah, he's doing pretty well here, getting some minions out. Actually, whips that last hit, missing out on one of those Q stacks. Such a noob.
Gotta have it. Looks like we're going to see JothY creep up here. We have seen this a lot. This is a good way for the jungler to come in. You think you're safe in lane, and that jungler comes right out of your bush. You know, Saintvicious hasn't been thinking, or Cho'Gath, HotshotGG that is, to ward this top bush, so it's a great game to play against their opponent. And we'll see if they can get anything to come out on this. He does get that one Q. He has the tremors and the taunt. So Saint may be feeling pretty good about this, and that's exactly what Skyyart wants. But here comes Hotshot, and what they thought was a 2v1 becomes a 2v2. Stops that one. And it looks like, oh no, they're going to get the fear here. Will it walk him into the turret? Yeah, pretty much does. He's only going to take a little bit of damage. Very nice rupture to stop that. But he could still be dove here.
Yeah, they could re-up on this one. Hotshot, yeah, and they're going to go into the ultimate. Saintvicious is nearby. They're doing a lot of damage here. They will try to pick this one up, but Hotshot getting that feast off in time will trade back with JothY, though. Actually, no, sorry, not Hotshot. Saintvicious did get the kill, but it seems the buff wore out because now Saintvicious is not wearing double buff. Nasus's buffs ran out just in time to not give those away. It's pretty convenient for SYPHER, of course, but they basically just traded kills on the top solo, and I'm not sure who came out ahead there. I guess they did burn away some of Hotshot's feast stacks, but at the same time, they've now lost time on that Nasus farming his Q, so there's no guarantee on who came out ahead there. Althor's still trying to farm out, but Azil has not really built any bonus health. He's going to keep trying to harass against Bigfatlp, but of course, with that Vamp Scepter, not going to take a lot of damage.
That's so great that he just went for the early Vamp. Althor can't do anything but use his mana up, and really, you know, Bigfatlp has abilities that use mana, but his damage is going to come from standing there. So he can make Althor use those Qs all day. Like you said, Althor has to last hit with it. He has to semi-damage with it. This is going to help out a lot. He will be donated blue buff here, and I think Bigfatlp could be in trouble in mid if he can get riffed on enough times.
That's true. I mean, being able to spam Q as a Cassidy will definitely allow you to start pressing your advantage against the enemy lane. And yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of counterattack available because they're silenced. They can't exactly just throw spells at you in return. They've got to sort of understand it's coming in and sort of preempt that. I'm actually going to send Althor top against Hotshot. That's going to be interesting because actually he could probably do a lot to mess with him. He actually might be able to zone Hotshot decently because Hotshot's kind of all armor. You're going to see the lane switch come out. Yep, between Hotshot and Bigfatlp. They're like, no. Let me go ahead and not do that real quick.
Very nice job there, Hotshot, for to leave that lane because they're actually meeting in the middle as they would just, you know, at a minute and 30 seconds. Very nice job there. Hotshot nor Bigfatlp, I should say Chauster. No, yeah, it is Bigfatlp. Lose XP in that situation.
Yep, they had the lanes pushed properly. It was a good job by them. You see that Caitlyn's actually out CSing Tristana right now, 119 to 125.
Althor already backing. Are they going to go back to mid?
He's reflecting towards top.
Yep.
All right, fair enough. I'm surprised. SYPHER has actually better mobility there because I think Nasus... No, I mean, Hotshot has overrated boots. I guess he's a little bit faster there, but, you know, Blue Buff Cassidy gets around the map pretty quickly. Doesn't really matter, I suppose. They do want to not waste too much time and just kind of let that Nasus farm up that Q. Whichever lane's probably going to be okay.
JothY looking to push a little bit into the jungle, but it looks like he doesn't. I don't know. His Wriggles is not up. Maybe that's what he was looking for, to place a ward. He still has about 25 seconds left on his Wriggle before he can do that again. Good pushing down bottom lane. They got the turret below half health. They will be moving up towards Dragon. Maybe they do see a little bit of vision. A Hurricane popping up Chauster as he tries to do a little bit of poke damage to Janna.
Yeah, let's see. Althor, level 11. Could definitely pressure this Caitlyn. I really think he could kind of just jump and burst and then stay in that fight. Caitlyn not having a lot of damage yet. Does have the BF sword, which is actually going to help against that fight, but I still think Althor could do a lot to mess with him. And SYPHER going for their second dragon now. Caitlyn too far to help. Will push the turret. Almost guaranteed to be a turret kill after the next wave shows up. And they are 4 strong here. It's looking very likely for SYPHER to take this one down. They will do so. Cassidy keeps mid from getting pushed, but here comes Rammus. But there's a teleport from Skyyart. Gets taunted in. Could take a ton of damage here. Not in great shape. Walks into a trap as well. Because of that taunt, leaves him in one place. but he's going to live for now. A lot of armor, of course, from the Glacial Shroud means Kate doesn't hit him too terribly hard, but he's losing a lot of turret health. Wither comes off. He's afraid to go in there, so he's just kind of just staying back of the turret, but he'll lose his turret if he doesn't pressure Big Fat, so this is a little bit scary for him.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very careful.
Oh,
Nice
sorry,
job
bottom
down bottom. They were able to take out Tristana. She goes jumping away. I believe it looks like a Blaze had killed her. She's quite out of range for both Sona. Alt and Ignite is quite painful, especially with that Ablaze doing a % damage on your health. It looks like they will have a 2v3 situation up top. They should be able to take this turret quite easily. Saintvicious should just walk in there and turn Tremors on, and it's going to be it. They do block the vision off there. Cassidy about to rift over the wall. Will he be able to do enough damage? They're leaving the turret up for way too long. And what Tremors could have done to that turret in a few seconds, they are taking quite a bit of damage, but they're returning. Very nice job. HotshotGG acting as bait, staying in that one. Nasus tries to dodge that shot, but he stands or tries to dodge getting out of it, but gets hit by it. They were trying to give that one to Nocturne.
Maybe he thought he was going to go down just to auto attacks and said, well, at least Nocturne can survive this one.
Right.
But an amazing job by CLG to actually come out of that one with 2 kills. And oh, Nocturne about to get caught, and he's going to flash in. Can he shield it? No, he won't shield it in time. This is looking very, very bad. Will he dodge the Q? He tries to put up the fear. No, Saintvicious with the kill. Nice job there by CLG, taking 3 kills on a turret and reversing this game's fate so far. They're up 2 turrets to none. They did push down bottom after that Tristana kill. And CLG now in the driver's seat again in this game. Excellent job by them.
Yeah, that was a very nice job. Saintvicious had red on that, so he knew to follow. He knew he was slowing. Actually grabbed it just a fresh blue right there, so that's quite nice for him. Bigfatlp is going to have a blue for himself as well, and that looks like it was also freshly grabbed. So a real big advantage on CLG's side to be able to stay in lane, spam their abilities, and do a lot of damage right now.
Yep, Skyyart at 258 right now. Not in the best of shape, but he's trying to catch back up. He's going for that Trinity Force next. You're going to see he's got parts of a lot of different items. He's got the Zeal, but then he's kind of like half building towards a Shirelia's. And, yeah, we'll see if that pans out for him, of course. We did see that, pan out against Curse, where they were actually losing for quite some time. Then it was like, well, plus 600 damage Qs. I think we'll be okay. But it's going to be dangerous on either way. You see Pyri doing a pretty good job of trying to clear out wards. Finds another one. And he's really just dominating this ward game against Elementz. I don't think we have... let me find Elementz. He does still not have an Oracle, so that's not the business right now.
Nice job in mid. Big Fat just using his ultimate to deter here and try to take this turret. Very nice job on the focus. They're going to be able to get that one down. I believe that is our second turret here against... That's third. Yeah, they did grab top because Nasus's coin was covering that. Yes, they do have 3. The front line of defense has been destroyed, and they may be going for Nasus right here. The Powerball, nice job. He's going to be able to get the taunt on, and everybody going on the opposite direction here. But they do see that SYPHER is behind them. So very smart move for them to get out of that situation instead of just want that kill on Nasus. The Wither just slowing down so much. Bigfatlp now slowed even more. One more Q and he goes down, hit up. And he will go down in that fight. Skyyart and his team chasing now the fear onto Hotshot. Really not too many people that they're worried about in that one. Hotshot just pushed against the wall so he didn't get stunned up too much. This turret hopefully providing enough for protection. Hotshot goes down. Tremors are on for Saint, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They're doing a great job at microing who is taking that damage from the turret. And a beautiful job by Team SYPHER absolutely running through the jungle to grab all of those 3 kills onto CLG.
Yep, 3 kills picked up there. We see CLG trying to push back in towards mid, but with only a couple of minions there, they're only going to get it down to about 3/4 before having to leave. Yep, they've run out of health there. Element's going to tank a little bit too much damage. And they're going back for it. But, you know, SYPHER, I'm pretty sure Nasus is really good at killing turrets. So that's going to be not good news for CLG. You're going to see that damage output is massive, and of course has infinite mana pretty much as well. Teleport coming in from Hotshot. Nocturne goes on though, and actually they've pushed up towards mid. Chauster not in good shape here, and JothY, going to take a little bit of damage there for the Opa, dodges the Q, doesn't get stunned, picks up that kill, and now Elementz gets slowed up by Cassidy. Silence comes on as well. They're going to pick up another kill, and so delayed ace against CLG. Hotshot able to defend that turret as it goes down to a 1/4 health, but Skyyart looking pretty happy here, takes another minion away.
Wow,
yeah,
great turnaround here by SYPHER. A lot of those fights just in favor. CLG, you can see not with the amount of poke game they had last time. These fights are happening a lot faster, and it's going in SYPHER's advantage a lot quicker as well. They're not able to be in and out. Hotshot is taking that damage, and they're really focusing him down. That's exactly what I said they needed to do. You know, usually it's like we have 4 people chasing Hotshot, but they have been denying him the farm that he requires. He does have 109, but they're at 130s and 150s on the board, so he's definitely going to need to get that armor up. He still has the Frozen Heart to build. He's got himself an Alicia's Miracle to get that tenacity, since he goes for always his Ninja Tabi on Cho'Gath and his Dodge Runes. So he will have that mana regen and health that he requires. A little bit of focus here as we do see a blue trying to be grabbed by Skyyart. He is going to be 2v1. That's Fury of the Sands going off, and he's going to turn around to fight here. The team's about to meet a Dragon. Dragon is not up, but that is where it is going to go down. Hotshot will fall. One of the tankiest people going down quite fast. Will they be taking out a beautiful shot coming from the hands of Bigfatlp onto Nasus there. We are going to see Pyri go down as they continue, or Skyyart rather, as they continue to manage this fight in their favor. SYPHER, like I said, making these fights happen a lot faster and just coming out on top of them a lot more than the first game.
Yep, Skyyart doing a great job there. Actually managed to basically bait a 3-for-1. He did die for it, but hey, if you're going to kill off, 3 pretty important members of the enemy team, I say go for it. And now we see again the attempt on Dragon, the 3rd in a row. SYPHER doing an excellent job of timing these and staying on them every single time. Lounet is tanking it, but knows that he won't get stopped here. And they finally traded in 1 turret. They got that top turret a little while back. They're still down 3-1 on turrets, but they're up 3-0 on Dragons, and they're up 5 champion kills. It's built them a 4,000 gold lead, and they want to keep this.
Let's see what they can do. They do see the wards going out onto Baron. They have destroyed a few there. Nice job by Elementz. A little bit of jungle invasion here, but they're really just trying to peek and see what's going on.
Yep, right now it's going just well again for SYPHER. Nasus' ult is back. Of course, he's got pretty much max cooldown reduction. So that's always happy for him. You see his Q at 2.76 seconds, and he's got it, by the way, up to 348 bonus. So he's one-shotting ranged minions. That's where you want to start. 700 damage crits when you land them. Not a bad thing to have.
Doesn't hurt.
Doesn't suck. Well, it hurts a lot, actually. Just it doesn't suck.
Doesn't suck.
There you go. I was worried there. You almost, you almost lied to the viewers here.
We're going to see Lounet with blue buff. Looks like he's grabbing that from somebody off the kill. We're going to go bottom here. Well, yeah, it's almost over half. So, oh, wow, look, gathering to middle in here, or gathering together in middle here. In the correct context. We do have some cupcakes going down. Everybody loves cupcakes. Looks like that one will be unused. Just going to gather some dust as the minion wave is pushed over it. Dragon may be coming up soon, but right now the focus would be on a Baron if that were to happen. We do have some people backing, so nothing really in the mind of CLG to go on in the next few minutes. They are going to prep for this next fight. I believe their buffs are going to be down for a considerable amount of time, maybe a minute and a half or 2 or more. So once they prep for this fight, it's definitely going to be all to the lane and to get it done.
Yeah, and we see that Nasus is running around farming quite successfully. Going to drop off his last few minions. And by the way, he's just basically playing the HotshotGG role. But Hotshot actually not running that role is with his team. And they're actually invading the jungle right away. And this is pretty interesting. They've clairvoyance JothY. He knows to be afraid. They haven't seen the enemy team. And they're going to invade and take the red away. This is very, very smart by CLG. They know Nasus is away, and they're going to take objectives because of that. And it's a smite in from Rammus. He will take that away. And he's getting pretty close to having Shirelius. He's got the 2 pieces of it. Has not combined just yet, but he's getting there. You can always see Skyyart just still farming up. 700 damage crits. When he has that Q on, he's getting up higher. JothY actually going offensively. He's got a Brutalizer.
Very nice. Yeah, getting the Aegis for his team, thinking he needs to do a little bit more damage. Obviously, that shield is going to help him as well from Janna if he's the one to take it before he ulties. Hotshot getting harassed a little bit up top, and they are going to send Cassid in there too. Rifts over the wall. Good amount of damage. Wow, bursting right out of the beginning. They're going to be able to take down Hotshot here. He thought he was perfectly safe. Oh,
maybe
can
they
he get in range for the Q? He's just making it out alive. No, the Q goes down. And they do negate the vision as they start the fight in middle as well. A very nice buster shot from Lounet pushes Saint out of the way, and he will not be able to stop. But wow, SYPHER just kind of pauses there for a second and gets taken down in a few seconds. Nice job on the trade for the turret. Overall, SYPHER just made more money on that fight.
Yep, they basically won a 4v3, taking down 2. Janna died right away. Sona picked up that kill, which is kind of interesting to me. Support on support action. And then JothY ran over a trap, got owned by Brand pretty hard. And
that was a try. I did not see the trap. That is why I was still scrolling down.
Actually, maybe I'm done. Maybe it was just well, it was a Brand stun. Maybe that was all it was. But certainly was CC'd in some form. Unable to move. Died rather quickly. Blue is gone, which is happy for SYPHER because CLG would have stolen it. And they're pinging Baron. Blue team, SYPHER pinging Baron. They are going to CV. They see that it's not being taken. A ward goes down from Elementz. That'll be helpful. for CLG. With the JothY having died, has to rebuy that Oracles. Not a happy place to be in. Elementz, I think, still wearing the original one. And Althor going to take down blue. Has a death cap as well. That's very, very strong there. SYPHER does want to have a death cap on that Kassadin. You see the spell damage out there. Almost 500 from his Null Spheres. Almost 500 from Force Pulse. Ult's going to hit for about 280. And, of course, that's going to stack up as well.
See, they may be able to take out this turret. If they kind of, Lounet could kind of just stand in there and do some long-range attacks, at least get a few hits on there. Anything helps. Blue buff has come up. They do have vision on where SYPHER is right now, so they're really not going to be worried about taking that. Looks like they will be giving this to Chauster. Very nice job. Elementz going around, finding wards and placing. HotshotGG back to his normal farming top. See what he has as he finished the Frozen Heart. He has finished that. Looks like he may be going for a Banshee's Veil. Or, he usually likes to build his Guardian Angel, so we'll have to see. He does have that Null Magic.
Yeah, Skyyart right now doing a good job. He's got a little bit more code reduction. Has the Trinity Force as well. And he's just sort of building up stacks right now. So it's a good place to be in.
Looks like this turret's about to go down. Nice job.
4 for 4, actually. SYPHER managed to equalize all the turret gains. And that's actually very, very strong there, considering they're still up 3 dragons. The 4th should be pretty soon in the next 20 seconds, I believe. They're already moving down for it a little bit. There's a ward been spotted. Pyri getting something out of that one. Skyyart, his teleport is up, so he can just keep farming and then support his team later on. But instead of using that, he's actually going to run down and help his team out because there's going to be a fight in mid pretty soon. Hotshot's teleport is up, and he is 5 stacks right now.
Let's see what he is doing. Looks like he's going to head back actually into middle with his team. Maybe Dragon's coming up. They're really focusing on this one. And CLG is going to contest the Dragon as well. They do know that they're coming down. It actually looks like Saint running in a little too early there. Gets caught. The fear coming out. They are forced to flash and get over that wall. A very nice crescendo as SYPHER gets pinched into that choke point around the backside of the blue buff. Very nice focus here as they are able to take out Tristana. Lounet now no longer able to help his team. The Buster Shot utility and push them away, but very nice job by Pyri to slow them down on the attack there. Saint being chased down. Will he be able to get out alive? He just got flashed on. Almost queued. He stays alive, though. Very nice job by his team thwarting the movement of Skyyart, and it looks like they will be able to take him down. A valiant attempt by Skyyart as he chased down Saintvicious with less than 100 HP. Bigfatlp also not giving up on Althor. That's quite a hard chase, but she does have that caliber net. Oh, gets the vision on him just in the last second, and he's down to 203 HP. Pretty close to death, but he will be able to make it back nice and safe.
She should have queued first. I don't think he knew he was getting revealed because he recalled there, but they had the clairvoyance, and I think he would have just been completely surprised by the Q into the ult. Muddy got him the kill that way, but either way, they certainly won that fight. Very exceptional play by Counter Logic, and they've equalized the kill score. They're going to get their first dragon of the game. And suddenly, they've gotten this game only 200 gold apart. Now, I still would be afraid of that Nass if I were them. It's still going to grow over time, but they finally got the team fight to go correctly. The Tristana kind of walked into the enemy team, got jumped on by Cho'Gath very successfully. And honestly, like Tristana against that armor stack, like, yeah, it's got some pretty good damage, some good attack speed, but you're facing a Rammus and a Cho. Good luck being useful to your team.
Yeah, pretty much. Wow, flashed in here aggressively going after Bigfatlp. They want any advantage they can to get this next Baron. They were going to flash in there, take it, and make everybody from bottom come top. But right now, if they see Tristana and Nocturne down bottom, they could easily start to go and contest this Baron.
Yeah, that's actually very, very true. All 5 alive on both sides. See if they do much. Good Q spam from the Bloodthirster. Actually is stacked up this time. So, you know, in reading comments after the games yesterday, they're talking about how, you know, why do they keep going, Bloodthirster if you're behind because you keep dying and losing all your stacks. But this time, Caitlyn not having gone down in a while is nice and stacked up. Team fight may occur here. Nocturne's nearby. Rupture goes off. Will land onto Nasus. They do want to probably kill him.
Shirelius goes off. Go ahead.
Yeah, and they're going to go in here. Chauster in the fray. An ult goes off. JothY getting low, but has a spell shield on. And wow, they got right on a Chauster. Caitlyn got the kill on Tristana, though, so now who's going to be more important, the ranged AD or the mage? Well, by the way, Nasus going to be the one who's important here. JothY knocking back the tanks. JothY in bad shape, getting silenced out, but trying to get away. Elementz will die to that Q. Nasus with 3 kills so far in the fight. Will he go for the penta? He's trying to chase down onto Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath is kind of stuck right here. Saintvicious might get away as well, but Pyri will try to slow. And actually, they had a miscommunication there because Rammus got slow but is going to get away. There's some more spam coming out there. Hotshot will fall down to Althor, and they're going to get 4 kills for the 1. And will they have enough to try to take Baron down as 4 champions?
Like they do have quite a bit of strength as long as JothY doesn't get in there too close. He knows he can't because he is a melee character, and if he gets too close, the Baron will start to attack you. It looks like he has enough range to be there, making sure Skyyart is hugging up on Baron right now. And Rammus come in. Saint may try to flash on and steal this for his team, seeing that it's a little bit too much health.
He's going to take JothY.
Very nice job.
He could go down as well. He gets 2.
Wow.
He might get Althor. Oh, man. Good down to Baron.
Oh, my Lord. Saintvicious playing an amazing role right there, just heading straight into the fight, sacrificing himself for a saved Baron and 2 kills of his own. Amazing.
Yep, excellent stuff there. And now CLG is like, hey, so we have a lot of damage output. How do you guys feel about Baron? It feels pretty good. Let's do it. That's pretty excellent. So they're going to push in their Hotshot. Going to be the tank for obvious reasons.
Tiny.
Yeah, he's only 3 stacks.
Oh, wow. Tristana coming out from the back end there. A few shots onto Bigfat, and Tristana could definitely trade shots. I think Bigfat or Lounet would win that one, though, in the end with that Q that he could use.
Can Althor get this burst in time? It's going to go down for CLG. Hotshot in front. Ult goes off. This could hurt them a lot, but Hotshot will fall down. Naz has showed up. He's going to flash over. Can he get the rest of these kills? He's been exhausted. Tristana's trying to come in there. Rocket Jump seems to not still be up. Going to flash in, though. That's 1 more picked up by Althor. So they picked up 2 for the Baron. They're going to steal red as well. They need to get 1 more objective off of this, though. A turret will make it pretty much an equal opportunity there because the Baron buff's going to kind of play out and give them more map positioning and map power. So we'll see if Cypher can do much here. Tristana is farming away. Skyyart doesn't want to fight the turret when a Rammus is nearby. Lounet takes some damage, but now they can probably go for it as 3. Saintvicious can't quite out-tank that. Skyart's going to wither him. I don't know if that's exactly the right choice. Chauster's nearby, has a death cap and a Rylaze. Skyyart taking that turret right now, doing some damage here. Saintvicious in the middle. JothY getting hit pretty hard, but that shield actually doesn't block anything. The turret does go down. Nice job by Cypher. And now I think it was ultimately a good trade for Cypher. That Baron gave away 2 to 3 kills and a turret. From at that point, Cypher's pretty happy with the results there. You see Brand and Rammus actually not wearing that. Was still dead. That's actually a pretty big... it's kind of unfortunate there, actually. But Brand going to get that golem buff pretty successfully. Going to be happy about that one.
Oh.
Actually whiffs it. Sorry about that. I had said, I'm going to go back to my spawn. And he's like, but I want to kill you.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get that. That's going to be an exponential amount of blue regen for his mana. So that'll be very nice for the next fight in them. Chauster up top, or actually Bigfat. I'm just going off the regular what they play, but they have changed roles this game. If you have not noticed, Chauster is on the AP carry, and we do have Bigfat usually playing a little bit of AD. He is doing that for himself again.
Yep, Althor in mid. Does have the Archangels now. Spellvent might be next. Could be Void Staff, though. There's a lot of MR on some of these guys. You see the 161 there onto Rammus. 84 already on Caitlyn just by being near Sona in the Aegis.
And they're actually quite on their heels right now. Cypher doing a very nice job of map control, even though that some of them still have Baron on CLG's side. They are not pushing too aggressively right now and still allowing Cypher Skyyart to farm up that Nasus. As you said, almost getting a pentakill in the other game if he just had a little bit more movement speed. Critting for 1,129 with that. That's going to be some pain.
Absolutely the case here. Cypher actually on the back foot. It's so great. CLG seems to like lose fights. Then are like, we're going to push now, and you're going to go ahead and retreat against us. And CLG are knocking on the inhibitor turret's door. Traps are coming down. This is really nice from CLG. They're going to be able to sit behind those traps, sit behind those tanks, and really just go artillery style. We'll see if it works out for him. Althor going to jump in onto Saint. Nice bit of damage done there. He's a Thornmail, by the way, so Saint really not going to die to Tristana, like, at all. And I guess Nasus is the same way. They are 2 very deadly champions here. Armor's going to be useful here.
We'll really have to see what they can produce in this next fight. Looks like they do have some pings going down. They are trying to formulate on that position. Nothing going, though. They're going to try to push up onto this middle inhibitor for themselves. Nice attacks there onto Saintvicious, just trying to poke down a little bit of damage. So far, Cypher and CLG all putting out amazing team fights. And really the next one, if it's under a turret for CLG, they will be able to win it quite easily. But the mid battle, if it goes off in lane, it's anybody's fight at this point.
Yep, and right away the Dragon attempt. SYPHER going to get their, 4-1 on Dragons, 5-4 on turrets, 0-1 on Barons, and CLG is going to come in for the fight. Saintvicious is going to try to catch up to them. Skyyart's nearby. They're going to want to go in on this. They do need to catch up with Skyyart. Bigfatlp getting jumped on by JothY. There's Saintvicious in the middle, and they're going to jump past him. Go for Chauster. Are the taunts going to be enough? And
nice
the dance is a
ulti.
lot. Skyyart does take down Chauster, and now it's Saintvicious. Going to get jumped on pretty hard here. Will go down Lounet running, of course, afraid of Thornmail. Skyyart has taken down 2 now. JothY does take down BigFatGG. That's 3 deaths, and now on to Hotshot. Hotshot down a half health. Skyyart still in the middle of all this one. JothY going to show up. A lot of damage coming out. Althor trying to chase out into Elementz. Still has blue buff. Will chase some more, and now 2 spells from killing Elementz, turning it into an ace. Q goes out, and the Riftlock, and they've picked up all 5 from CLG, and they're back now onto the turret here, trying to take this one down, trying to get the inhibitor, and this is 0 deaths from SYPHER. They're onto this inhibitor, and it looks like they're poised to take game 2 in about 38 minutes. They're going to keep moving. Will they go for the Nexus? They will go for the Nexus turrets. They have about 15 seconds now, and this actually might be enough for them. They're pushing down the second turret, and SYPHER looks like they will take game 2 of this best of 3 and move it on to a 3rd game for the 3rd place match at IEM New York this year, and an excellent play by SYPHER. That comp was ridiculous. That Nasus played phenomenally, and well played to them.
Really an absolutely amazing game, and I'd like to say hello to the main stage. This is the 3rd and 4th place matchup we have here going on between SYPHER and CLG. CLG coming out with a win in the first match. That first match over an hour long. Right now, a 37 matches. SYPHER turned it around, really talked to themselves, and they figured out what was going on. They brought themselves a way better match right there. They did not give CLG enough time to farm up and really take it to them as they did in game 1. So now, as you said, Phreak, we will have game 3, and we're about to see that in just a few minutes here. How did you feel about that game?
That game was just really a pleasure to watch. I love seeing that farm Nasus just chunk people in the face. I'm kind of expecting a Nasus ban now just because it seemed to work so well against them. And it seems like every game these teams learn a little bit more about each other. And they're like, okay, well, we're going to ban that Urgot because we saw it, the very first game of the day. And that was all that. And then they're going to see, those bans kind of filtering in. And then, we'll see how that pans out. But I kind of expect the Nasus ban. I kind of expect them to start shutting down these high-performing champions because they've been winning the game for those teams. That you just see, you see Nasus solo top, and they tried to run a shutdown lane, but the problem is Hotshot got shut down more, so that wasn't all that happy. Cassidy, we had seen banned once in a while, and just wasn't quite enough for him. The Cassidy came through. You'd seen him banned a couple of times. You saw CLG try Cassidy once, and that actually didn't work out for him. And then you see, oh, by the way, Cassidy doing some good stuff, winning them a game.
You know what? I'm not going to lie. I thought the Skyyart pick on Nasus would have been a little too slow and wasn't going to facilitate enough damage because he would be able to hit. He has to walk to the next person. But he really just got himself into the fight and made himself the focal point, made everybody come to him, really played the reverse role that I thought was going to happen. Yeah,
and Shirley's going to do that for you. It really got him into those fights very successfully. His entire team able to do a fair amount of disruption as well. Janna has 2 to 3 crowd controls, depending on if you count the ultimate as one. Tristana with that rocket jump could also push people around a little bit. And Trist played safely enough. Did have a lot of deaths, 5, 3, and 9. Wasn't the giant, you must be afraid of me performer. Of course, that was Nasus for this game. But certainly exerted a fair amount of control there. Had a couple of missteps in some of those fights, but was useful overall for the team. 13.7 thousand gold earned there. Some good stuff happening. And, it's just ultimately a good team effort from SYPHER.
Indeed. I think we're going to lock in Summoner Teleport, and we're actually going to head over to the main stage. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Enjoy this quick commercial break. We have more awesome matches here coming for you from IEM in New York here at Comic-Con. Stay tuned for more League of Legends.
Fourth stop of Season 6 of the Intel Extreme Masters will take place in one of the world's most advanced gaming centers, the Cybersport Arena in Kiev, Ukraine. It will be the first global challenge of the new year 2012, and it'll take place between January 19th till the 22nd. You can expect the best gamers in the world to face off head-to-head in our 3 disciplines, Counter-Strike 1.6, StarCraft 2, and of course League of Legends. Make sure you join us live in Kiev at the Cybersport Arena or here live on ESL TV.
at Comic-Con than a little geek trivia? Yeah, come on. You can't just, it's good stuff, though. So here, let me show you, we're giving away 2 things. Was anybody here yesterday when we did this? There we go. Some people were here yesterday. We can recycle some questions. So if you'll remember back from yesterday, Corey asks the hard questions, and I ask the easy questions. The softball questions, if you will. So if you can answer one of Corey's really hard questions, you can get a copy of a book called Science Fiction Prototyping. And it's about using science fiction to develop games and technology and future products, and Corey's in it. It's pretty cool. Or, if you answer one of my questions, the softball questions, you get T-ball. Yeah, the ball really doesn't even move. So, it's awesome. You'll get this T-shirt, so hold on.
All right.
Something fun to do. There's something in the water, something in the water. There's something in the water that makes me love you like I do. There's something in the water, something in the water. There's something in the water that makes me love you like I do. Get your fives, get your tens, get your 20s out. Get your fives, get your tens, get your 20s out. Get your fives, get your tens, get your 50s out. Get your fives, get your tens, get your 50s out. I'm free. I can spend all my money, but I rock that like it don't cost. That ain't free. Burn a hole in a pocket, but I rock that like it don't cost. got nothing cheaper than my credit score. My wallet's anorexic. Can I pay my rent the next month? I can hear my name calling from stilettos on display. Window shopping's overrated. If I see it, I'ma take it. Gotta stretch that dollar bill, stretch that dollar. This Vogue is only paper. I can't wear the glossy pages. Gotta stretch that dollar bill, stretch that dollar. I'm free. I spend all my money, could rock that like it don't cost a thing. Free. Burn a hole in my pocket, could rock that like it don't cost a thing. Fives, get your tens, get your 20s out. Get your fives, get your tens, get your 20s out. Ooh, get your fives, get your tens, get your 50s out. Ooh, get your fives, get your tens, get your 50s out. I need to marry a man from Bel Air. 1 rack, 2 rack, ladies clear. I can feel an air breath hang on when my coat hangers bankrupt. It don't matter. Girls cut the eye 'cause they so mad. I can look fresh in a potato sack. Need an overdraft on my overdraft. If the bank man calls, just tell him I'm free. I spend all my money, but rock that like it don't cost a thing. Free.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back. We've kind of teleported to the main stage. Joe's going to be sitting in for Phreak until we can get him back up here, or just casting the entire game with me because Joe's awesome.
We're going to see about that. I don't know where Phreak is. He's lost somewhere
in the sea of people.
In the sea of people.
There are just so many. If you're just joining us,
Yeah, go on.
Okay, we have the 3rd and 4th place match going on. A lot of things happening here today, and we also have a lot of stuff that you can do as well for these players if you enjoy them in their match. And let's get what they can vote on for these players.
Yeah, we have an MVP vote over on IntelliXtremeMasters.com. All you have to do, go over there. The winning player who you guys vote to be the MVP of the tournament will win this awesome, brightly coloured, I have to say, hoodie. I carried New York hoodie. Also will win one of these babies, the Intel Core i7 Processor Extreme Edition, plus one of the amazing BenQ 120Hz monitors that the players are playing their tournament on, plus an Intel solid state hard drive, plus a package from Razer with all sorts of goodies in it. So, and you'll be cool.
Yeah,
that's all.
There's a lot of amazing in there, and it's all going to be yours. But you can make that your favorite players. Go ahead and nationalesl.com, get your vote in as well for the MVP of the game, as well as make sure, are they Wednesdays? On the Wednesdays, the Dominion matches, The Dominion matches are on Wednesdays, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
They
going
are.
as well, the 30-person or 32-team, first come, first serve, National ESL Dominion matches. ESL really wants to know, can Dominion be an esport? And you can help improve that. So we're going to see the champion picks right now in game. Actually, CLG versus SYPHER for their last best out of 3. An amazing hour-long game where SYPHER was able to turtle in their base, and CLG came out with the first win. I think it was an hour and 10 minutes long. An amazing game played by both teams. SYPHER able to take the second match, and now bringing it into the third one. SYPHER was able to do that in 37 minutes, however, so they really caught CLG off guard. We can see now CLG going for the Janna pick, which was first pick SYPHER last time. So they're kind of contradicting the bans and really trying to ban out and choose the champions they think they want. You can see at the bottom of the screen, Joe, obviously that Urgot, new Deer band, Hotshot. They banned out Nidalee for him, Cassiopeia as well. And it looks like it's going to be a really good game. That Kog'Maw of the day and week has been banned as well.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that SYPHER, you know, they're not targeting their bans too much at HotshotGG. I made this point before. HotshotGG is an amazing, amazing player. He deserves respect. He deserves to have champions, you know, Nidalee banned against him.
Yes.
But they can't give him too much respect, in my opinion. They have to treat him still as an opponent, someone who's beatable. Because when they get this in their heads that, you know, HotshotGG is untouchable, then it just becomes that in their brain, and something goes wrong for them. It looks like CLG will be going here with the Gangplank for the second pick. Obviously, the first two picks for SYPHER were Tristana and Althor. Lounet, who, you know, amazing Urgot player. I think he's got to play Urgot once in this tournament.
Yep.
Every game after that,
he
he was
did not
banned.
want to see that again. That was really funny. He did play an amazing Urgot, and it's actually, you know, kind of what I believe it was Althor was doing with Cassiopeia, and that Urgot gameplay from Lounet was always coming bottom lane, always being able to take out a lot of early ganks. It really gives SYPHER a big head start on the game and on the positioning and direction of the map, and what that can take. We do see, again, Nasus being picked up for Skyyart. Very nice there. The jungler is going to JothY on that team, so we'll be playing Nocturne. We do see again they have chosen Gangplank on CLG side, Chauster and HotshotGG. Now to make their picks, Chauster and Bigfatlp kind of switching roles a little bit between AP and AD, and we'll have to see if they do it again.
Yeah, we'll see how this one comes in. I like that Skyyart is once again going to have that Nasus. He's played it so brilliantly throughout this entire tournament, and I think the first or second game that we saw from SYPHER, that Nasus was actually banned out there against him. So, you know, they've allowed him to play this one. I guess HotshotGG feeling pretty happy. Interesting choices coming out. Twisted Fate and Vayne. We'll have to see if they are the final choices to lock in. Yeah, just trolled. It's going to be a Zilean pick, maybe, unless they change it back. But that Zilean, obviously, a big favorite in the American metagame.
Now, I was just about to say that Twisted Fate had not been picked, you know, even before IPL. I don't even think did we see him in China?
We did. The Chinese teams used Twisted Fate a lot, actually.
Right on. Right. It was good to counter. A lot of people said to Skara Zakali in IPL, why didn't you choose Twisted Fate? So almost seeing him here in this game, but not. So I digress, and we move on to Zilean as that HotshotGG pick that will most likely be going to Chauster. I'm sorry, Bigfatlp. Unless they change the roles again, we'll have to see what they do. Skyyart to be the last pick. He will be taking what JothY has, so we will have a little switcheroo going on since they have to pick their characters in the best form they think it will counter the other team. You know, they'll see champions that they don't... Whoa, Karthus middle against that Zilean, so that's going to be awesome to see. It's going to be a very early game for Karthus to be able to come up on Zilean. Those time bombs he's going to be able to do, but lay waste is just about every half second, a little bit more, and that is a lot of damage that he can just put out in that front end damage to, I believe it will be, like I said, Big Fat in mid on Zilean.
So we have the bans and the picks, and I am going to change my voice, become American, and wear a strange hat, and change my name to Phreak. Wait, watch this. It's cool.
That worked out pretty well.
My accent changed. Now I sound American and less smart.
All right, guys, so
also,
here we
I've
go.
Lost a bunch of hair. I know I'm being mouthed something. I don't understand.
He hearts
Please
you.
talk some more.
He hearts you. So we're going to see the switches going on. Looks like Saint actually grabbing up for the jungle of Gangplank. They did not like the Rammus last time. Very nice job there. They're going to be able to switch that up. Althor choosing that mid AP as he has been playing for his entire team.
Nice. So he is going to be Karthus, nice. I think this is one of the first times we've actually seen Karthus in this tournament. I think we've seen him once or twice, but he's been a pretty common ban. I think we saw him banned against, I want to say SK a couple of times. We certainly saw it banned against V8 the entire way through.
Don't want to get Phantom Lord that Karthus.
It's actually a very similar lineup. We do have the Reviving Vayne, which is pretty scary. Talking to Epic at IPL, they were like, you don't let us get Zilean and Vayne. That's just silly. We do see, of course, that Kog'Maw ban. Pretty smart. That actually, SYPHER was like, whoa, Kog'Maw, whoa, don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
You did see the cast.
I was surprised how fast York not necessarily dropped off in this tournament, but was unutilized after having matches where Vayne was used with Yorick, and then you get a double Vayne, and that's going to hurt a little bit.
And there is a certain amount of synergy there where you do want those cool comps where it kind of fits together. Where you're like, hey, we have York, giving a Vayne clone, which is going to melt your team. When Vayne dies, she comes back as the ghost from York. When that dies, oh, by the way, Zilean. Like, there's a whole lot that goes on there where Vayne just kind of stays alive and terrorizes your team. But it seems that it's again to the point where right now in the game, players have learned to master some champions, and it's not like this is the best comp necessarily. This is what I'm comfortable with, and I know that I can play better than my opponents with this champion. I know this will work for my team. I'll win my individual part of the game, and then it will come together because we built a pretty decent lineup here. As the game matures, I think we'll see people master more champions that have more comps there. But as some players have mastered York, some have not. They're not going to let those champions kind of go in there. But right now, I am a little bit surprised to see Skyyart be able to reprise his role as Nasus. I expected him to, of course, pick him again if you were able to, but it seems they're more afraid of Urgot, Cassid, and Cassiopeia. They're like, we can probably outlane him. We'll see if that's the case. It did pretty much single-handedly carry that last game, and it seemed to carry their game against Curse as well. But, we'll see if it works out. We see Tristana again coming back in here. They said, what, Caitlyn actually wasn't good enough. Let's go ahead and just go back to Vayne. Vayne, extremely good late game, has a lot of damage output, and will be exceptionally good against this Nasus pick because you can melt through that armor and MR stack. Just go through the health that you get from that ultimate.
Yeah. That's a really big pick, the Vayne pick, because Nasus does get huge. They weren't able to do a lot of damage to him, and now that's not a choice. If Vayne can get 3 shots off, damage is going to happen, and that's what they needed. There's a role where Chauster was playing, remember, as we said, Caitlyn, and his team was getting kills, but he wasn't. And with Vayne, you can still get that damage, even if you're not getting the kills, so you can just build speed. We'll have to see if they do that.
Yeah, and that'll be useful, being able to be a threat even if you don't have a great early game. That's a luxury that Tristana does not have. Now, one thing I want to point out, though, is Tristana Taric, I think, has so much aggression potential against Vayne Janna. Janna can't heal any of the damage that gets dealt, and Vayne is pretty short range, doesn't have amazing escape, has decent escape, can push back Taric, can tumble out of range a little bit, but Tristana will just constantly jump in there, toss out that explosive shot. It's going to be pretty difficult, I think, for CLG's bottom lane to survive this one. And you're right, we do see the people coming back in there. Bigfatlp is the mage once more. He has played a good amount of Zilean. Chauster is back on ranged carry, is a good Vayne player for sure. So we'll see if that ends up being good for them. Althor, of course, still staying as mage. SYPHER not having those role switches that a couple of the American teams seem to do.
See what they decide to push in here. It looks like they are going towards that bottom river bush, and they're just going to kind of hang out here. And they will slowly move into that Wraith Camp area, pinging it. They know, no, they don't exactly know. Lay Waste goes down, and they are going to hide in this bush. It looks like Elementz almost turning around to walk into that. Oh, wow. They're really going to make one of them force a double lift.
It might be the case, although I think none of the CLG members ever walk through this brush. They always go back down to the base. You see Chauster running around inside the base, actually. And they might choose to play just safely enough. It might be okay for them. They're going to actually, looks like they're going to go for some Wraith steals. And yeah, you see Janna making the right choice, going through the base, taking the safe way out. They're going to be all right here, not going to get jumped by the purple team.
Yeah, they're not even going to switch anything up. They really need to keep that Chauster with Elementz. It's going to be really nice for Chauster to get that extra damage from the shield and Janna. I don't think anybody's going to be going down through the jungle. They are going to steal these Wraiths, though. Very nice invasion there. Maybe leaving one so it does not come back up. No, they're going to take them all. Not a problem, though. They're going to get good XP off of that one. And that'll kind of start JothY a little bit ahead for his levels. He may be able to come out of the jungle and gank early. That's really what they're trying to get off of that, as well as counter the jungle of Saintvicious. Just one of those junglers everybody knows in the League of Legends community and esports is a very good jungler to control the entire game by himself.
Absolutely true, and he's going to get nice and pretty much carry status as well. You can see him in there, has used Smite, picked up the 1 kill, and keep moving on, finishing out this camp. But actually, even though they did clear out the Wraith camp, it actually won't respawn that quickly unless Saintvicious goes for a gank, which actually he is, or an invasion. Yeah, he actually might He's going back
he's
and
trolling
forth.
you.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing, but he's trying to do something.
Oh, the CV is up right above him. He did not want to move off of that, and there he goes. His movement is going. Very nice job. His map awareness being very great. He heard that CV go off, and he's like, nobody's placing wards right now. I got to be careful of where I move. And here we go. We are going to see Skyyart taking a little bit of damage here. He looks pretty confident in his positioning. Feral Scream comes out, and there's the parlay, and they take him right down to half HP.
And they're doing a lot of damage here. They're at the bottom of the map.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have somebody that is lost right now. His name is Aiden. He is 6 years old. If you find Aiden, please send him to the casting booth. He's wearing a Joker shirt. If you see Aiden in a Joker shirt, please let him know to come to the IEM casting booth.
All right, and indeed, so we are back to the bottom lane. Sorry, this was a bad interruption for you to make. I didn't quite hear what was going on.
No, it's all right.
All right, so Chauster, Elementz, bottom lane. Pyri playing very aggressively, almost in range for the stun. Chauster having to back off. Does have one rank in that pushback, but actually, yeah, Saintvicious gank will not get a kill. But here comes Nocturne off on a hot shot. Saintvicious chooses to actually break away on the recall. Not in time. That shield from JothY will get slowed quite a bit. Not a whole
The
lot
mom is
being
right over
done.
there.
See in the mid lane, Zilean fighting against Karthus. They're going to be all right here. See the aggression coming on both sides. Yeah, Bigfatlp doing some good harass, though. Althor already chugging through 2 of his health potions, has not gotten his 3rd yet. But he's kind of low on health already. The last one's ticking down. He's going to be at about 550, maybe 600 when that wears out. These Bigfatlp's already chewed through about 500 of his health so far. It's a very good opening. There's JothY. The blue buff's going to recall. Of course, Hotshot going to recall as well. Does not have teleport this time around, although the Nasus does. So if they do play for some bottom lane aggression, you might have a better chance for SYPHER here. That said, of the 1v1s between Hotshot and Skyyart, it's going to be a little bit better in Hotshot's favor. That Ignite will do some good things for them.
Looks like bottom lane will be returning there. And see the items that they have grabbed. We do have Tristana on that Doran's, a little bit more HP. Pyri coming out with some more wards to give himself more caution in that lane. And we do see Saintvicious pushed up quite a lot here, trying to start something up top. As soon as Hotshot gets back to lane, can they get the Feral Scream on? Grog-Soaked Blade will slow down Skyyart just a little bit. He can still turn around and wither one of them. Beautiful Rupture coming out of the hands of Hotshot, possibly first blood in the game. And it will be HotshotGG and Saintvicious up top to control that first attack. Very nice job, and we have begun here. 5 minutes into the game, CLG takes a bit of a lead.
Excellent, excellent job by them. That silence lasting, what is it, 1.5, 2.25 seconds actually, making it pretty much impossible for Nasus to flash away as Rupture went down. The channel time of that is not so long that it's impossible. So excellent job there. First blood going to CLG. They're up 400 gold right now. BigFatGG actually starting to lose his lane a little bit. You can see his health ticking away, has used all of his potions, has not recalled yet, while Karthus just did. We'll see what he goes for here. I think that's Boots to complement that Mana Crystal. Has some potions as well, so he'll kind of stay in lane for a while. Eventually, Catalyst probably the build there. JothY milling about in the middle of the map, has warded a little. Feels pretty safe. Has not gone for a gank here at the bottom.
Really nice harass by Chauster down bottom, doing a lot of damage to both Pyri and Lounet. As we said before, you know, you damage Lounet, Pyri can just heal him up. You damage Pyri, he's forced to stand behind Lounet, and then you can play really horizontally to the minions instead of behind. It's a lot more pressure. We can see right now they feel good about it. Chauster's going to back. He will be getting himself an item. That's going to be 2 quick Dorans right there. That's going to be a lot of damage and HP for him. It's going to help him sustain in lane quite a bit.
Yep, Boots, 2 Dorans, a really good opening for your champion. It will let Vayne do a lot of pressure throughout the mid-game. If they go for a dragon fight in the next 2 minutes, she'll actually be quite useful. Won't be easily swatted away, and has, you know, 93 damage isn't bad. And that'll be quite useful there. And, of course, being teamed with a Janna means there's no heals in that team, only the Zilean's revive. And, you know, having those Doran's Blade to keep yourself topped off throughout the middle, actually quite useful as well. Now, Cho'Gath making his way back to the base. Did go Heart of Gold versus the Philosopher's Stone of Nasus. Right now, Hotshot, of course, very much in the lead because, hey, first blood, 400 gold, seems kind of useful. Seems like that would be a good thing to have. Look at the farms in mid lane, 42 versus 35, actually. Zilean doing much better. Actually, Althor forgetting a couple of minion kills there. Actually, seemed to recall again for a health crystal, so I don't know. He seems like he's getting kind of behind, forced to back out, but here comes Skyyart pushing on to Hotshot. And by the way, both junglers showing up now. Hotshot at half health. They've showed up to Saintvicious as well. He will eat oranges, and he's still not in great shape. He's trying to get out. Looks like he'll be able to. But, yeah, kind of scary on both sides. But Nasus is going to be able to probably sustain better than Hotshot will. Has that Philosopher's Stone. HotshotGG only at half health. He can last hit some, but it's not easy against the turret.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. He gets that up, looking for Feral Scream, but there is not enough damage on these minions just yet. Possibly a Fumo Vorpal strikes through. Yeah, he gets most of them. Very nice job there. HotshotGG always attacking the minions so he can get the group as a whole when it's under a turret. A very good thing to do so you don't lose as many.
Yeah, excellent job by HotshotGG. Definitely has a lot of experience playing as Cho'Gath solo top. I'm sure he's been pushed to his turret many, many times and knows just how much damage to deal and how much to wait to pick all those kills up, and it's working so well for him.
Great job by Pyri now putting down a pink ward at Dragon, and he's going to go ahead and put one in Tribush as well. So they have pretty much given themselves full vision of that bottom, and they will, at 8 minutes here, start to move for that first Dragon attack. It's going to be Nocturne on it, so Elthor is going to be able to stay out and do the damage. As we've said before, Dragon will slow you a bit on your attacks and lessen that, so you really don't want to get the most damaging character onto the Dragon first. But it looks like everybody comes to help, totally uncontested, and that is going to be 150 global gold for the entire team. A very nice job there.
And Skyyart making the right choice of saving Teleport to come back up towards top. You can see he's actually stymied HotshotGG's aggression there and not allowed him to take the turret down. Well, Skyyart doing a pretty good job here. His turret's pretty much fully healthy. And, you know, it's like he never even left. So HotshotGG not going to be gaining too many advantages there. Does have a level on him right now, but the gold starting to equalize a bit. A couple of picks bottom lane, looks like. Pyri almost in lane. Almost in range, rather, to stun Chauster. Vayne might be taking some damage soon. He's actually played aggressively, and they're going to go in. Not going to go for this, and they don't really want to go for Janna. If you focus on the support, the carry will destroy your face, and you'll end up losing that battle. I've seen a lot of players say, oh, let's jump the Soraka. Her heal's down. But you jump Soraka, and then Tristana just kills you. And you're like, well, yeah, we killed the support, but you know now it's like 1v1 of Vayne versus Taric. And that's going to be not exactly easy.
Looks like they're able to push in lane. Nice, very good job. Chauster has the shield from Janna on him, and he goes for the roll attack. Looks like he's going to get dazzled up, but trying to proc the third bolt, and Pyri didn't even dazzle on that one, just kind of holding it off. Feels pretty confident about what Lounet had. And we see the ulti from GB coming out. Saintvicious coming around the bottom side as he creeps in. They are able to get the Grog-soaked blade, but the Condemn just pushes Pyri a little too far as they try to get the last amount of poke damage that they can. Nice attempt down bottom for the attack. Top continues to farm. And it looks like we're going to have Bigfatlp backing a little bit. Actually, oh, I thought Elthor was coming down, but looks like they will stay in lane.
Yeah, there was a flash there from Taric. You saw the Condemn come out, push him this way, but he was right here as he was going to get jumped into the wall, but the flash made him come out of that battle. Still had to burn the flash, of course, so in the next 3 or 4 minutes, they could jump back onto him. Bigfatlp going to throw out some bombs on Elthor. Elthor taking a lot of damage from that, actually, and not really getting a lot of counterattack. Now, he has blue buff, which is cool. They've actually not donated that to Zilean yet. Now, he could really use it. A nice wall of panic going to keep him from doing too much there. Could take some shots. Yep, there we go. A lot of damage. He's going to come in there. Bigfatlp doing a ton of damage. He's going to flash in. Ignite goes off as well. That could be a kill onto Elthor. 2 health, and yes, dies to Ignite. Nice play by Bigfatlp. Picks that one up. Ult comes out. Some damage onto Chauster, but they will not do much with that. Just blows that cooldown. Not a lot gained.
Yeah.
No, they will jump onto Chauster. Chauster almost immediately blowing up. That's one going down. Now in the Janna, and Janna not looking in good shape. Will fall down to the fear. Excellent job there. And actually, by the way, Karthus got assists off of that. That's pretty cute, actually. I'm going to get made fun of by someone for that. But excellent job there. They said, you know what? We have Nocturne. Let's go for it. The rocket jumps did a ton of damage there. Taric was part of that as well. The ult was used, and they did a ton of damage to that one. And they will take down this turret as well. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. Gangplank, gank top. Nasus did go down. They traded a turret for it. All the way back here, actually. The great dive there. And, of course, HotshotGG still up at the top of the map. Being very, very successful.
Very different leveling you see here. We have a 2-2-2 and 1 for Tristana, so she's cleanly leveling every one of her abilities. She also has that Ignite, the only one on her team. Very nice job in mid as they're able to take down the turret with the pressure from the minions and Bigfatlp. But as I was saying, Tristana leveling everything up. It's not something we usually see. You usually see that rocket jump, the 1 in E, and as I was saying, she's the only one with Ignite, and her explosive shot with Ignite does so much damage. It's almost like having that Mord ult with Ignite or Brandon Ignite. So it's really something to be reckoned with. You can see her doing a lot of damage on that turret jump, or on dive, and they were really, really confident about that. All their abilities and what they knew they could do. Looks like we have some Wraiths being taken here. They are pushing up. They have vision on that. And Lounet trying to go mid or possibly top for a gank here.
Yeah, we'll see what the case is with this one. He is kind of running around. They have 3 teammates in mid. They could go for another turret. They could actually choose their mid-game playstyle as let's go turret hunt and build a lot of gold advantage, and then go back to our lanes, let everyone get beefy, because everyone got a whole bunch of gold. It kind of beats out what last hits will give you. But Saint right there, Skyyart about to get jumped on. There's the pressure. Ben Silence now getting slowed out. The ult comes in from Gangplank. Skyyart not in great shape. E comes out, getting pretty much owned right there. JothY's nearby, but it's not enough. Excellent job by CLG. Saintvicious with a lot of patience. They got that kill, and now they might go for the turret. I think they wanted to not kill the turret last time. Actually, they just seem to not really want to go for the turret kill. I know we saw that in, was it SK or Curse, but they killed the top turret, and he just farmed and farmed and farmed, and he was actually safe on his side of the map.
Yeah.
And they might say, you know, we learned a lesson from that one. Let's not push the turret down. They could go for it here. Actually, JothY could fall. But yeah, they're really not trying to pressure too much.
He has that shield that he could use, but yeah, they're not. I believe it's, like you said, they want to keep that turret up. It's going to be safe farming for HotshotGG. Skyyart has a really good farm, as you said, even if that turret's down. So you're going to be careful. We do see taking a little bit of damage here in mid. The Unite just ticking once again. Looks like Bigfatlp able to get his ultimate off before that happened. So these two just duking it out one-on-one, can both take each other down. So that's going to be really nice to see in the end, in mid to late game, what they're doing for other teams.
And the free golem buff, of course, doesn't really suck for Bigfatlp, and he's going to get a new one from Saintvicious as well. So he's going to be really happy with how this pans out for him. Got very low cooldowns. Already back to about like 80 seconds left. Going to refresh the cooldowns again, and that's going to be golem buff for like 4 minutes straight now on him. Gets the 60 gold from that one. Hotshot clearing wards. Actually got a pick ward down for that one. So that's going to make the pirate ganks very, very easy. You're going to need a pick ward to clear that one out, or at least an oracles. And right now, I don't see that happening just yet.
Looks like Taric and Tristana kind of focusing on mid here. We do see that CLG has put a good amount of wards towards the top. We just saw Hotshot place that one. They did have one at the Wraiths, but they're not really focusing on the bottom, and that's where Taric and Tristana are trying to come from right now. You can see Lounet trying to make a little bit of a movement down bottom. See Hotshot pushing that turret quite well against Skyyart. It looks like he is going to be able to take that down. Gold for his team. And we do see a rotation here from SYPHER to possibly get another dragon that will be up soon. That was taking it at about exactly 8 minutes. So it should be up within the next, there it is.
And there is the dragon indeed. They're going to get the blue buff first. Very, very smart. And one thing to point out, oh my guys. Okay, almost got it time bombed out. That would have been very, very scary. But they're going to be okay here. Althor going to spam a little bit against Zilean. Now the pink ward though is down for SYPHER, which means CLG is going to lose that ward. The wall goes down. It's going to take control of that zone of the area. Yes. They're going to do okay there. They take the ward down. They've got better vision. Look at CLG's vision. They don't see much. They've got the one ward Zilean place to try to steal the buff. It gives them a little bit of vision. They see a bit from minions. But look at that. SYPHER seeing a lot. They see all of CLG go in. Everyone is nearby. CLG is going to start this, but that seems unsafe because everyone is there. And there they go. Can they do the damage in time? They're trying. They have the Zilean ult. Here we go. Lounet versus Chauster going on, but Nocturne shows up as well. Perfect jump into the wall. Chauster getting pushed quite a bit around. And wow, Karthus in the middle of all this. Looks like that one's going to go down. And it's going to be given, I think, to SYPHER. SYPHER is getting out just barely. But Bigfatlp kills Lounet, and now they're going in on a Hotshot. Skyyart does pick up Saintvicious. The ult comes out as well. Chauster not going to be happy about that one. Getting quite low. Pyri still in the middle of this one. Looks like traded 1 for 1 so far. And I believe Dragon did go well for SYPHER. They're still chasing down Bigfatlp. Not going to be happy about this one. His ult is still up, though, so he's going to bait this one. And they might get a lot out of this one. They might actually be able to turn around and pick up some good stuff. Wither goes down. Flash being used. Hotshot's going to be fine. He gets hasted again away. Has a time bomb defensively. But they're in pretty good shape, though. They're much healthier. Their Tristana has revived. I do believe Dragon did go to SYPHER.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, they're down a turret. They're down 2 kills. I would have to believe the Dragon was theirs at that point.
That was a really good fight. Elementz coming out with a beautiful Janna ult in the beginning to break that terror from Nocturne as well as stop Tristana from taking a lot of damage, but still they were able to come out on top of that fight. Karthus just sitting there with Defile on and lay waste, and he was just continuing to do damage. But here they are. They took a little bit too much time, possibly overextending as they let CLG heal here. He does flash in to negate the dazzle, but there's the wall. Magic resistance shredded and slowed. They are able to pop up Karthus. This will be an easy grab for them as Hotshot is hasted up. He just noms down onto Althor, and they are able to start setting this up for themselves, try to return this and take a dragon, or take a turret rather, and really negate that dragon.
Yeah, they've pinged it. They do want to go for this one. Or they pinged it as defense rather. Skyyart though, no ultimate, another 8 seconds there, no teleport for 30. He's not going to be able to defend this one in time as a full minion wave is coming in for CLG. Saintvicious and Chauster and Elementz, all of them available. Yeah, look at that. Chauster just putting out a ton of damage on that turret. 600.
Great job top by Lounet. He's going to negate this turret take.
That's so smart. Yeah, Tristana coming top lane, going to take down the turret instead and trade those away. Last hitting along the way, but Hotshot showing up. This could be dangerous for Lounet. He's not staying around. He's going to ult and actually burst on a Hotshot. That seems very, very unsafe. Zilean's coming by. Gangplank ult's going off. Oh, a good flash from Lounet, and Hotshot. Already his flash is down, so will not continue on to that one. The turret 2 shots from dead.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it worked out for you, so you lived, but they do want that turret kill. Lounet having to burn that flash, not getting a whole lot done for it. Will not stay for the golem kill either.
Yeah, it's Skyyart telling him to back. There wasn't too much vision on the CV. They used it Baron, so they didn't know if he had already passed that point of CV. And we can actually see that Zilean is kind of hiding out in the jungle right now, looking to steal this one. JothY's going to come up on him here. Q, Dustbringer through the bush. He is going to be able to chase, but he decides not to. Zilean colors all over the map.
Yep, Hotshot going to do a little bit of work here in the jungle. JothY wants to steal one of those. He could probably smite one with no worries. It is up, in fact. He's probably going to knob one of those. There's the burst damage. Smite comes out. Yeah, gets one. Q, he gets them both. Nice job, JothY. Pretty smart play. Nice try, Hotshot, of course. You had the right idea. And Colin D in all chat. Yeah, indeed. JothY knows he did good work there. That's the big smiley face, by the way.
So it looks like, oh, there could be an attack in the jungle here. A little bit of a fray. They do get the dazzle off onto Elementz. He does use his ulti to keep healing. Buster shot takes him down, but the ultimate was onto Elementz from Zilean, so they may be able to make it out alive here. Huge damage onto Karthus. They want to get him out of the fight so they can move to a different area and continue the fight. You can see the ring around him. He has another few seconds to cast spells. There goes the ultimate. And we are going to see if this will push CLG off of the fight. They were able to take out one without losing any. And that's really what they need right now. They need those to start happening so they can start building that advantage back up.
Yeah, nice try there. They have a bunch of turrets kind of available. Again, you know, all of CLG is low health, but the Zilean ult, you've seen that work so effectively now twice. They've revived a couple of people in perfect situations and managed to not lose anything because of it. And that's why you see that Zilean be so effective there. CLG is kind of showing what Zilean can do in the right hands. He's actually caused them to not lose a lot of different champions. And when the kill score is 7-3, stopping 3 kills is kind of significant. You've kind of halved your opponent's kill score. And the more you play this sort of skirmishy battles every 2 minutes or so, that revive's going to keep being useful. And Zilean, of course, extremely good early game, uses those time bombs for really good burst damage. They have great base damages on them. So they really want to keep fighting these early battles before the magic resist gets stacked up. And they kind of just blow up the squishy targets, and they revive the important ones. No matter who gets caught, he's going to revive and probably be safe because the team will show up and mobilize. He'll get hasted out, and it works very, very perfectly.
Hotshot back to top lane to farm, doing as he does, and they have finally taken down that turret quite a bit ago, but he's really not going to be probably pushing this too far ahead. He is known for that, but they have quite a tanky team. He knows Skyyart is out there, and Skyyart versus Hotshot is not something Hotshot wants to deal with right now. We're going to see Mentz actually go up top, so they may continue to push this. Elementz is going to give him a little bit of a ward there. He's going to be able to push. They also have another one right up by that red, so I contradicted that. He is going to push and feel quite safe about it.
JothY taking down these golems again, getting them on the respawn. Doesn't really want to face HotshotGG. He's way too far to deal with him. Well, they're going to cross paths anyway. Fear goes off. That'll be decent. Nope, actually breaks the tether. Doesn't do anything to him. All right, never mind. Bigfatlp gonna re-bomb these minions, just spamming those abilities, because why not? Just pretty easy minion clears.
Hotshot getting slowed there. He will be able to make it out. A few hits from Tristana. Gonna go ahead and check out her build. Just got that Bloodthirster. I think that's 2 stacks. She does have 26 on it, so she's halfway there. We'll have to see if she can continue to do that. That Infinity Edge in her hands, or at least another BF sword, is going to be huge for her.
Bombs just getting spammed out. Skyyart getting sustained a little bit by Taric, but of course he can bomb way more than Taric can heal. And JothY camping in a brush. Not a lot being done there. The ward's going to time out. Gangplank milling about by the team. Does have most of the pieces of Warmog. He's going to try to finish that one before 25 minutes. Should be pretty easy to do. Looks like a ping off near Taric. They do know where he is. He is wearing oracles. Be a high value target that way. Lounet taking, wow, about a quarter of his health. But he has so much lifesteal for this Bloodthirster. He's going to be alright with this. Stacking up that damage and lifesteal. CLG.
Like, yeah, they might be able to get their first dragon here. They may be contested, though. Coming down quite quick. The ward goes in the bush to make sure they don't lose any vision during this fight. And Hotshot is hasted. He will go straight for Tristana, separating her from the fight, and they're forced to chase Hotshot. Nobody is really focusing anybody right now, and Althor just gets pushed against the wall, quickly taken out. A beautiful job there. Hotshot doing exactly what he needed to do, and everybody started using their cooldowns on him. Goes down another one. They are able to take out Tristana as well, and just a fury of fight. Very nice job in the separation.
Skyyart vs. Chauster could be good for Skyyart, though. He will get that Wither off. She burns her flash, but it might not be enough. The E is not up for 3 more seconds. The exhaust is on. 2, 1. We'll be able to condemn back into the wall. Skyyart now running away because Saintvicious has shown up as well. Skyyart not going to be happy about this. He's going to try to bait them past the wall. Going for the Q. Almost gets the damage output. Not quite enough. 170 health left on Saintvicious, and CLG took that one. Only JothY lived with like 3 HP, and everyone else, really only Hotshot died, I think. So an excellent job there by CLG, really coming into the advantage, 11-4. They got the Dragon as well, and they're up 4,000 gold, and CLG are kind of showing just excellent play. They kind of reversed what happened from the second game, because in the second game they're really kind of lackluster in mid game, and then it was finally Nasus caught up and you know, kind of stayed that way. But CLG is kind of owning as well, and you know, they're doing much better than they were last time, and they've dominated their lanes. Skyart's Q, only 276 for 22 minutes. Actually, it's not too great for him. A lot of his build's been completed right now, but Elementz doing an excellent job as well. You see just so few deaths on all of the CLG side, just 1 on 4 of them. But they've been actually just dominating so many of these champions. Karthus has not been an impact in any of these fights. He got 2 assists because he ulted while dead, and they managed to tower dive. Like, he's just not been having an excellent game. 123 minutes is pretty good, but Zillion's ahead of him by about 30. And you know, Karthus only with a Rod of Ages and Sork Shoes is just not a big threat right now.
Yeah, it's something you can really attack early. You know, if it's not been too much time as that Rod of Ages accrues over minutes, you are going to be able to take him down quite quicker, and he's not going to be able to do that much damage. And, you know, a lot of credit to Hotshot on that last fight for, you know, directing SYPHER to do what they had to do. They had to protect Lounet, and that's exactly what Hotshot went for until he got the kill, and they just pulled him all off of the fight. And it's really where they came out with the win there. Looks like Saint is still invading here. JothY on one side, does have Elementz on his back, and it looks like they will get the ward in there. Still warding all over. Very nice job. We see Vayne going for the Black Cleaver early. Going to be down farming by himself. Looking to get some more items under his belt. Looks like the whole entire SYPHER team now kind of rotating over here. They do not like the fact that Hotshot is top alone, and this is actually what Hotshot facilitates. We talked about this over the weekend, drawing 3 to 4 members of the entire team to himself. He's just walking JothY around. He knows he's not going to take that much damage, but he's just using the cooldowns that JothY has, and he's just going to regen his health right there.
Yep, in the meantime, Chauster has been farming bottom lane, gets that wave pushed up, means Tristana's going to move over and do the same, basically, as that lane's going towards him. Bloodthirster needs to regain some stacks, as he did die in the last fight. And, I mean, the story of this game really, you know, as much as we talk about Hotshot's tank, it's Bigfatlp outplaying that Karthus in mid, and Karthus is getting just dominated again by Chauster. Will he have the tumble? No, Nocturne's going to make him very, very afraid, and he's going to jump onto Bigfat. But they're not going to do anything with this. Actually going to try to get away. The Q's coming out. Will block that damage. Another time bomb comes out, though. Yeah, I mean, kind of a burned ult there. And they're going for Baron, and they're going for Baron because they have map position on this. Look at the ward coverage. CLG sees them coming in. SYPHER does know that it's happening, but Elementz, with a great Tornado out there, actually hits nothing. Does make them move around. Baron will not go down here. They're going to try to go in for the fight. Tristana coming around through the mid lane, actually pushing right now, knowing that CLG has stopped. And Elementz actually hasn't seen the ward yet. He has not cleared this brush, so they see everything. They've seen it all. And CLG not able to do anything to stop them. He just keeps going right next to it. Yay, he found the ward! Yay, Elementz! Congratulations, Elementz. You found the ward. Now you can bait Baron successfully.
Looks like Hotshot pushing mid. Feral Scream and a few ruptures there to get it pushed up. Not too much HP on the side of SYPHER. For them to want to initiate this fight is quite scary, especially with Althor so low. If they can get him to die outside of the main area of where the fight starts, they have a very good chance of completely winning it. They're going to try to steal this. Both CVs go off on either side of the wall as they stare each other in the eye. And we're going to see a pretty good push here down bottom lane if they choose to. But it looks like they're going towards top. Yeah, raise morale too.
Yeah, no, Skyyart's going to move up there. Of course, now their team is very, very split. They've pinged near Baron. They kind of are aware they have no ward coverage. Yeah, they are. And that's a really good idea, too. Skyyart staying nearby. He really shouldn't come into the Baron pit first. Oh, he's going to go around. That's a very smart choice. He's going to meet up with his team. No, this is I think, the wrong choice from Skyyart. He's going to get caught out. There's the gangplank. Hasten slow. Wither goes off. He's going to get caught by Zillion. I'm almost certain. There's the slow in from there. Although Hotshot's not really chasing. Yeah, Skyyart not in good shape. Must flash over the wall and waste his ultimate. Wrong choice from Skyyart to come into the side and try to help his team out that way. No ult's going to make that team fight very, very difficult. And Hotshot kind of wants to just reinitiate on Baron. Bigfat sitting in that brush, ready to time bomb whoever comes in first. Been going for it. Now they're coming around as a group. They have a chance here. They've got a little bit of time before Baron falls. Moving towards. Ward taking some damage. Play for... Yeah, okay, they're going to go in on this one now. Hotshot takes the stun to the face. Not the right target they want to go for. Elementz in the fray right now. David is getting forced to recall back. JothY's on top of him, actually, doing a pretty good job of that, but goes down to Chauster. CLG now 5v4. It's Bigfatlp getting stunned, and Althor not in good shape either. He's been silenced out. Finally turns that spell back on. Pyri very low, drops down as well, and not any damage coming out from anyone right now. It's 3 deaths, 4 deaths. And you finally get Karthus. The ult comes off, but they've killed everyone, and only HotShot has died. Saintvicious survives just barely. A great Zillion revive, managing to keep that fight from being bad for them. And CLG acing for 1 death, and they lost the tank. I don't understand why teams do this, but they keep killing HotShot.
Yeah, they went straight for HotShot, and then they kind of all just walked on top of him when Zillion's ulti was on. I don't think anyone realized he got that, and when he spawned, it was just an instant feral scream right in their face, and none of them could do anything about it.
Wow. Yeah, we did see that Karthus had his E off for a short time, and with how little health Saintvicious had, you would have thought maybe keeping Defile on a team fight might be smart. But it seemed to not work so well for him, and again, you're just seeing phenomenal play. Chauster showing his dominance here, 7-1-2, staying alive in these fights despite getting dived by a lot of
Very nice triple
champions.
kill on that last fight.
Yeah, absolutely great job by him. He's been getting himself nicely stacked. Warmog's halfway up for Saintvicious as well. Getting pretty beefy here.
Looks like bottom lane doing a pretty good amount of pushing for CLG. Top lane's kind of countering that as well. They're mirroring each other, but HotShot's going to do what he can to push that out. Skyyart goes bottom as well to farm it up. Those are two that you really want to just keep farming as well. Almost the point of like an AD carry. Very nice build right now, and he's actually, I believe, going for a Banshee's Veil as well as building himself some sustain. Chauster knows he needs to stay in this fight longer, and he got himself a Negatron Cloak on top of the Phantom Dancer and that fast black cleaver.
Yep, been able to take that one down. At least SYPHER are taking dragons. They're still doing that quite well. And despite all the advantages that CLG are building, they did stop the Baron attempt. Well, actually, they kind of stopped it. They're going back for it right now, but they have been taking more dragons. That's really good for SYPHER. And here we go. They're trying to stop them again. Nasus is kind of far, though, and Zillion has caught up. So it's a 5v4 again. HotshotGG taking some damage from Baron. That's good for SYPHER. And Lounet took a turret down to mid, so they're starting to equalize that advantage. Still, they're down 11 kills, but despite that, they're not that far behind in gold. Somehow, they've only managed to keep it to a 4,000 gold game. And that's actually enough to come back from, for certain.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job of at least stopping a lot of the next turrets being taken. They have lost all the way down mid to their inhibitor. So they're going to have to be very careful at least of that push, since they do have quite a good split pushing team. Gangplank can go on the other side of the map, still uses ultimate to help his team in a team fight, and it's just like all 5 people are there, so they have to be very careful now that these minions are getting pushed up, that they're not going to get split pushed, because that will definitely play on the mentality of who you want to be in that fight and do you really want to initiate. And when you go into a fight, you have to be 100% sure.
Yeah, you see HotShot going back through into mid. He's going to be the one to take this farm here. Just kind of walks up to Alpha and is like, hey, I hear you have some slows. Don't care. Skyyart going to be farming out. Yeah, he's doing some damage to these Wraith camps. Really wants to get his Q farmed up there. It's good for him. Of course, he wants that power. Going to find HotShot again, but HotShot again, they really can't go for him. They won't do a whole lot. They use Wither, but really not a big deal. Wall of Pain goes off as well. HotShot will actually just kind of dance back and forth and get a Janna shield and really does not care. Some more.
Looks like Nocturne. JothY trying to come in and steal this one. He won't get it, and I think he might have just cost himself. He is going to throw down his ulti, but they can all throw pretty much within that vision range. He jumps out
nice
to HotShot to get himself out alive. The Ignite stops ticking. The Gangplank ulti to come off, and he doesn't get hit just by one of them, actually. HotShot still milling about in the whole enemy team, and they thwart getting taken down there. Very nice job by the ultimate to save himself instead of initiate.
Yep, but now it's a 5v4 because Nocturne must heal, and CLG, of course, going to force a Baron fight. Elementz going to clear out a ward, and this is going to be pretty dangerous. These spells do come out. Elementz getting low. Skyyart now getting caught. Althor could get a good fight here. Honestly, this is actually not too bad of a fight for SYPHER. They've blown a lot of cooldowns now. HotShot's Feast is down. Actually, yeah, they're forcing CLG to run in a 4v5. Excellent play from SYPHER. Skyyart does have his ultimate up as well. He's getting closer to Trinity Force. Once he gets that, it'll be really, really useful there. Another Wither comes out. I don't know why he keeps CCing HotShot. He doesn't need attack speed. He doesn't at all, actually. In fact, he's happy to sit on a sitting still being a big meat wall. But
you know what's really cool, I haven't really recognized yet, but coming down with the ability, I want to get this right here, so I'm going to check it out, is that Spirit of Fire from Nasus, and then the Wall of Karthus. You're taking out both armor and magic resistance there, and that's a great way to initiate a fight from range.
Yeah, absolutely. Alpha's going to help his team a lot by reducing both those resistances, further reduced by the armor reduction from Skyyart. They don't, and actually they have Taric as well, who could shatter as well. So theoretically, they could drop like 70 armor off of enemy champions, and that definitely doesn't suck. So we'll see if that ends up being a big deal or not. It certainly would help those Nasus Qs.
Yeah, that would make some big damage, especially when you don't have any armor to go through. And they don't not really build an armor pen yet. It's not really what you get on Nasus. You just get that damage and rely on your Qs. We're going to see Elementz moving around here on the Baron, trying to take out some wards, as they actually did grab one for themselves.
Yep, and check that. It's actually 85 armor right now with rank 2 Wall of Pain. It's 30 from Nasus, 30 from Taric, and then up to 35 with max rank Wall of Pain from Karthus. So if you want to lose 95 armor, face this team.
Looks like JothY getting slowed down there, going to put a bomb. No, he did not.
He actually blocked it perfectly with his W. And the thing is, once the time bomb was placed, he actually got it like literally the exact second it got cast. Very smart play from JothY there. See Tristana milling about. Has red buff. That's actually very, very important. Bloodthirster is actually stacked as well. They really do need that power there. I think Cypher needs to win the next fight to win this game. Otherwise, I think they're going to lose the fight and lose the game.
This is a scary point for Cypher because CLG is just kind of hanging out in their jungle. You know, no remorse here. Let's start this fight. Where are you guys? I don't see enough of you. So it looks like he's trying to pop up to see if anybody's in the bush. Janus shield comes down on to HotshotGG as he does what he does best, and he's going to take a lot of damage.
Tristana versus Vayne. Oh, Vayne's going to stealth. A perfect job there. Crushes Lounet, but he jumps away to the turret. Nice play right there. 4 versus 4 down on the top of the map. Hotshot in the front. Let's see what they can do. Zilean actually late to the party. That could be bad. Hotshot. I don't know why they're focusing Hotshot. He's going to get revived, but Bigfatlp immediately about to get blown up, but no, he flashes away from the fear. Skyyart, though, still in the fray. There's Wither, Saint, not in great shape. Oh, comes off. Hotshot does go down. Let's see what else. Oh, Bigfatlp, so incredibly low, 150 health, and they're still trying to get this Janna. Can they get the Janna? They won't, but they've traded 2 for 1, and they blew the Zilean ult. They could keep going on this one. I don't think they can quite Baron. I think without the Nasus ult, they don't have enough damage. But Karthus has blue. He's a good Baron threat. Taric is tanky enough. Actually, I think they could potentially Baron. I really think they could. Yep, they ping it. Althor definitely Baron threat. They're going to go for this one. He built tanky enough to finally stop dying in these team fights. Gangplank's nearby. Zilean's nearby, but Zilean's super low. I think this is actually a really good chance for Cypher.
Saintvicious did it once before, thwarted Baron and took 2, but that was with Rammus. Can he flash in and grab this Baron with Smite? He is going to be going against JothY's Smite. It's all up. It's like a 4v1 situation right now, and they don't even want to do anything to him. He gets in there, and they are not able to get it. Cypher grabs it away from CLG. Saintvicious trying to steal it. Pyri taking quite a bit of damage there, but Bigfatlp, knowing he's acting once as bait and also as a lot of damage, will he be able to get a bomb off? It looks like Taric could go down. Oh, wow.
Gets the third. I think that was way too cocky by CLG. I think they were fine with just losing the Baron, but they went in there. Zilean stayed too long, thought he could kite, but Tristana came in from the back, picked that kill up, and now this is going to be a push from Cypher. If they don't get an inhibitor, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, this is going to be real quick, especially with that Q of Tristana. They're just going to be able to ramp up the damage onto that turret. They're saying, yeah, we definitely got some buffs we need to distribute here. The red is not up, but let's clear our camps, get our resources, and prep for this fight. We have Baron, and we want to make a really nice push out of this. Yep. Looks like they're going to get Dragon as well to finish off even a few items that they need to build.
Yep. Color me surprised. They're going for the safe ones instead. Dragon's going to go down. They will not even push a turret. They did need Taric to go heal. He was low. Nocturne actually low on mana, and he's going to probably recall for that soon. Karthus had some healing to do. Overall, still great for Cypher. They pulled that fight back. They're actually up 300 gold because they now have, I think, equal dragons. Just -1 turret. 7 kills down, but that Baron gave them so much out of this that they're back into this game. And Althor is now tanky enough with the Rileys and the Rod of Ages to probably just get a death cap and not just die out of all these fights. We might go Void Staff instead, might just get a super late death cap here. I'm not sure what Althor's build's going to be, but he's going to start getting powerful.
Yeah, it looks like they're pushing up into the jungle here. Cypher invading the jungle just as much as CLG did before. And you can see we did say they are going to be more confident with this Baron buff. It's not something that CLG just wants to run into and fight. Once again, they saw what happened that first time as they went in 1 by 1. Even in a team fight, they're still going to have that advantage. They did steal that blue off.
1,100 crits from freaking Nasus. Oh, that's going to hurt a lot when you have -90 armor. Althor lands the Wall of Pain, actually doing decent damage to Hotshot, who only has 4 feast stacks because he did die recently. He's even getting a Spirit Visit, just getting as much MR as possible in these sort of mid-tier purchases. Has a lot of cooldown reduction there. It's about 36% or so.
Very nice job clearing that minion wave out. Looks like they only have golems down bottom. Minion bottom wave is kind of duking it out as well. They will push either way there. We'll have to see if the split pushing starts at all, but if you see the minion waves just pouring out of the right side of the mini-map, they are going to be in advantage of Cypher right now with that Baron buff. As you can see, they're in CLG's face. They're not letting him leave this area, and they're going to start putting on some poke damage. Very nice job as Skyyart still continues to push top, and I said, you know, the split push would come from CLG, but here it comes from Cypher.
2 turrets so far. Hotshot takes a time bomb, but it's his friend's time bomb, so it's not a big deal. Getting some harass, though, from Althor, and they're looking really good right now. They do, I really think they should push with the Baron buff. They do actually, I see like a, is that a Spellvent book or a Starks? That is a Starks from Taric. Oh, Lounet is going to be happy about that one. Ton of lifesteal because of this. Right now, rocking about 40% Bloodthirster plus Starks, and actually make that minus 115 armor with that Starks aura, dropping it by 20, or is it 15? Or it is 20, so yeah, this is a lot of reduction of armor right here. And they're going to go in there with the game click, but Hotshot in front for obvious reasons. Gets pushed against the wall, and there is Pyri not in good shape at all. Lounet's going to jump backwards. What can they do for this one? Pyri's going to go down. Althor's nearby. Looks like they traded kills right now. Cho'Gath getting a kill, but Vayne going down, and Vayne is not who you want to die there. Hotshot having to flash back to Lounet, jumping in onto Elementz. 1-2 more shots, going to get revived by Zilean, and Cho goes down, and this is looking so good for SYPHER. Suddenly jumping in there, and a crit onto Zilean. Now onto Elementz. Can they do enough damage? Crit drops for 500, but they've killed 4. Elementz is alone against 4 from SYPHER, and they are on to the Nexus turrets. This is an amazing comeback if they make this happen. 1 turret is down. 30 seconds for Elementz to defend this, and they actually might just take this game over. The Nexus is falling, and SYPHER going to take 3rd place in IEM New York. Congratulations. I can scarcely believe that comeback. That was like 5 minutes of just like, and win.
That was absolutely amazing. As you said, Europe 1-2-3, and that is what is going to be. We have still SK and FNATIC to go head-to-head, so don't go anywhere. We're going to get a little bit of a recap on this match as well, as I believe if we have time, since these guys played for so long, they did such an amazing job and battled it out, we can get some interviews with those SK and FNATIC teams before we go into the game. But here, just absolutely awesome job by both teams. Really nice job in the control of the map by CLG, and SYPHER was just able to, as you said, astounding comeback.
Okay, so apparently, by the way, as a quick update, they actually have done their picks between FNATIC and SK.
Yep.
So we're going to be going into it pretty quickly, but we are going to have, we're going to do a quick commercial break, though, so we'll be back very shortly with the games, so stay tuned. The grand finals of Intel Extreme Masters New York here at Comic-Con. Hello, by the way, Comic-Con. There's tons of you here.
Indeed.
You guys are awesome.
Everybody
Captain
be sure
America
to stick around here at 3 o'clock. They are going to be doing the BenQ raffle. Don't be like HotshotGG and miss your chance to win a monitor.
The fourth stop of Season 6 of the Intel Extreme Masters will take place in one of the world's most advanced gaming centers, the Cybersport Arena in Kiev, Ukraine. It will be the first global challenge of the new year 2012, and it'll take place between January 19th till the 22nd. You can expect the best gamers in the world to face off head-to-head in our 3 disciplines, Counter-Strike 1.6, StarCraft 2, and of course League of Legends. Make sure you join us live in Kiev at the Cybersport Arena or here live on ESL TV.
What's the most amazing thing you ever saw? Was it something big or something small? Something old or something new? Or maybe, just maybe, it's something you haven't seen yet. The second generation of Intel Core processors. Stunning visuals, intelligent performance. This is visibly smart.
Counter-Strike Legends. Now stood united with BenQ. Make history again.
Phil, have you found opponents already? Phil? Phil! Do we have an opponents yet? Phil? Phil? You're not fantasizing about my girlfriend again, are you?
Boring! Are they penguins or are they sloths?
They want a show? We'll give them a show. Ready, Kowalski?
Roger that.
Operation Rico Star is afoot. Bingo.
Look at him go! He's crack-a-lackin'.
Mission accomplished. No more smiling and waving for us, boys. High fives all around.
When the second generation Intel Core i5 processor goes in, amazing visual performance comes out. That's visibly smart.
She on my jock, Now stop when we in the spot. Booty moving weight like she on the block. With a drink, I got to know. Tight jeans tattoo, cause I'm rock. Half black, half white diamond now. Gang of money, open up.
Yo, I'm running through these halls like Drano. I got that devilish flow, rock and roll, no halo. We party rock. Yeah, that's the crew that I'm repping on a rise to the top. No lead in our Zeppelin. Hey, party rock is in the house tonight. Woo! Everybody just have a good time. Yeah, and we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time. Let's go. Party rock is in the house tonight.
And he goes jumping in. Amazing round. Great hatching from Taz.
Big flashes in and casts the ultimate. Then 20 health left. Oh no, she will flash. Oh, the shield clutch.
Oh, a blink into all those units. The amazing defense. Champion of the Intel Extreme Masters.
So guys, welcome to the League of Legends Grand Final here at the Intel Extreme Masters Global Challenge in New York. Joining me is XPeke from FNATIC and of course Snoopeh from SK. I'm going to start with Snoopeh because he's from like my kind of area. He's Scottish, I'm English. I'll let you off. UK. Snoopeh, you guys have come through this tournament. You finished third in China. What were your expectations coming into this tournament in New York?
Well, we really want to get past the group stages and we're hoping for at least a top third placement, but we're so happy we managed to beat CLG yesterday. To get revenge for China was really good.
What's your opinion going into this one? I'm going to keep the question short because we are running out of time. Obviously, the event closes here at 5, and we don't want you guys to get kicked out before the final ends, so we're going to keep it quick. What's your prediction for this game? I mean, how confident are you going up against FNATIC?
I think it's going to be a 2-1 game. I think it'll be quite a long game. Both teams are really good, and we've not played against FNATIC so much in the last month, but they're a really strong team. They proved that the last couple of days.
Thanks a lot, mate. Good luck. Let's hear it for Snoopeh. So, Peke, you guys were so strong in the group stage. You've come through. You've not lost a single game as of yet. What's your secret going into this event? Is it that bit of a break that you've had that the other teams didn't?
I don't know. We came with, we didn't come that prepared for the event, but when we were here, everything was perfect. Everything was working out, and didn't expect this result. It was really nice.
Snoopeh's just said he predicts a 2-1 game, a 3-map game, a real close one. What's your opinion on how this game's going to go?
I hope so too. 2-1 game, the best one win, and I hope they are really intense at least.
Well, thanks a lot. Good luck, Peke. Let's hear it for Peke and FNATIC. We're going to give it over to our lovely commentators, Phreak and Rivington. Let's hear it. It's the Intel Extreme Masters Global Challenge New York Grand Final for League of Legends.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. We are into the grand finals of League of Legends Intel Extreme Masters New York tournament.
Excited.
I am very excited. FNATIC versus SK Gaming. I half predicted this finals, I guess. I did think that FNATIC would win the whole tournament, 2-1. I'm really hoping for. We saw 2-1, an amazing best of 3. That hour-long game 1, kind of a stompy game 2, and that game 3 with a ridiculous comeback at the very end. So incredibly close. I was sure that CLG was just in the driver's seat, but they. Just a couple of mistakes in those fights at the end. Couldn't quite hold it over, but we are here for the finals. And I believe it is go G time, as I typed it. But we do have everyone in the game, and I would love to see this final start up. I believe the draft actually had happened before, so we're going to go kind of into blind pick, insta-lock style, if I heard that right.
Yep.
And when everyone is sitting down, of course, they have come off a stage back there, and then they'll get down to their seats, get all acclimated, and then we'll just have a game for you guys, and that sounds like a good way to start off a tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be great. They're definitely you're going to see some bans for Ocelote as well as Wickd. They probably won't have the Aurelia in this game. We won't know what ones they specifically banned out, but if Wickd gets Aurelia, that's pretty scary for them.
Yeah.
He has an amazing top lane.
Yeah, if you don't see Kog'Maw, Aurelia, and Cassiopeia, they were probably banned.
Yeah, definitely. CandyPanda, obviously the AD carry, xPeke, going to be going against Ocelote in middle, so we'll see what he chooses as his AD. Shushei, obviously, that off AP/carry, and we'll have to see what he does. We're seeing if the teams are ready. Most likely milling about in the back and discussing this final match as they just had their interviews with Joe and really getting themselves ready.
Yeah, and the interviews, I mean, it kind of goes both ways. I really don't know who's going to win this one necessarily. These two teams have been trading games forever. These have been two of the big mainstays. FNATIC does see that they are ready, but these two teams have been kind of the mainstays of the scene for so very long. FNATIC going to be blue team in this game. SK going to be purple, spawning in the top right. That's going to be awesome. And FNATIC is ready. SK question mark comes out. We see them looking back and forth, smiling. And that is Lamia right there in front. Mellisan next to him. Shushei in the middle. And then Pekka and Cyanide towards the back. We'll see what they end up doing with this. Def win. Cyanide says def win for FNATIC in 5. Probably not the case. I think that would be a very unexciting finals. Snoopeh says Candy is MIA, so apparently SK are missing their ranged AD carry player. So hopefully he can find his way to his seat and sit on down. That seems rather useful because he's careful. He might randomly gank, question mark. I would actually like to see that on the camera. Just suddenly CandyPanda shows up and just like spits green stuff from across the map. I think that'd be pretty interesting. But yeah, the headsets are off. Players are talking to each other right now. Just, making sure they're ready to go. Lost his panda hat, Savage Gatsby. That's actually probably an option.
Snoopeh in the background there. There's Wickd standing to his right.
Yeah. And over there you see Ocelote, I think, right behind him. One of the admins milling back and forth. And, yeah, it's a possibility, says Snoopeh. So what is going on with these guys? CandyPanda, if you can hear me, get back to your seat. You're holding up a tournament, dude.
CandyPanda getting lost here at Comic-Con, so intensely big and there's just so many people. He probably got scooped up. So adorable with that panda hat on. Somebody just ran off with him thinking it was a free prize.
I wouldn't mind winning a CandyPanda.
No, I wouldn't either.
It'd be made full of candy.
It would, and it'd be a panda. And who doesn't like pandas?
That's true.
Had all these things just mashed up into one. And then League of Legends, so it's going to be an amazing weekend here. We're about to finalize this game. Oh, wait, I think the hat was stolen.
We'll see what the situation is. Yeah, so Urgot being grabbed. Cyanide going to be playing Lee Sin. We see CandyPanda on Caitlyn. And it's going to be go time in the very, very near future.
Oh.
Kassadin being grabbed, so we're seeing, not Kassadin, sorry, but Karthus being grabbed. So we're seeing that mage show back up again, but Shushei on Gragas, not a surprise, of course. Warwick jungle, haven't seen that very often. We saw that once from Curse, we saw that from Lapaka. Wickd, though, on Nasus, it's a new one, actually. I've not seen him play him yet.
We'll have to see. He is a top lane-oriented guy. We'll have to see how he pulls this one off. It's going to be a very nice initiation attack here if Nyph can get on a Dazzle into a Warwick ulti and then Caitlyn trap, something to that such. And you have the on-point Ocelot ulti as well in that cone area, so he can slow if you're turned. He will stun you if you're facing him. A pretty good team, though. A lot of displacement and movement, actually, on the other team. You got Gragas ulti, Urgot ulti as well. You're going to be stuck in that. Yep, Lee ult to kick away. Wow, at four of their, oh my God, 4 of their members on FNATIC pushes away the team.
Okay. So, by the way, yeah, guys, the convention rather does close at 5. If the game goes long, if it goes longer than 5, then everyone, unfortunately, will have to get out. But we will, I believe, finish out the tournament back here. You can hopefully stand right outside the doors and hear over the loudspeakers, right? Maybe. So as much as I hope for a 3-game series, I kind of don't hope for a 3-game series because I would hate for you guys to miss out on the last game.
For sure.
I would hate to be like, oh, game 1, hour long. All right, champion select, and you're gone. That would be rather unfortunate. But we are going to be here pretty much throughout clothing. We have an hour and a half. Hopefully that will be enough for you guys. Cyanide, blue team, SK purple team. We got this 1-minute delay remaining. We can see the players getting ready into their load screens. So, if you would like Team FNATIC take this one home for their countries, FNATIC, the blue team, if you want them to take this one over, let me hear you guys cheer in the audience.
Pretty good.
All right. And if you typos in verbal chat. If you guys are SK gaming fans, want them to take this one home for their respective countries, let me hear you guys cheer for SK. Actually, less SK fans.
Wow, FNATIC, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to see FNATIC coming out here. Can SK pull this one out and prove them wrong? We do see that they're in game as the delay continues to roll on here. We are going to be jumping into that one and see if it's going to be an early jungle invasion or if they choose to stay back and continue to start the laning phase right away.
Indeed, the last 12 seconds come on through. Let's see, try to figure out what exactly it is that they're going to try to do to win this game. Well, the bottom lane, I think, is actually really good for Urgot Janna. They have the ability to deal so much damage at once. Every one of Janna's abilities, save her ultimate, will actually deal damage in some form, whether it's raising the AD of her teammate or herself, or dealing damage with that tornado or the Zephyr. They can really burst down onto that Caitlyn. Now, Caitlyn's pretty safe, but you better be good at dodging those blasts from Urgot, because once he lands that E, you're guaranteed to take a couple hundred damage right there. Those Q's going to home in and pretty much crush your health bar, so good luck with that one.
Nice, sporting the Riot K9.
Mm-hmm.
K9 Nasus. Don't be sure to pick up and meet any of the Riot members hanging out around IEM. You can get a free Nasus skin, Riot K9 Nasus, as well as the champion. They both come together. So if you have not checked out some of the Riot employees, they're usually over to the right side of the stage if you're facing the stage. You can grab those cards up. Free skins for everyone. And looks like we are going to be starting this game, following xPeke around a little bit. There's Ocelote in middle. Looks like they will just go for a regular kind of laning phase / defense of jungle invasion here.
Yes, indeed. And we see Pekka milling back and forth, kind of staying in the brush, wants to be safe, but SK looks kind of aggressive. I mean, I guess Nocturne's watching top, Warg's watching mid, but I mean, Kate Turk buddying up could be really scary, actually. So they're going to want to be a little bit careful about how this pans out.
CV's going down. They are able to see Ocelote there. Got a little bit of a waylaced. Is that it?
Waylaced.
Lay-waste in the Toincos. And very nice job there. They're able to get a little bit of damage down and know some vision, so they're not really worried about too much of an invasion. You still have Shushei up top to guard that if they come around the backside of the blue buff. Nothing going down. Almost 1:30 here is when your minions are about to spawn. And we are going to get that underway. 1:55. We will see the buffs come up around the map. And it's going to be underway for all lanes. Shushei most likely going top. He's going to quickly leash for Cyanide there as he gets wolves first and then moves himself up.
Yeah, so Cyanide going to be the Lee Sin jungle for FNATIC. He's definitely been a very big force for their wins here in this game. You see a lot of harassment on here. Shushei helping out his teammate quite a bit. Cyanide going to go ahead and take down, get some nice gold and experience from that. Shushei not going to do much, but kind of watch, make sure no one ganks him. Looks like he's going to be safe, and he's going to throw that Q out and help him get the blue buff as well. So how nice of Shushei helping out his teammates. Hits once, Barrel goes out. Looking good.
And FNATIC also doing the same thing that SYPHER did, or maybe the SYPHER same thing FNATIC does. And they're taking those bottom golems for the bottom AD support lane. It's taking a little bit longer. Oh no, it's respawning. They may lose some minion experience on this one, but it's not going to be too much. They'll be able to get back in lane. Just a little bit troublesome there. And it looks like they're going to be against that Taric Caitlyn. Such a dangerous lane.
Yep, they missed out on 2 minions, but they're going to get this third one here. The gold difference, 8. So, I mean, 16 gold advantage because of that. A little bit of experience as well. Golems are a nice bit of XP, so ultimately an advantage there for FNATIC by doing this. Let's see what else they can do here. Lamia, level 1 right now, has a Meki Pendant, so he's really going to want to spam quite a bit here. He's also good at trading fights, by the way, because of that passive. Going to lower the damage output of whatever he hits. Going to be rather powerful here.
Like Karthus pushing a little bit up mid here. They're both trading some damage with the poison onto xPeke. Starting to tick down. Ocelote getting hit by a few lay wastes. We do see that Snoopeh is head as Wraiths. Looking for Lee Sin. He's going to start creeping down bottom. He does have the blue buff, and this is going to be quite an early level 3 gank here. He could Q right into that trap. Will he be able to? They're going to go in. They see that trap. They are going to shield to Janna. Can he get his Q off all the way into the turret range? Nyph taking a lot of damage. Beautiful dazzle, but it was just outside of the turret range. Luckily for Cyanide, stays alive, and nothing comes from the first gank of the game here at 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Lamia made an interesting choice there, too. He went shield at level 2. When his shield is up, it makes his attacks and his Q slow the targets he hits, and that means that he was able to go and walk up and try to land these slows onto Nyph. Now, Nyph made a good move as Lee Sin was jumping to him with the resonating strike there. He actually flashed back to the turret, pulled him in, and then immediately stunned Lee Sin, but Cyanide had walked just out of range in time to not drop down. He managed to knock out of that turret there. It was kind of close, and you see barrels coming out from Shushei, doing a good job of harassing Wickd, getting him a little bit low on health, but he hasn't used a potion yet, so he's probably fine. Ocelote, meanwhile, actually chugged through 2 potions. Pekka actually hasn't even lost one yet. I'm surprised. Cassiopeia normally seems to win that lane. Just in general, seems to be such a strong, highly beloved pick there. But Pekka, there we go, does take that Q to the face right there. Wants to be a little bit careful. Lamia getting harassed a little bit here. CandyPanda, of course, getting a lot of health back thanks to Nyph's heals. That shield doing its part as well.
Like we do see a little bit of movement from Snoopeh here. He's got double buff on. Coming up on top of Shushei. They may be able to get him here. Shushei has 2 escape mechanisms. He can do the body slam, and then he can flash if he requires. But he's got to make sure that body slam does not hit any units on the way out, or is going to stop him right there. And here we go, coming in. He gets the wither down on him. That's going to reduce his damage. He has flashed already. He made sure that flash puts him in front, and he may go for the body slam. Actually, he's going to save that. Not even need to use it. No, he didn't.
He was
You're
3
right.
mana short. And yeah, he somehow managed to live, of course. No stuns. Snoopeh not able to do too much with the lizard buff. And Shushei made it out just barely, but now I think he's learned his lesson to say, hey, I should probably make sure I have mana for body slam, because Warwick kind of wants me. And Shushei not learning his lesson might get caught out again. Snoopeh, oh, Shushei. There's the wither. Body slam should go off, and he will try to get out of range. Will do so, but still taking some damage from Snoopeh's red buff. If I were Shushei, I'd really consider recalling and getting some boots, because he's not in a wonderful place right now.
Yeah, it's not looking good for him. Looks like, again, Cyanide trying to come bottom. He's going to creep with this turret, or creep with this minion wave. They just need to get those minions a little bit farther up, and it will not work for him. He will be seen going into that bush. Janna's going to steal that trap. Very well played, and the knowledge of what's going on in the lane. And you can see right there, actually, Mellisan standing on a ward from SK, so they will not be able to make this gank happen. Mellisan taking a lot of damage still in the fights, too.
Yeah, Mellisan was kind of baiting out CandyPanda. He knew that Lamia could win the fight against him, especially with that shield slow on. Land the... Actually, he still hasn't ranked E because he's still level 3, actually. About to hit level 4 off this minion. Should rank E off of that. There it is. Noxian Corrosive Charge. Getting that damage output. So Shushei, level 5 against Wicked's Nasus. Wickd definitely playing very well here. Getting a lot of damage output done. Still has not used a potion. Shushei has used all 3, but he's last hitting pretty successfully. 32 to 32, but Wicked now to his turret, ready to spam out and get that Q charged up. And yeah, right now you look at the gold totals, and SK is pretty happy with this, actually. They've got their waves a little bit pushed towards them, so they have more minions to choose from, and they're equal on gold, which means they're probably going to build an advantage here. Wicked staying in the lane as Shushei recalls. He is level 6. He's moving towards mid. I think they're going to go for a dragon attempt. Shushei hits 6, they get that Gragas Barrel, and they're like, yeah, that's all we need for Dragon, let's do this.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for. You can see that SK is pinging a lot in the river right there, and not too much even going on in that area. Maybe they want to place a ward there. We are going to see Snoopeh head towards that direction, and he in fact does have a ward. Yes, he is warding that Wraith camp, and it's a very nice job because they know here it's about 6-7 minutes that Dragon has spawned, and that ward he just placed by Wraiths is really going to help the team to notice if they are moving for that.
I think they know that Warwick's here because Urgot's coming into the jungle. He's only level 4, which is a little bit unsafe. Cyanide 5, just barely Warwick moving back out there, but Shushei could find him. He's a little bit afraid of Asa. He's level 7, and by the way, has not ranked Miasma yet. 2 in Q, 4 in E. I don't know if that's a mistake or if that's just like he really doesn't need that ability yet. But Shushei has taken over mid lane, and actually they sent Karthus top, so interesting. I think they really want to use Shushei to sort of just spam out these lanes, harass a lot, pops his ult down, which means he's going to go take blue. He's going to be happy for him. He's going to let that go over to there, and he's going to be fine here. Now, I'm curious to see what Pekka's build's going to be, because he's not going to get blue this game, because they're going to give it to Shushei. And that means he might go, I mean, he's going Catalyst, so it looks like Rod of Ages on Karthus, so he will be jumping into those fights and being really, really disruptive there. And that might work very, very well for them. You figure, you know, if he can get in the front and sort of take some of the damage, he pulls one towards him, and then they kind of just like misposition everyone. They have the Urgot ult, etc., etc. That might be the sort of Fnatic strategy, is separate the team. Karthus doesn't really die in 2v5s, and they can clean up from there. That might be the strat, but who knows? Wickd might be too powerful. If he gets pulled in, it might not matter. Warwick the same way. See if that pans out for him.
Head back to mid and see what they are doing. Shushei and Ocelote just kind of trading it off. Shushei doing a very good job of keeping all those minions, bam, right there at like just 1 tick of health or 1 ability. Always getting that creep farm up. He does have 48 right now. Cass was in mid alone, and it was a little bit harder against Nasus up top. So Cass has 70 to the 48, and she does have that catalyst. That sustain in lane for her is very, very good. Shushei, however, can just go ahead and use that ability. Go ahead for Drunken Rage, and he will continue to get his mana back.
Yeah, and interesting to see, by the way, on builds, because I'm always curious to see what they are. So Shushei not going Doran's Rings as he normally has because he was given blue buff early and didn't need the extra mana regen. Unfortunately, though, his barrels aren't doing quite enough damage, and he's getting very close to like losing those minions to damage from his minions. Those barrels drop the ranged ones to like 10 health. He doesn't quite last hit them, and that could be very dangerous to miss out on 3 minions every wave just by being a little bit greedy. But the gold actually, yep, in SK's favor there. Basically just outlasting at this point. You see they are 300 gold ahead. Their mechanics are just better in lane, and that is why they are ahead in this game right now. So far, bottom lane has not really given any rewards to Fnatic. You would have thought, you know, Urgot Janna very able to be aggressive, but Lamia, of course, now with Tear of the Goddess, will be happy to spam that up and get a lot of charges back.
What SK does here is they continue to push back to their turret, kind of hanging out.
Yep, Pekka lives. There was an almost gank by Snoopeh. He was level 6, but the Wall of Pain was enough to get Karthus out there. But he's got to be a little bit afraid. He's only got that Catalyst. 1200 health can get melted by Nasus and Warwick. They have a lot of percentage health damage, so having HP without resists, not really a big defense there.
Ocelote disappearing from lane as soon as he... Oh, very nice job. Miasma down in the path that Shushei would have taken, but he just body slams through the wall, able to get himself those wraiths. So he's always getting himself experience. That's 4 more creep experience than, you know, Cass is getting. Ocelote has, however, been in lane a little bit longer, though. Level 9 to level 9 as Shushei has caught up. And let's see if Ocelote lets this lane push a little bit. Nice job. It's exactly what they wanted from Shushei. They want him to clear these minions out. You see there's no last hits coming from Ocelote because they want Shushei to come out. But it looks like Snoopeh will give up on that attack. A little bit of a chase down here up top. Karthus not really taking any damage. Looks like Wickd will be expending his mana here and will most likely back after this wave.
Yeah, do you have Philostone yet? He does not. This is it's a very likely recall soon from him. If you can't farm the Q anymore, there's almost no point in staying around for that long. It's up to 135. It's pretty good there. Pekka still pushing out the ranged minions. Pretty smart move from him. Gets a free gold out of that. Forces the wave to get pushed. Does last hit pretty successfully. And he may choose to recall. He's run back pretty far. Nope, sitting still, letting Wickd last hit.
Oh, nice attacks by CandyPanda. Bottom lane, Cyanide forced to shield up onto Lamia. Lamia took a good hit there from a Piltover Peacemaker, Caitlyn's Q. And it looks like they're going to lay down some traps, and it looks like they will go for the first dragon of the game a little later than we've been seeing here. 11 minutes and 30 seconds in. Usually it's about 8 minutes. So we're going to see if this is the first team fight that we have. Shushei has just popped Drunken Rage, throws in a barrel, looks to let that one sit. They are trying not to do too much damage to Dragon because they don't want to let that blow up. Lee Sin comes in and they actually stole Dragon from SK. They are able to take him out, but that is an easy trade. You don't even have to think about that twice. One death for Dragon is a good for it.
Yeah, that was excellent right there. That just very, very good coordination. Puts the barrel out, knows how long it's going to last. Is okay, you ready? Q, and smite will in the air. And that was just excellent work from Cyanide. He did smite that in time. Snoopeh's smite now on cooldown as he used that to take down a wolf camp. Unfortunate for Snoopeh. Of course, that was a giant risk because if he didn't smite in time, it was, well, you didn't take Dragon and you give up first blood. So definitely some confidence there from Cyanide. Meanwhile, Wickd is like, so you have all those antics going on. I'm just going to farm my Q. I'm up to 50 so far. That ain't bad at all. But he's not building that cooldown reduction build that we saw from Skyyart. So he's actually rushing Trinity Force, which is a very different style here because, I'm not sure which one's better necessarily, but I'm kind of feeling like, well, he was building max CDR so that he could Q every minion for sure. You're just kind of relying on Trinity Force damage to be useful early on, but you're not building for super late because that early Trinity means your Q is going to hit hard soon, but you don't have the cooldowns for the constant ultimates, the constant withers. I don't know, I kind of like Skyart's build more. It makes a lot of sense. It reeks of a player who is an expert in that champion.
Yeah.
But Shushei going to be given blue buff pretty easily. 11 health left, picks that one. Level 10 on him. We see Ocelote 10.5. Pretty much equal XP there. Shushei, they're rushing for the death cap. Says, I don't need Doran Rings, I have blue buff. Death cap it is. Not going to find Wickd in the back. Has the ward. We'll probably spot him. So yeah, he knows where he is.
Ooh, Lamia taking a good amount of burst. Almost taken down by Caitlyn. Can you get the ulti off? Flashes in to get the kill under the turret. Mellisan taking a little bit of damage there. No dazzle even required. They got the dazzle a little early, but CandyPanda really facilitating the kill for himself there.
Excellent job there. Caitlyn, kind of a legendary lane in terms of being so strong as bullies. And we'll see if which one scales better. Again, we keep having the EU players say, well, yeah, she wins lane, but so what? And oh wow, the flash in coming out of Mellisan. A little bit of defense there, and ults them back. Kate's not in a happy place. Ulted back, and Mellisan's still alive. What the heck? She's still alive. Nyph trying to chase in, getting slowed, and Lee Sin.
Oh wow.
With Lizard buff. Are you
Here comes Ocelote and Snoopeh.
Oh man, and the ult comes in from Karthus. That's gonna be enough to kill him. Cyanide's not in good shape. I would run back to the turret if I were him. I think he should go back to the turret, or maybe he might be able to W. He's been ulted. Mellisan, turn around. W to the teammate. He swaps Snoopeh into their lineup, but it's not enough, and this looks bad for Lamia now. He's coming in there. Pekka is nearby. He's going to come in, try to pick these up. Also could go down. Pekka getting the damage up, but will pick up that one. They've traded back and forth. Now can they chase Snoopeh? The red buff is slowing him a little bit, but Mellisan is giving him free movement speed. That E is letting him run away. That blood scent letting him get out. Mellisan runs away finally. But ultimately, that was a trade of actually pretty good because it was 2-0 for SK on the first kill, and now it's 3-4. So they went 3-3 if you count that entire lineup. If you count the Urgot dying to Caitlyn early on, excellent by FNATIC. Kind of took that kill and said, well, we're going to go 3-2 afterwards. But meanwhile, Wickd still farming top.
Doing what Nasus does best, farming that Q up. If you don't know much about Nasus, he is going to gain attack damage or power to his Q every time he gets a minion with it, kind of like Veigar gains AP, and that's going to be huge for his team. End game, we saw able to take down HotshotGG Cho'Gath, which many fail to do, so that's definitely something to be reckoned with. Now in the hands of Wickd, we'll have to see what he can do with it.
Yep, Shushei has enough for a death cap now. Got that in about 15 minutes. Pretty strong play to do so. Just on minion kills, I mean, his team did get a dragon and a turret for him, so that helps obviously quite a bit. But he's last hitting that almost entirely on his own merits there to kill off that minion. And if I were him, I would recall and pick up a death cap just because it's so important. But, hi Wickd, you've been jumped into a wall of pain. Good luck with this one. And a wall of pain is a metaphor for how much damage the team deals. And also the spell itself. Wickd down to half health. Barrel does hit him in the face. He's getting lower. Honestly, they could keep pushing. Shushei has low cooldowns. Barrel comes out again, will not tag Wickd. Pekka, of course, wearing double buff thanks to the kill on Cassiopeia.
Yeah, this should be a definite dive on Wickd. He does have his ultimate up, but it wouldn't keep him alive for that much longer. If they hit that one, they were definitely going in, but it looks like a good dodge, and Snoopeh finally comes up here, give a little bit of support to Wickd. The 2-on-2 on the turret is going to be in their favor.
I'm surprised there's no wall of pain. They could do a lot of funny things with that.
Bottom with the chase down here. They do
No,
get a
Ocelote's
Zephyr.
coming in though too. Peck is not in good shape with this one. Getting a lot of slows here. Looks like he will maybe live. Yeah, they will not. Actually, yeah, they will be okay
Bottom
here.
lane getting hit. Nyph goes down to Lamia. Both lanes going for a full-on fight. Not really like we could actually follow both, but that bottom one did come up with the first kill as the top was able to escape. It was a very nice job. The quick Zephyr out. They were able to stop Nyph from running, and then we saw Cyanide just quickly get in there with his Q. Rocket again for the damage.
Yep, sorry for stealing your fight. Mine didn't even turn into a kill, so now I just feel bad. Cutting off Riv for a non-kill. It's like, hey, so hold on, let me talk about these minions real quick. Meanwhile, battles at the top. FNATIC, xPeke going down rather quickly to Wickd and Snoopeh. Now, can he tag Wickd? One Q goes off. Ult goes off, I think, a bit early. Will not pick up the kill there. Pain goes off for what that's worth, and he's going to time out on that passive. Mellisan going to go back towards the bottom. 4 to 5 still the kill score. Kills being traded back and forth between these teams. 700 gold differentiates. That's pretty much entirely just from that one turret kill that's been done in mid. That is the entire gold advantage. The kills otherwise equivalent, pretty much. One dragon on SK's, not SK's, favor. Sorry, it was stolen by FNATIC.
Like they will be able to go ahead and just take this turret down. He does have quite a big minion wave, and the minion wave that's supposed to contest this isn't close. But I guess without the vision on the map, they're going to back off. Snoopeh does not want anything to do with that turret. And they are all starting to focus down towards bottom. That first dragon, I believe, was taken about 11 minutes, so we'll see that at 18-something, and that's about the time right now. And here we go, movement from both teams. The dragon has popped, and we are going to have a forced fight.
Yep, FNATIC are in first. Warwick and Nasus are far. Karthus is far as well, but it's down to half health right away. And can they get enough damage out of it? Because Taric, Caitlyn, and Cassiopeia are close by. FNATIC will pick that one up. Now they've caught Ocelote. Oh, but a bad ult from Gragas. Exhaust comes off from xPeke, but that might not be enough. Nyph getting caught now. Barrel's coming out. A lot of damage out of that. Will be a kill. Nice to Pekka. And that is assist from all 4 members of the team, in addition to that kill from the 5th. So FNATIC
nice
now very happy.
dragon and that.
Yeah, absolutely great. They got a kill on the support. I don't think he was wearing an Oracles yet, but of course the dragon is quite nice. They've taken 2 now, which means their support is much more farmed. 2,800 gold on the Taric, 3,600 gold on the Janna. So she's much happier in this game.
Warwick continuing to farm the jungle. We do see that Lee Sin is pushing bottom lane with his team. Cyanide helping to push this turret. Even more gold. Picking up almost, that's about 150, 190, 240 gold, 340 gold in the past. You know, few minutes is very nice for the entire team to have, especially if you're around Dragon, you grab the experience as well. So these guys really have a good jump on that. 26,000 gold to 23,000.
Top lane, hold on real quick though. Snoopeh and Wickd jumping on a Pekka, puts the wall of pain down, but still getting completely owned right there, and does drop down to Nasus' ultimate. Those Qs are hitting really, really hard. He's hitting for plus 216. The Sheen adding about 80 on top of that, and he is just destroying, thanks to the Warwick ultimate, just blowing him up over the course of 4 seconds. And poor Pekka just kind of giving away buffs at this point.
It's all about the Riot Canine.
It's all about that Riot Canine Nasus.
Don't
and
forget
the
to grab
Earth
yours.
Warwick. Or, well,
Yep. Well, Earth.
Kind of.
Instant.
Earth Wearer Warwick.
Rubber.
Oh, wow. Thanks.
Bottom lane, looks like CandyPanda kind of out of mana, but they're not going to go back on this. I'm going to check his gold and see what he has in his pocket here. He does have 1,700. That's an easy BF sword for him, but he already has one, so he'll possibly go for that fast Infinity Edge, maybe for some attack speed. Very nice Zephyr to slow him down. They're waiting for Urgot to get in. A very nice ultimate pushes CandyPanda on the other side, but way too much burst damage on the front end. Can he be switched in? Oh, I thought he was going to back up just a little bit and do a switcheroo with CandyPanda on the turret.
Yeah, Ocelote came by to defend as well. Panda will survive this one. A nice aggression there. Does pick up that Janna kill. Excellent play on that one. And Wickd, of course, still farming top. Getting that Q stacked up. 234. Gragas coming back. Gonna do some nice barrel work.
Nice job. Only missed one minion out of that entire wave.
Not too bad. He should have missed 0, though.
You hold him to too high regards.
No, he should be perfect.
Peke looking to back off a little bit here. He doesn't even know that Snoopeh is there, but it looks like whatever decision is making him go down. Yeah, he's going to go and grab the mid. We saw Shushei, or grab the Wraith. We saw Shushei doing this as well. There's no minion wave there. Why not every time you can get 4 creeps up, and it comes out. The ultimate out of the hands of Cassiopeia. It's going to be Petrifying Gaze to shut down xPeke, but there is Mellisan, the support, doing just that, and they are going to be able to get out alive. They're trying to cut off Urgot here. They're going to go close this gap in. They don't see him in the jungle. Very nice CV, and he will not be able to lock down any kind of suppression on that. Warwick has a very nice range, able to do an on-point suppression, and that's exactly what they were trying to do right there. Dazzle on the end would come up. They would have had a very nice fight.
But in the meantime, Cyanide had ganked top, and seems Shushei is better equipped to fight Nasus than Karthus is. He managed to pick that one up quite successfully. 6-7 the score, and of course SK is still quite far ahead as they have the dragon and turret advantage, but now there is no one to stop this bottom lane push. SK going to pick this one up 4 strong and probably keep going. The Taric ult may be a bit of a waste there. I would save it for the next fight. It could happen in under a minute. We see them pings at that red buff. They do want to be pushing onto that. They have a ward there. They know what SK is up to. They could catch them here.
Oh, 4 members in on that bush. Can xPeke get in there in time? He's going to turn on Defile here. He does hit him with the wall, but that's only going to slow him. Will they even try to initiate off of it? The wall really just a deterrent and blowing a cooldown there. Didn't need to use it. They will back off, and it looks like, you know, SK stealing a buff. Very nice there, denying the resources for FNATIC. And they're going to head back to lane.
Yeah, this is very happy for SK.
Oh,
Shushei. Oh. Not going to get caught. They're not going to... Actually, yeah, he's going to go left. They're not going to chase through on that one. Looks like FNATIC are safe for now, but they're down 1 kill. They've lost 1 turret, and they could get pushed down in mid as well. Red buff Caitlyn is scary. See what they can do. Gragas ult can get them a free win if they want. Pekka takes a lot of damage here, gets a nice ult off, but only hits minions. A good flash from Asa will keep him alive. 200 seconds of that cooldown now. Has to wait a little while for that. Cyanide getting some damage up and onto these monsters. Rates go down. And he's going for a Warmogs next. He's got the health from it. Does not have the rest of the recipe. See what happens here. Pekka and Shushei milling back and forth. Takes some minions down. Body Slam comes in as well. And Shushei going to wear the blue elixir for probably the rest of this game. Going to keep chugging through those. We'll see what the next item is. Right now he's got a Death Cap and an Amplifying Tome. We'll see what he tries to pick up now. 0, 0, and 2. 1,600 gold being worn as well. So he can take any kind of major item pretty soon.
Doing very nice, actually seeing what Caitlyn did buy with that 1,700 gold she had. Now up to 1,000 again, doing very nice farming up on the team for CandyPanda. Usually one of these players we will see doing a great job on the farm. However, Cassiopeia, that's going to be Ocelote ahead of him, as well as Shushei and xPeke in the middle as well, doing very nice farming. But she has grabbed herself that Bloodthirster and a little bit of speed to stay in lane. And that's going to be against that Urgot, who went obviously for that Manamune. And that BF sword is going to start doing a lot of damage. And like we said, FNATIC has a team to displace SK right out of wherever they are with just about 5 of their skills.
Okay. Blue turret does go down. Nasus does push that one successfully. Grats there to Wickd making that happen. Should be able to recall for a Trinity Force now. Actually, yeah, he does have enough for it. See, he goes for that indeed. Shushei still clearing out minions. Definitely farms quite well and scales well into the late game. Has 1,000 gold in hand, so that could be a Void Staff if he wants it. They're revealing Dragon, and that's already up. He actually had a Q in the air as it respawned. Nice job, Lamia. And an immediate Dragon kill by FNATIC that goes down without any delay whatsoever. Build themselves a 2.3 thousand gold lead, but Lamia, be careful. Panda's found you. They don't want to be split up here. While the pan goes off, and they found Snoopeh. Barrels go out. They could ult, and Snoopeh goes right into Lamia's face. Ult comes off onto Shushei. He's going to take a lot of damage here from Caitlyn. Lee Sin going to try to help them out. A swap goes off onto Kate, and Kate's not going to be happy with that one.
Whoa.
Drops down rather quickly. Karthus goes down. Nyph and Wickd going to take some pain there. Ocelote barely making it out with 150 health. But, you know, FNATIC won that battle 1 death to 2. And they're ready to push because they have 2 full health champions ready to shove mid.
I honestly thought when Urgot made the switch, he was just going to allow Caitlyn to take down Shushei, but he got pushed out once more, and that's the displacement of the team, doing a very nice job of not even allowing them to stay in the spot they're in. And that's exactly what the AD carry needs to do. CandyPanda has to have full control over his movement, stepping between every shot that he takes, and understanding that he's always in a position to escape or kite the enemy team. It's exactly what FNATIC can stop right now, and that fight went very well in their favor.
4 turrets to 2. Great job by FNATIC. Let's make a rundown of the comparisons between the champions. So Cassiopeia, 218 minions, 2, 1, and 2. Versus the Gragas of FNATIC, 1, 0, and 3, 213 minions. They're at about the same spot. They're both playing very, very well. Similar scores. Okay, great. Urgot, 1, 2, and 4 versus 3, 2, and 0. Again, pretty similar there. 2 deaths. Part of 5 kills versus part of 3. Caitlyn, 199 to the 160 of Urgot, actually. I got a little bit to Caitlyn there. I think she's outplaying the lane a little bit, and we have said that CandyPanda is such a treasured member for SK. But, you know, people have said that, you know, Caitlyn's good early game, falls off late, so maybe it's going to be more and more time for Lamia to shine, and maybe that'll be all right for them. Supports 0, 1, and 7 Janna, 18 minions, versus 9 minions on Taric, 0, 3, and 5. A lot more deaths on Taric, of course. When your team has equal kills and you have more deaths and less assists, you're just not playing to that same standard, I think, and I got to hand it to Mellisan for outplaying as a support. Going to the rest of the lanes, we have that Karthus. 210 minions, has the cleanse sash, and they're going to find Nyph right away. Nyph, you are so incredibly dead. Goodbye. Dropped down from kind of across the map, walked up to a ward and got swapped. Excellent there by Lamia, kind of enabling that kill, and now Wickd. Good luck, I guess. He's going to try to get away from this.
A lot of damage from that Gragas barrel. They are going to go in. Flashes have been expended. They're going to take down Wickd. Huge damage on Shushei. Shushei also falls by the hands of Cass. Ocelote trying to get out of this one alive, but he's just getting attacked. Lamia doing a very nice job keeping himself shielded up. Great job by Mellisan keeping Lamia alive by just a sliver of health, coming out with 4 kills to a loss of 2.
Wow, they got so much burst damage there. Of course, the Taric was free. The Nasus got caught by a bunch of knockups all at once. The Jonathan Tornado was part of that as well. Just died immediately. The just burst damage from Ocelote was so incredibly massive. Basically one-shot Shushei, and Pekka flashed in, then immediately died as well. So Ocelote, very, very scary. And next fight, if they can actually keep him safe for once, they'll do really, really well. Cyanide getting pushed around a bit. Ult out from Nyph as well, not doing quite enough damage there. Going to see Caitlyn on the prowl slightly. See what happens from that. Throwing Qs off into brushes. Wants to know where the enemy team is. Looks like they're nowhere. Not going to make their way out. However, SK are a Baron threat. As FNATIC are recalling and healing right now. Cassiopeia does about, probably actually better than Karthus does at killing Baron. They have that Warwick in there as well with the Wriggles Lantern. It's going to be extremely useful. Taric, of course, buffs his team. Caitlyn, really good PvE damage with that headshot. And Nasus, of course, Nasus, that Q spam, that ultimate doing percentage health, which always deals health in percentages, Rivington.
Yes.
And I learned that from you.
Percentage damage will always deal damage in percentage.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
I was unaware of that one.
Yes,
Couple of claps.
Love the clapping. Awesome. So looks like FNATIC gathering here in middle somewhat. Looks like Lee Sin will grab the red buff. That'll be nice for him. He'll be able to slow on his attacks as well as add the slow from having shield on. Shushei being a man and just bodyguarding that one for xPeke in mid. It's a very nice cooldown for Caitlyn. So CandyPanda, you know, using her ultimate kind of just like that is going to get it back quite quickly. And that's just, you know, doing extra damage and continuing that poke game as much as they can poke. It's going to make this easier. Wow, CandyPanda taking 75% of her health. They are going to initiate onto this xPeke, getting dropped quite hard. But that's all right for Karthus to be in the fight. Now in zombie mode, can cast spells for another 8 seconds. Going for the ulti, he cannot be stopped, and he drops one, gets an assist on another as 1 kill is traded. xPeke finally falls. Ocelote getting knocked down on by Cyanide. He will pick up that kill. Nyph and CandyPanda both at 300 HP almost. Can he roll out the right barrel? He misses that one. He may still have enough time here. He's got the blue buff and the body slam down. On to Nyph. What range. I thought he was just out, but that's a belly on Gragas.
I have to really hand it to this the Karthus play right here. That was phenomenal. He walked in. He knew he'd get ulted first by Warwick. Cleansed it out. Went forward. Stayed alive. Died. Well, actually, he didn't die because I got Zhonya's. And just was such a giant threat. Burned the Warwick ult. Burned their focus. Zhonya's out for 2 more seconds. Then finally did die. Popped the ult. Picked up another 2 kills for his team. His team got Baron. Did Pekka get the Baron? He did. So all of FNATIC wearing Baron buff. Up 5 kills. Up 8,000 gold. And SK are not happy about this.
Yeah, doing such a nice job right now. FNATIC controlling the entire map. They've only lost their outer turrets, but have managed to push down top lane to inhibitor turret and mid lane to inhibitor. The only thing they really haven't been able to get to is that bottom second defensive turret, and I'm sure it won't be too long. They don't really have the split push team we were talking about before. You're going to kind of need all those people in the fight since you are relying on the ability for them to displace their opponent with the abilities. We've seen this. Mellisan can ulti. That's the Monsoon that heals the entire team. Cyanide can absolutely kick everybody on the team, and if he kicks the right person and it hits the rest of the opponents, they'll stun them up into the air. Shushei can throw his barrel. There's just so many options they have to initiate from the beginning, so anybody can be there to start it for them.
Absolutely true. And we're going to see SK try to regroup here. They have a good chance of coming back. I mean, 8,000 gold is kind of a lot, but they do have the chance of getting this one. Blue buff steal from Shushei, and again, the Dragon. FNATIC has been perfect about these. Even when SK took the position and went for it, FNATIC still took every Dragon. Good advantage to have. Cyanide barely making that one happen for his team. They're going for it. They're going for a mid push, and this is actually very good for them.
They're going to do a nice job still giving Shushei that blue, and as you said, still pumping those blue elixirs. You can see the aura glowing around them. The wall of pain goes down from Karthus. That will stop them from staying in front of the turret, but they don't have any minions, so they're all kind of just tanking the turret, and they're all right with it.
Yeah, they have really good AoE, just area denial with CandyPandas. Just an instant trap goes down. PK's like, all right, I'm just gonna go ahead and tank that real quick because we don't want those in a fight. Urgot doing some good spam as well. But yeah, you look at just how quickly those minion waves melt. And Pekka actually getting a little bit too low. Oh my gosh, almost takes down CandyPanda. Nice try by Shushei. And they're going to go back in. The ult goes off. And he's going to walk towards Tarek. It's not going to be enough. They take him down. Warwick again getting pushed around. Nice ult by Janna. Lamia recalls back. And there is Pekka in the middle. But Zhonya's 1, 2, 3 down so far. Warwick and Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia falls. And Pekka's actually alive right now. Warwick getting chased out. Lamia's still going to press on. Oh, he's going to get him!
Wow.
He dies for it. But I think it's okay.
Absolutely amazing. The perseverance right now of FNATIC, understanding what each of their champions can do and under what pressure. And there it is. Lamia says worth it in chat, and they are going to be able to take this first game and under their belt. Very nice job by FNATIC, showing complete control in our grand final match. The first game to them. SK still in this one, so they may be able to bring it back 2 matches.
And proof that the worth it concept works even in tournaments. Pekka goes down to the turret. Does get slayed there, but FNATIC, an excellent game 1 so far.
Wow.
Going to move on, of course, to game 2. They need, well, SK needs to win this one to stay alive. FNATIC, if they get this one, will be the champions of Intel Extreme Masters New York.
They will be the champions, and don't forget to vote for your national ESL favorite MVP. Head over to nationalesl.com and make sure you vote for that. We have sweet hoodie we're going to be giving that person. We're going to show you that right now, as well as this. A bunch of stuff Joe said too. The solid state hard drive, this processor, even more, a BenQ monitor. So make sure you get yourself in for that. And that's the hoodie they're taking home. I was told no. I wanted one. But
yeah, I want one too. They have so many sweet shirts that they make here, and I get none of them. No one ever gives me.
Look at these. They're awesome, but they're only for the players.
Yeah, right. I work as hard as they do. I actually play more games than they do at this tournament. I actually work harder at these events than the players, and they don't give me free stuff.
You get the love. People love
you. I do.
There you go.
I get to be on camera. All right, so we're going to go into the next game. Mellisan has hosted already, spectating up onto that one. FNATIC just filtering into the purple team. They know SK wants blue team in first pick.
Yeah,
That's rather likely.
Yeah, they really want to be able to control the game right now from picks and bans. They're going to have to do that, especially with the amount of control FNATIC just showed. Every dragon almost. Dragons contested, and they came out clean on top, not worrying about anything. Just very amazing fighting by them. Shushei, I don't know how, but he always does so much damage. It was kind of like having that, the Veigar on the other team. Yeah, you can go up against him 1v1, but he's going to stop you, stun you, and you're not going to want to fight after that. You're going to have 75% of your health gone. And for him to be able to do that consistently is amazing, because his barrels were doing 600 themselves and then continuing to body slam. We saw him take down Nyph with 400 HP on just that body slam after the chase. Amazing amount of play by FNATIC right now, and they're really just on top of their game overall.
Yeah, the amount of damage he deals with that when, and he of course just is a burst caster, right?
Yeah.
He's like, okay, I'm going to go Sorcerer's Shoes, I'm going to get Death Cap first, my second item is going to be Void Staff, like, I don't care who you are, I want to deal bursted damage to you. And he covers up the rest of those deficiencies by 2 things. I mean, one of them is obviously good play, but he wears blue buff and blue elixir the entire game. And with a 9021 build, that's max CDR. Just masteries and items and buffs, and he's just max CDR. So he has body slam on like a 3.6 second cooldown, so good luck catching him. He's got pretty much infinite mana because of his W and because of the blue buff as well. His spells aren't too expensive, and he just like throws out barrels all day, and he's a melee champion who can go in and body slam, but with that Q that rolls like 1,000 Ranger, so he just throws them out, blows them up, throws them out, blows them up. 6 second cooldown, not a big problem. And we actually do have all of them into the game. So it looks like I'm going to say go, 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 typing it correctly. All 5 from SK, they are blue team this game. All 5 from FNATIC, they are purple team this game. And all 3 specs are in. Oh, we missed a spec. Hold on. Okay. Okay, now go. He rejoined. I was afraid there. That coverage on LeagueOfLegends.com, need those guys in there.
Something to point out
that
we haven't, we've talked about a little bit, and we always say it, but it seems menial when you think about it, but farming at the turret. And that's one of the biggest things is Shushei is able to do a lot of early damage because he gets that. He gets the gold at the turret really early. He gets those items. He gets the sword pen or the Sorc pen boots. And that's just, he doesn't even need to get anything early. You said he usually goes for the Doran's rings. He didn't even feel he needed to this time. Just a huge amount of burst with the ability that he has from farming itself. Didn't get a lot of kills until late game, and that just made him even more stronger. So you're going to have to focus.
Even more stronger.
Even more stronger.
Wow.
Even more stronger awesome. On top of the strongest stronger. So that's,
Indeed. Yeah, so apparently they're saying Mellisan PC needs reboot, so they're going to have him hop out, then back in. SK are ready, though, so when Mellisan is good to go, then we are good to go. In the meantime, let's talk about some of the cool things that have happened this game. So the solo top Nasus farm worked kind of nicely. It worked really, really well against Pekka. They managed to break down that Karthus quite a number of times, but he built so much durability. He learned his lesson. He was like, okay, I got my Rod of Ages, and oh my gosh, Warwick keeps ulting me, and he keeps ulting me, and he keeps doing it over and over. Stop it. And so he bought a Quicksilver Sash so he could break out of those suppressions and let him break into those battles. And then he was like, well, you know what else I need? I'm still dying a lot. Let's go Zhonya's Hourglass. And so, he's got like a 7,000, 8,000 gold build with 180 AP in it. And that was enough because he took so much, time from everyone else. He kind of just pulled everyone towards him, made everyone sort of react to what he did. And, it was rather phenomenal. I mean, I have to hand it to that Karthus play. I was kind of yelling at the Karthus from SYPHER the last game. I was like, dude, you're just pooping the bed, man. You're not doing that well.
Dork Pen, Rod of Ages, come on,
Yeah, right. But it worked this time.
Yeah.
I think Pekka. I mean, honestly, I think Pekka's a stronger player. Pekka is so phenomenal, and his build showed it, and his just choices showed it. And we did finally see that SYPHER Karthus kind of push through at the end. He finally did some really good things, won his team some fights, but. Mellisan is back. We do need Average Gatsby for Average Gatsby. Being very, very average by not being in the game. So I'm going to whip out oh, he's here. Hello. It's like he's watching the stream. Because, of course, he is. So, go. SK said they are ready. FNATIC are sitting down at their chairs. You can see them. Again, in order, Lamia, Mellisan, Shushei. It looks like that was Pekka. And then you kind of just saw the front of the face of Cyanide. And we are here, first pick, first ban, going to SK Gaming. They do need to win this one. And the instant ban Karthus, the instant ban Aurelia. Not surprised on either. Not at all surprised on either.
Yeah,
I expect
Wickd a little bit.
Wow, Cassidy again. They are very afraid of Pekka. They let him have Cassiopeia last time. It seemed to work out for him. But they might actually ban it around this time because I feel like, Nocturne. Okay, they really want to get rid of Snoopeh. I think Snoopeh's best champion is Nocturne. Is that? I feel like I heard that somewhere, so I'm going to pretend it's true right now.
For sake.
Yeah, whatever. But here's the thing: they have to ban out Kog'Maw or Cassiopeia, and I don't think they want to leave them Kog'Maw at all. But if they do, they can get Cassiopeia and like Gragas, and then they have such strong AOE mages.
Well, with that first pick, this one they can force FNATIC to ban Kog'Maw or get Kog'Maw.
Yeah,
so they are forcing. The Talon's pretty good up top. They have seen a few good Talons here in the game. So will they force to ban the Kog'Maw, or are they going to give?
They
they did. Very nice job by SK in manipulating that. So let's see what they did that for.
I expect Cassiopeia. That makes a lot of sense, and this actually looks like similar bans to last time, with the exception of that Karthus ad. So I feel like we're going to see potentially very similar lineups, unless the teams are running different comps. And actually, they're going to grab a Gangplank up instead of who they have last time. Who was their jungler? Last time around. It wasn't Udi. Oh, it was Warwick. The SK had Warwick. So they're grabbing out the Gangplank, and actually Lamia apparently not happy with how that game is shaping up. Since you first picked Gangplank, hold up. Let me try this one again. I don't expect Gangplank. Let's be honest here. That's just silly. So I'm not quite sure where Lamia headed off to. Someone will give me an update. We can see over here at SK's point of view what they're thinking. Oh, he apparently got he did quite apparently make it into Champion Select. So. He's going to restart his client and get back in, so silly Lamia not making his way in. And then we will have the client come back up, he'll rejoin, and then we will go through those same 6 bans in probably even less time than last time. Oh, what happened? Oh, Cyanide just like...
Being adorable at the end of the table. Shushei, sporting his Gunners in his Steel series.
Woo-woo.
Or Siberia's.
Oh, yes. And let's see, we're going to wait for that last player for that Lamia Zealot to get in, and he is there. So, let's do this, as Jax would say.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm pulling out the champion quotes.
I guess so.
Jellyfish?
Nope.
Okay. That's fine. SK ready. Okay, I didn't have to... Oh, friggin' now Cyanide apparently just Q dodging immediately. I'm confused as to why you're doing that.
Oh.
I'm getting trolled by Cyanide.
Yep.
What are you doing? And he's back in the game.
Oh.
WTF, mate. All right, go now, :P, says Pekka. And all right, let's go for real. I think this is the 3rd time starting game 2. Sinus has misclick. I don't know how you misclick the quit button. It's giant and orange. But sure, okay. There we go. Yep, running those bans out. Gonna get those same 6 bans, Aurelia, Kog'Maw, Karthus. You can see him right here. Going on through, people not picking those champions. And CandyPanda now dodging as well, and Champion's like, what is going on with these guys? Having a bit of trouble with their champion selections.
Wow, hopefully getting these guys, possibly get them all to restart their client at this. Oh,
apparently purple team had first pick in this one. Wow, interesting. Oh, no, he did pick it, but it didn't ban. Okay, so it was maybe he banned too quickly or something. Dylan, wait 5 seconds, then ban. Let it load. It's not like they were going to pick Karthus anyway.
All right, so Nyph.
All right.
Maybe
for real.
Yeah.
There it is.
All right.
Nobody
leaving.
Karthus banning out. Aurelia being banned out.
No more misclicks, gentlemen.
Pass it in. I forget what the rest of the bans were, actually. Nocturne.
Talon, Kog'Maw.
Yeah, there we go. All right, Nyph, going to first pick that Gangplank, I believe.
Bam.
There it is.
Lock
Click
it in.
and locked in.
All right, so that was not a troll joke. He does want that Gangplank. It is not going to be a support gank. He is just grabbing that for the jungler.
I mean, you could do support Gangplank.
Oh, of course you could.
I mean, it's doable. And you could also run a SYPHER and run solo top Gangplank. Have him kind of do anything. A lot of options there. Let's see, Morgana. I like seeing the Morgana there. I think it's a very, very strong choice. But I'm surprised because they have Cassiopeia and Gragas still in, and those seemed, have to be grabbed early on. But maybe Morgana was the ban instead of Karthus from the last time around. Certainly was scary from before. So we'll see what the choices are now. Shushei just going to be on Morgana, and of course those are the 2 solos between Pekka and Shushei. So Shushei going to be wearing the Morgana this game, and Pekka grabbing a fast Lee Sin. Interesting to see Lee Sin because. I mean, it certainly worked very well for Cyanide last time, but it seems like SK already have picked their likely jungler.
Yes, indeed. Really, so far, kind of a shield composition team by FNATIC.
True. Yeah, they have shields all over the place.
SK going for the Janna. All right.
Again, okay.
It's going to be for Nyph, so it looks like Nyph, Ocelote may switch, and then another switch is going to occur. And what will that switch be? Snoopeh to pick the jungler. He will most likely be picking for himself. This wait for a pick may be the one they're trying to counter as well, so there may be a good amount of switching. But no, he is going to pick Yorick for top lane, and that's going to be for Wickd.
Yorick Vayne is definitely a possibility. I don't think they're going to run a Zilean as well. I mean, they could. That'd be completely NA style of play. That Janna Vayne bottom, Yorick, and Zilean for the solos, jungle Gangplank. They could just kind of just straight rip one of Epic's lineups, but that could be the situation. Yorick, I do like as a pick, certainly very, very strong, an exceptional laner, but I think Gragas can outlane that, and I think they're like, oh, should you pick Morgana? I think we're okay with Yorick here. Maybe that's what they were thinking. I'm not quite sure. We'll see how that pans out, but it's time for the next 2 picks here. AD, solo, and support still to pick for FNATIC. AD and solo still to pick for SK. We'll see what happens here. I'm not quite sure.
There's a Mellisan.
Yeah, there's that Sona.
So it's going to be either Vayne, Caitlyn, really, to come out in this one. I don't think we're going to see
Ezreal.
Oh, wow, Ezreal. Calling me a liar.
Very much so.
That'll be very nice for them.
I do like the Ezreal pick. He was Urgot last game. Still likes those skill shot Qs. He's a fan of those types of champions. Should be pretty good for him. But we'll see what SK is going to go for. I really think Vayne is going to be a choice here. I think CandyPanda has a good Vayne. And it just makes a lot of sense to me. There is Cassiopeia. I'm not surprised that I'll see that for Ocelote.
I think, with the shields that they have, obviously being... Whoa,
There's a lot of, he's just kind of running around. I do like Annie as well.
Could definitely run a Corki in this game if he wanted to.
Yeah, we haven't seen Corki all tournament. I don't know if he's a Corki expert. Ryze also a good choice. He's running through kind of all the mages here. They could really go Zilean. Honestly, I like it. I do think that's a strong choice here. Just the ever-reviving Vayne. It's going to be Tristana instead, but that's kind of the same concept where you just hyper damage output, long-range carry, just going to scale in the late game and dominate for my team. And if you try to kill me, I'm coming back 3 more times.
Yeah, it's really good. Both of the AD carries now have an escape ability. You have Arcane Shift on Lamia, and you have your Rocket Jump on CandyPanda, so there's a lot of chase to be had there.
Yep, it is going to be Cassiopeia. Okay, so a pretty similar lineup in a couple of fronts there. The Janna back in, I believe, from last time, although that was on... oh, nice. I like the Anivia pick here.
Wow.
This is going to be awesome. It's one of the first few Anivias in this tournament. We've seen her a couple of other times, but the difficulty here, though, is that Anivia isn't a strong lane against either of these two. And it's kind of like Ashe, where like your lane's going to suck, but I mean, as long as you kind of make it to late game, you're still this crazy like utility champion, so it doesn't really matter how much farm you have. But Shushei has been practicing a bit of Anivia. Pekka going to be on Morgana. Was playing a very good Morgana from before. I like that a lot. We see that JothY now going to be selected as Tempest JothY. You can see that is going to be a Nyph right there, choosing his support. And let's see. I like SK's lineup more. I really do. I think the Wickd making that clone of CandyPanda is a really, really big deal. They actually have teleport for their solo top. They can get down to dragons a lot better. Yeah, FNATIC did a great job of getting to them in the previous game, but the addition of teleport I think is really, really huge there. Jungle Gangplank I think is massively powerful. They first picked that for good reason. I'm a big fan of Gangplank in this. Cyanide's been a star player all game, but and Leesen's certainly very, very powerful, but you know, I like SK's lineup a bit more. Certainly these teams are almost equally skilled, and I like SK more for this game.
Yeah, they are looking really good. They have one of those on-point teams where you can just choose what you want to do with the ulti coming out, with Nyph being able to push people around. We saw how much that was utilized last game to really put FNATIC in the position that they wanted. FNATIC, however, you know, stronger in the fights and their focus ability, and they have a lot of that this time. Shushei can just throw down his ultimate, and if you're standing in that when that crescendo happens, you know, that Tormented Soil goes down, the ulti comes in from Morgana, and she just locks everybody up. You know, that can be really stopped quickly by Ocelote and Nyph. So it counters very well, I think. Both of these teams have a great amount of ability to stop the fight as well as continue it.
You're absolutely right. Leeson can jump in and get just pretty much pooped on. I mean, realistically, like, that's kind of the situation. And we've seen Gangplank do well every single game. You know, there's a gank on any side of the map, and he's like, and Cannon Barrage. And then it, like, sucks really bad. And with those giant slows, it's going to be hard to dodge Ocelote's Qs. Nyph's going to land his abilities as well much more easily. They're all skill shots there.
Yep.
Wickd has perma-slow with his Pestilence schools. I mean, there's so much like soft crowd control on this team. It's actually going to make it very difficult, for FNATIC to navigate in these battles. Sorry, as my lunch is like digesting now. So
Creeping up on you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hopefully they were quiet enough, but I do, however, like that Black Shield from Pekka, being able to block all those slows out, because the magic damage isn't massive here. You know, Wicked's going to put out some. CandyPanda's not really going to put out too much. Also will definitely put out a lot, but if they can get enough magic resist, like if Cyanide finishes, you know, Merc Treads, maybe gets a Force of Nature in there, it's not going to be a quickly broken Black Shield. And especially if Pekka gets farmed, that Black Shield is going to be pretty massive. It's really going to block out a lot of the damage there, and that's just going to be super, super useful.
Would this be, who's going to be their top? Their top's going to be Peke. So would you think they would ever do the meta switch and put the AD top against a Morgana? She's a hard laner, but that would be easily to stop her if she can only just throw out one Dark Binding and a Tormented Soil.
I don't think so, because last time we saw Morgana get forced away at solo top, she still was able to farm with W. She was still able to do okay.
That's true.
The lane will automatically push because she's not last hitting at all. And then once you hit level 5, you're like, well, I can auto farm the ranged minions, and at that point, you know, that's not a bad lane switch. I can soak up XP and I can Black Shield the ganks. I'm probably going to be okay.
Exactly what you see a lot of Morganas do is throw the Tormented Soil a little bit on the melees, but mostly on those back 3 minions. Let those melees take the damage and take them down. They're a little bit easier to last hit since they don't take as much damage. So you want to focus on farming like that. Looks like Morgana's going straight down to start this off. That might just be for the jungle invasion since everybody is doing the same thing. We see Yorick, Ocelote, CandyPanda all moving out mid as well. Actually, Mellisan heading straight to lane. I mean, Nyph heading straight to lane. Nope. Cuts into the jungle. I'm just confused, I guess.
Fair enough. We see Ocelote.
Oh, they're going for the tri-bush.
Oh, nice. Yeah, FNATIC going to play very aggressively, but JothY heading down there. Will she ward or just hold it?
Spidey senses.
Maybe. She might get caught, though. If they, like, CV and go for the Dark Binding, like, they won't check this brush without CVing it. I don't think so, unless like the rest of the team shows up. I think is all of them can Q and root somewhere. Like every single one of them can Q that brush, and then JothY will not like.
What does Nivea have?
Like, I'm just watching from her point of view. I'm just gonna watch this.
What?
Oh,
just missed.
That would have been first blood for sure.
No way.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
He threw out that Q. Flash Frost came out of Shushei's ability before that CV went down. They were anticipating that fight, and that Dark Binding was just millimeters away from grabbing Nyph.
But of course, now they're revealed. They ping the brushes. They kind of know where SK are hiding. The thing is, Gangplank and York going to steal something. That ping out from SK. That
was a great Dark Binding as well, right there into the bush. It went straight through the walls, so nobody saw that they tried to use another Dark Binding there.
Yeah, they saw Nyph. FNATIC, I think they know where they are. Yeah, we see constant pings from blue team.
Oh, man.
They're going to take the golem. That's cool. But
CandyPanda's like, can I walk past this to my lane yet?
All right. Yeah, if he's going to be fine here. They're going to take, you know, Free golems are nice, but by the way, top lane, oh, they're going to go for the red steal as well. I like this from FNATIC. This is good trickery here.
Oh, no. It looks like Gangplank and New York having their way with it as well.
They're going to get really low from doing this. FNATIC, I think, are just nice and healthy. And you're going to see, like, Wickd will take all the damage, then just kind of recall or teleport and be fine with it. Cyanide is wearing the red buff. They've killed off that Wraith camp. Of course, they are trading on both sides, so, yeah, you know, honestly, they're just missing out on XP for what ultimately is an equal trade. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, great job there. Nyph, however, having to use a ward a little bit early, so they know the ward is in that bush. They did just back off from what would have been a 3-person gank at level 1.
FNATIC did take teleport.
The bottom, yep.
All right,
oh, wow, going up top. Snoopeh coming out strong. Great dark binding. A little no-look throw there by xPeke, and he's able to get a lot alive on that one.
Yeah, but he's now very hurt. He has the Doran's Wing, bought a potion in the middle of that, which is smart. He'll need that. Actually bought 2. He's using 1. Has a second available. Will try to harass Wickd, but he's got potions and he's got ghouls, so good luck making anything happen there. Sona Ezreal versus Janna Tristana is going to be an interesting lane. Tristana will scale well in the late game. CandyPanda, an excellent player, of course. Got harassed pretty good, and the shields aren't coming out in time, so Panda will keep taking that damage and not get anything back. Actually, this could work out quite well for FNATIC. Wickd taking a little bit of damage here, still not going for those potions. That guy just trying to last hit. Wickd, of course, got to get his health back. Nyph is going to have a difficult time against this Cassiopeia, but so far okay. 8 to 10 on minions. Cassiopeia's in the advantage here.
Such a great poke job down bottom, just making Nyph chug those potions. CandyPanda went for the Doran's Blade, which is kind of different when you don't have that constant sustain support in lane. Nyph can really only throw out those shields, so you can see the damage right there is going to stick on CandyPanda, and they're continuing to do that. Looks like we have a gank up top. Mellisan coming in. Will they be able to grab Wickd? He is out of mana. Goes for the Tempest, and he flashes out before the Dark Binding can hit. A very nice job there. So the flash is expended top. Considered a successful gank. And you know what? He pinged right in the bush, and they're going to stay right there.
Yep, excellent choices there. If I were FNATIC to play this one back like 30 seconds, I would have Cyanide land, go for the Q to make him flash early, and then Dark Binding outside of turret range.
Yeah, makes sense.
Theoretically possible. Not really likely to necessarily hit those, but in a perfect world, that's what I would do. Hindsight being 20/20 and all. Cassiopeia Nivea is still a difficult lane for Shushei, but he's pushing the lane. I think it's a smart choice here when you know that lane's going to be difficult for you. If it's going to suck, just push anyway, and then you can kind of like stay towards the back. Unfortunately, though, the lane is so pushed that he's now just available to Gangplank, and this is not the happiness. You see Ocelote actually running to the left-hand side, trying to force Shushei to the right, which means he's in range of Snoopeh. He will land that Q.
Nice damage.
Damage being dealt, and lands the Q from Ocelote, so nice job there.
Wow, that just ticked down half health now for Shushei. Just a few attacks like that early game can really change everything.
Yep, and he's actually out of potions now, got to regain to about full. His Qs are giving him some nice sustain, or rather some nice gold, but his minions are not great. Wow, the damage out on CandyPanda is massive. Nice play from Lamia, but he's running out of mana here. You're going to see CandyPanda, the first one to go home. Nyph going to put that shield on, and actually CandyPanda went back to lane, so Mellisan's going to be like, and Q spam. And she has to rocket jump. Now Panda's certain to recall at this point. Lamia misses that Q, but going to control this lane pretty successfully.
Again, Snoopeh just being very aggressive. The back is going on for xPeke, and he will not choose to keep going. He probably would have been able to hit him with a parlay on that one and kept him there.
Why is CandyPanda still here?
Getting hit pretty hard. Yeah, he's hurt. That shield is on. It's going to wear off, though. As soon as it does, the power cord comes out. Sona, FNATIC Mellisan grabbing the first blood of the game.
Yeah, and you see players do that so often. They're like, well, but it's a giant minion wave. I want the experience. Like, they're just going to flash kill you. Hey, that was the case. Of course, Nyph has that shield on, getting harassed a little bit by Lamia. And Mellisan with a big enough mana bar has 2 points in heal. Actually going to be able to spam that and be okay.
Yeah, that was really good damage. They waited huge on that because Mellisan had to cast those 3 spells and proc that power cord. That's going to do double her damage, and that's what took it out. You saw Lamia's Mystic Shot actually pass through the dead body of Tristana. So doing a very good job bottom, knowing when that Janna shield was going to wear off. They took full advantage of that situation.
Yep, Shushei tried to bait Ocelote a little bit. Of course, has Egg. Cyanide could maybe take down Asa, but, I mean, level 6 with 3 points in Twin Fang, that's going to be a little bit difficult. I actually like Ocelote's build here. Now I kind of understand it. He's ranking Q for the lane harass.
Mellisan getting hurt. He's going to go down, definitely. There's one more shot from CandyPanda. He's going to give himself a little retribution for that last kill.
Yeah. And that's actually much better than actually for SK because the ranged carry got the 300 gold, not the support with the 400. So even though the first blood is helpful there, you see SK actually up in gold despite not getting the first blood kill. And just overall, they got the gold on the right targets as well. So I've got to say, nice to SK. Also could take down Shushei. Of course, he's using that ultimate, trying to get rid of these minions here. spamming down, but not getting a lot done with that spam. And Poison, he's going to get egged right here.
Yep. Down is the egg. Not much you can do about that. That's the passive of a Nivea. Shushei is going to come back up. Nice. Yep, there we go. And looks like they are waiting for xPeke to jump on this. Snoopeh is waiting to come around the corner. This minion wave could make xPeke go for the ultimate. Not too much mana on Wickd. And it looks like xPeke will just back off. Wickd is safe in the lane, and Snoopeh backs off as well. Will they be going for the blue? Oh, they're going to meet each other in the river. Nice ward there. You're going to give xPeke a little bit of safety in farming.
Yep, Shushei's going to need blue buff. I think he's going to need to recall first, though, because he doesn't have the mana to really easily kill off that golem. Snoopeh in mid as Cassiopeia goes to recall.
It's different. It's about 8 minutes into the game. Gangplank not really needing that blue buff that much. I'm surprised it did not go to Cassiopeia. Shushei still has to grab blue, and it was actually walked by Cyanide. That was a few minutes ago that spawned, so they're a little lackluster on the blues, but they like to control the game, so they're not really going to force anything. Mellisan pushing into his jungle now to get back into position with Ezreal as he comes down bottom lane. That's Lamia. And we do see Ocelote waiting for something patiently in mid.
And amazing job last hitting with auto attacks. You see like 8 in a row from Anivia's basic attack. For those who play Nivea, that's freaking hard. Like, that's legit from Shushei to get those. I'm just saying, that's actually rather difficult. So, congrats to Shushei, doing a pretty good job. 52 to 37, though, still Cassiopeia in the lead here. And actually really playing way too aggressively. I don't know why she played that aggressively against Shushei. She's not really in danger of, I mean, maybe she can burst enough with the stun, but that seems really unsafe to try for it.
These wards up top for xPeke. They got a ward actually behind them in the tri-bush, and they have one right outside. It's like they just want to close in on Wickd at some point and take him out with a minion wave.
Yeah, very at least afraid of Gangplank, I think.
Right.
Peke just is a little bit afraid, needs to just stay up here.
That's true. It'd be very easy to stand in that bush ulti and just come up behind the turret.
So we're going to see also just spamming on minions some more. Cyanide looks like he's going to lead. Oh, sorry, a kill at bottom. Ezreal jumped in there, but going to drop down. Snoopeh has shown up, but they could get the kill out of Snoopeh, and they will. Double kill for Ezreal. Now Morgana shows up. The flash coming out from Nyph, though, will keep her alive.
Nice dodge.
Yeah, Peke teleported in for the ult. Would have gotten the kill if not for flash. Peke, of course, now having to run all the way back up. And maybe taking a lot of damage on Ocelote, but gets ignited. He could drop down. A lot of poison there. Pretty scary.
Poison. First dragon is going. Wow, looks like Cyanide taking a little bit of damage. This may not be good for him. They're not doing it good enough. He will be able to smite it. And it's going to burn a little bit more, but he's not going to be able to take him out. That was pretty close, but they did take down two bottom.
Shushei,
Very nice job. That kill in middle. Shushei follows it down, taking out
the poison some more, takes some more damage. He's like, and the kill. So, Miasma, no problem. Drops down to like 80. Drops down to like 80 health. It's going to be okay. See Gangplank just last hitting right here. Q comes off a cooldown. Going to be some easy kills for him. Bam! Free gold. Thanks, dude.
There's Snoopeh. Yep, just farming up mid. They are pushing Mellisan back to the turret here. CandyPanda hiding in the bush. They do not have any vision in those bushes. Something you usually see Mellisan or any support bottom doing when they are getting creeped on a lot. But they're doing all right in their lane. It is 1-4 right now. It jumped on, just missing that one. Trying to do a little bit of poke damage and get himself out. He did see Lamia, so CandyPanda thought twice about that initiation.
Yep, and now with Ezreal having those 2 kills, of course, much farmed over CandyPanda. Pretty excellent job with this Ezreal so far, doing a lot of aggression. And Sona, interesting, normally we talk about Sona being kind of a passive support, being a big sustain bot, but with Power Chord and the Q, I forget the name, I'm going to click her and tell you, and then sound smart. Hymn of Valor, there we go. And he's actually maxing it first, too, so you see it actually does some pretty good damage, 150 from the Q, getting about 100, maybe like 80 or so for the passive.
Like Wickd could get jumped on here up top. Cyanide just creeping up in the bush, waiting for something to happen. He does have, he just used the ability. That's what they're looking for. They want him to use all of those abilities. He is quite low on mana, but Cyanide can't get in there yet. He does. He goes to a minion, gets the Tempest down, causes Wickd to flash. That is the second time. Mellisan going ahead and warding Wraiths down bottom. A good amount of control by FNATIC right now as they continue to push these lanes and get the vision inside of their opponent's jungle.
Yep, Lamia harassing quite well. Has that phage already, just very ahead of items. Top of the game, and they're pushing in. And maybe coming in from the side. Wickd actually staying around. Nice dark binding from Morgana. And Nyph is going in for the stun. Will land the stun.
He just stepped out of it. Very nice.
Cassiopeia going to find her. This is going to be dangerous. Can W. Yep, looks okay. Actually, would actually bait her out and then W and then have the team show up. But certainly, though, worked for Shushei. And Caspia's going to go for the blue and can solo it pretty easily. Her damage output really, really massive. Oh, that was close. Cyanide almost stole that one.
So it looks like he is going to go top, giving Wickd a chance to back here. He's going to soak up that top lane XP. A good push by Ezreal down bottom. It is 2v1, and without Mellisan, he has CandyPanda and Nyph back at their turret.
Yes, indeed. And Nyph, yeah. All right, so 2v2. Spam coming out from Lamia. Those shields, though, helping CandyPanda a lot in these fights. Has the boost speed and attack speed boost as Berserker's Greaves, Double Thorn's Blade. But yeah, Ezreal so far ahead in items by about 1,000 gold or so. Looking good. Wow, that harass goes right through that shield, and it takes a nice amount of health off of it as well. CandyPanda not going to like that too much.
Oh, they're saying Cass was going to go for blue, but no, Cass has blue, so she's going to go ahead and hang out there. They're going to give this one and donate that to Shushei. It's going to be very nice. He's going to be able to leave his ultimate out in a fight and just do whatever he wants next time.
That's very, very powerful. But Mellisan, yeah, okay, Mellisan and their team are going to be okay. But harassed a bit by Asa. Will heal a bit. Shushei gets that kill. Final recall, pick up new items. Looks like Wriggles might be in store for him. Has the money for it. Yep, Wriggles is the pickup here. A couple of wards as well. Note to all players, buy wards awesome. Often, they're awesome. There, no, I got it. Don't worry.
It almost worked. It almost just worked.
Buy wards. Awesome.
Awesome.
There, that was what I meant to say, but my inflection was wrong. I blame my cold. Wow, CandyPanda having to rocket jump away. Still afraid of this bottom blade because Sona's creeping. Lamia staying around.
Go up. Seems like there hasn't been a lot of action at Dragon. There's really no contesting. It's just kind of Dragons being taken. We're almost missing them. There's only been one, though. This game seems like it's been going on for a lot longer. Only 13 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. So much has happened already. Already got 5 kills on this one. About 17,000 gold accrued by each team. And right now that's in Fnatic's hands as they have 2,000 more gold at this point in the game, which is huge because the early game is when you really want the advantage over your opponents. Even Lamia having level 9 over 9 or 8 of CandyPanda is big.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Although, oh, sorry, Cyanide getting a kill at top lane, but there's a fight at bottom. Soda Dance goes off, Nyph getting low. Rocket jump in from Tristan. Mellisan could get owned. He's going to flash on both sides. There's the ult, picks up the kill on Dejana. Chris will pick one up. Lamia will exhaust and keep running. Should be afraid. Actually turns back on a Snoopeh, but no mana for him. Will not get much out of it. The trade goes back there. York did fall top lane. Pekka could be very low, but Cyanide lending him a lot of aid right there, making that one happen.
Does a great job. Fnatic only losing 1 as they took down 2, and it looks like they will grab a turret out of this situation.
Nivea almost picking down Asa. He does get that last thing of Ignite. Nice job by Shushei. Just jumps in there, says, hey, guy, burst damage is nice, eh? And picks that one up successfully. Cyanide still pushing through top lane, and wow, 2-7 the kills now. Fnatic really building themselves an advantage here. I don't think Dragon soon, but they're in position to take it if it were. And Shushei saying, hey, CandyPanda.
Oh, can he get this Flash Frost off in the right direction? He's going to slow, goes for that attack, it flies with her. And it looks like it's just going to pass through a few minions there. We are going to see Cyanide moving down. This could really attribute to a Dragon spawning quite soon here.
Yep, takes that minion kill from Lamia. Lamia not actually get full mana somehow.
Yep, there goes Cyanide.
Now into the aggression, mid lane, getting pressed down by Pekka and Cyanide. Nyph in the back sees Lamia and Shushei, wants to be careful. They're going to stay on this section. Nyph, not in a good place. Ults Shushei back. Turret will go down anyway, but yeah, did force the Nyph ult. I think that's actually probably better for Fnatic there. The heal from that damage onto a Nivea can get healed back. And immediate Dragon.
Wow, teleporting top. Great job, Fnatic having full control over the map right now. They are taking Dragon, and as soon as that happened, you know, who is that? Can't remember name. Morgana. I wanted to say xPeke, though. xPeke had the knowledge. We need to go top. You guys perfectly have this as 4 down bottom. And just really good mind game right now being played by Fnatic and controlling the map. Good damage on Ocelote. Ocelote uses the ulti. Can they get her frozen up here? Flash Frost does not come out of Shushei. And he's just going to go for a little bit of damage there. Lamia backing up as he is healed by Mellisan. And they just continue to go for the defense. They have not lost a turret yet. They have been able to take 2 down on the side of SK. And Fnatic playing strong after their first win here. There's a crescendo out on Nyph, and they're going to be able to explode her down. So much front-end damage, and then getting the power cord off to poke Ocelote a little bit more. Fnatic Mellisan doing so well for his team in this game.
Yeah, now Wickd going to go back around. Mellisan, a little scary for him, but might be okay. Wickd must flash over the wall. Cyanide shows up at Shushei. Could go in. Does he have the wall? He does, but he doesn't blow up the stun. But they're still jumping on the Wickd. He has used his ult as well. That clone doing a lot of damage to Cyanide. Cyanide not happy about that one. Did blow the Wickd ult. Sure, that's kind of useful, but ultimately, I think it's Shushei's fault to not blow up that stun. But they're still harassing back onto these minions. Lamia critting for about 300 right now. It's quite strong. Already has Trinity Force at 16 minutes. Now that's some good farm. 3-0-2, 130 minions? Yes, please. And now there is almost no way for SK to defend this turret. You can see they're all kind of grouped up behind that wall and to the left-hand side. Going to push on. Wickd got caught. Taking a lot of damage here. And they're going to jump in. That's a kill to Lamia.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen to Cyanide. He went to Q in and he got popped up mid-kick and he was just kind of do a flying air kick and he landed. They were able to get the kill though. And it looks like they may be popping towards top here. They want to put a little bit of pressure. No, they don't have the damage for Baron, but they can definitely get that lane pushed and kind of bait it out.
Yep, 5,500 gold, the advantage for FNATIC. Tristana does scale a bit better in the late game, but still no Bloodthirster, whereas Trinity Force already completed. So we'll see how these champions scale against each other.
They're going for blue. That's what
that's
they're doing.
Smart. That's a good steal. The wards go down on both sides. FNATIC going to clear this one out thanks to the oracles from Mellisan. And Lee leads the way. Pekka lands a blind Q onto Snoopeh. That's pretty hilarious. Blue probably going to Shushei. Should like that. Cassiopeia might steal. Does steal it with the ultimate, but doesn't land on anyone else.
Oh, nice stun. Jump in pressure shot of the rocket jump. Mellisan going down with explosive shot, buster shot, and an ignite. They're going to turn around and try to focus on somebody here, and they do find one. It's going to be Mellisan going down. Shushei needing one more shot, but it's he who has the red buff and not CandyPanda. Is it on cooldown? He cannot rocket jump in the time. Gets stopped there. Very nice job as the fight continues near blue buff. We are going to lose Cassiopeia. Morgana finally falls. That's going to be a kill spree ended. Nice job by CandyPanda. They are still following Cyanide here. CandyPanda now grabbing that red buff from xPeke, and he's going to use it against him. Very nice job there, taking out Lee Sin as well.
SK doing a great job there. They lost York before, but he eventually came back into it. And amazing job by them. I think they ended up winning on that fight more or less. 6-12 the score. I mean, still 5,000 gold difference, but I think they closed it just ever so slightly.
Yeah, SK played pretty dangerously just to retrieve their own buff.
Yep, but it worked out, and that was even with Cassiopeia blowing her ultimate on a neutral monster.
Yeah.
So imagine if they had actually stunned the entire team with that. So SK certainly showing signs of life, and I think also Wickd made a small mistake in ulting himself and not someone else who could maybe cast out some spells some more. Maybe the Cassiopeia or maybe even the Gangplank, have him run around, shoot a bunch of abilities out. But have Wickd recalling back, and he's going to get tankier over time, of course. Let's get a run down to the builds real quick. Nyph only level 9, but has maxed out that shield. Gangplank maxing Parlay in 3 and raise morale, though. We've seen different builds from Gangplanks all over the place. A lot of them do max raise morale. The solo top maxes the fruit eating. Also maxing E, then Q, get the late point in W.
SK doing a very good job right now of shutting down FNATIC in the team fights. It's kind of going back and forth, but FNATIC will always lose a few more. It seems like SK is able to come out without the push, at least, which is very good. We've talked about that before. You know, you can win as many team fights as you can, and if you're not pushing after that, you're going to lose. So you got to make sure you get some turrets. And here, SK looks like they're going to take bottom. That's a good team fight for them. They may be thwarted here. Very nice Ezreal ulti. True Shot Barrage taking out those minions, but CandyPanda staying true to the damage on the turret. He gets walled in there. Looks like he's going to go down. Very nice job by Shushei and Lamia.
That's amazing. That wall actually has a small minor push when it goes down, and it actually overlapped with that rocket jump. Perfect timing from Shushei, pushing him back in, not allowing him to retreat, and that was the kill from Ezreal. That couldn't have gone better by them. And now, of course, there's a ping at Dragon, but they're pinging the turret instead, saying, no, we'll get the turret for free. We'll get the Dragon later when it actually spawns. And they might actually just go for it. Lamia taking some damage here. Yeah, that's hurting you a lot. I don't know if you want to do that. Shushei's sitting in the brush, though. Might bait Nyph into a bad position. He almost walls him off. Nice try there. Will AoE the minions down, and they're going to go in for this. Gangplank ult's going to scare them. They say, actually, you're right, Gangplank. I don't really want to kill your turret. You're absolutely right. That seems silly. Just thinking about it now, I don't know why I thought that.
Very nice job. They're split pushing so hard right now. They're not really getting the push, but they're causing the SK here to at least send some members middle, send some members bottom. We can see there's 3 bottom and 2 mid, and still Morgana, xPeke is farming top, pushing that lane in. making some great warding as well. Just placed down one at blue. So really FNATIC about to start controlling this game once again if they can get the turrets on. And they've done a very nice job once again, if I don't say it enough, of blocking all their turrets off from being taken out. There's the crescendo.
Flashy's all over the place, and a great ult by Ocelote. Shushei is not in good shape. Takes an 88-point heal, though. That's nice. A good stun there. And the clone of Wickd is just going to run forward, see if he can disrupt anything at all. A lot of attack damage there. It's going to pull back to him, and it times out. Another Miasma goes down. Ocelote does have some nice AP there. Rod of Ages so far. Will be gaining more soon. Yep, there is the dragon, but oh, a great wall from Shushei, but could get caught. We'll have to flash out. Pressure now on a CandyPanda and Pekka, who will take the damage. They're going back for the dragon. That seems like a mistake here. Stun goes off on a Nyph. Snoopeh leading the way. He does not have Cannon Barrage yet, so we can't force this fight too easily.
Both teams are quite low to be poking this much, and they really feel that the advantage is in one of their favor. FNATIC, Shushei just staying alive, and it's going to be xPeke to initiate with the ultimate. Everybody flashes out. Black Shield is on, and they do drop Wickd without him being able to use his ultimate. Yorick does not get a ghost off in time, and they will force SK away from this dragon here. But look at this, FNATIC, Cyanide, and Shushei both hurt enough for SK to initiate once again.
Yeah, they could jump in. They've already set, looks like one back. So it looks like a 3v4 over here. I don't know where. Oh, yeah, that Morgana. Gonna teleport in. Back in. Also gets caught. Shushei might drop to Ignite.
Wow.
Will get egged, but that's it. So that's a kill for a passive. I'm okay with that. I think FNATIC's going to be all right with that. And CandyPanda still farming out. Almost gets Dark Binded. And FNATIC definitely going to want Dragon here. Should be pretty easy for them. Shushei taking it. Really full health. Catalyst, Sork Shoes, and looks like a fast death cap. That one will go down. Lamia gets the kill credit off of that one. Should be able to fly.
Such an increase in money. 16-6. 23 minutes in, we see a jump coming out from CandyPanda, but he gets Dark Binded. He's going to be spell immune off of those attacks if he tries to get the Buster shot out or that explosive shot. But he continues. Will he get the ult off in time? He will not, and he will not burn from red buff either. A very nice try there. CandyPanda doing what he can to pursue, but now being chased. He gets hit with the Q. Will be at Tempest down. Does he have enough? And he gets his shield up. That will make his attack slow. And now the Zephyr onto Cyanide. Will he have enough to get out? Does his shield go to Mellisan? And he does get out alive. Very nice play and complimentary. Very nice combo by those two.
Yeah, that was awesome. He's like, come by. I'm going to go jump to you. Shows up in time. Gets that one over. Excellent play there. Now, to be fair, his Wriggles... Actually, where is it? Oh, his Wriggles was on cooldown. He couldn't get out himself.
Right. Could have warded jump 2.
Yeah, if he carried one more ward, he could have gotten out. So, you know, carry wards, guys. Carry wards and then use them in good places. Shushei, wow, with Death Cap and Banshee's Veil. Does a lot of damage and hard to kill. He's going to be happy about that.
Yeah, not sad whatsoever. We're going to see this kind of little congregation in mid here. Looks like Cyanide will gather with his teammates. We do see Wickd and Ocelote trying to hold this turret. Oh, it looks like Gangplank has back, so Snoopeh will not be in this fight, and he had to use his ulti quite recently. So they may get a push on this. I don't know. That's a really good ability to just blast away minion waves from Wickd and Ocelote on Yorick and Cassiopeia. Good warding, though. FNATIC still staying in the face right now of SK, not giving him an inch.
Yep, absolutely true. Ezreal ult goes down. I don't know if it's going to hit anything. Hits a few. Okay. Goes off, has his passive stacked, and it times out.
That should be a done turret here.
Yep. Turret goes down. FNATIC up 11 kills and 10,000 gold. Might be going for the kill push here. Wickd taking some damage here, getting harassed out. No blue buff on Anivia. Morgana Dark Binding misses. Pushing him for the turret again, but no minions left. Lamia's got to be careful.
Oh, he got caught last time doing that. Didn't want it again.
And let's see what they can do. Certainly SK has a good late game team. They scale really hard. But right now, FNATIC are running this map.
Great job by Mellisan. The team was pushing, heading up top, clearing Baron wards and setting a few more down. You see they have a nice entry wards to Baron from the blue side of the base, as well as in their own Wraith, and a little bit of vision down by their opposing Wraith camp. So all over the place, FNATIC can really initiate these fights without SK knowing about it.
Absolutely true. And you can see Shushei actually has maxed out his Crystallized by now. We'll take the blue buff. Says thank you, I'm level 16. And see what he can do with that. That giant wall will help him get some team fights here. CandyPanda going to get some farm back up in mid. Does have 10 stacks in the Bloodthirster. Needs it up to 40, though. And they're pushing out of the turret. This is good from SK. This turret is going to be very, very useful. It's be their first turret kill of the game, and they need it very sorely. CandyPanda going to get a stack off of that as well. Up to 11, and they're getting themselves back into the game ever so slowly. Under 9,000 gold behind now. They're closing that gap. Snoopeh alone to push top. Actually, he could go for it, but their map vision is so bad they don't know he's safe. But FNATIC aren't even trying to stop him. He could have gotten a turret kill.
Yeah, he really could have gone up for that. Not too much vision in the middle. Even the creeps would have helped. And now that he sees they're pushing mid, I bet you he wishes he was going for that top turret. As I said, you know, without Gangplank in the fight, it's all right. He can still throw his ulti out from anywhere and give you assistance. They're saying, Tristana, you need to back. We need CandyPanda in middle, so he gets a blip from his team there, and he is going to start heading that way. They could be able to initiate a fight after this. Everybody's 100% health, and they have a good amount of mana. The poke game to begin here, and it looks like a little bit of a jungle invasion will start this fight.
Yep, Infinity Edge, not going to be the buy for CandyPanda, but going for a Phantom Dance there. And let's see what is up for Ezreal. Where is he? He's all the way at the back. Oh, actually, sorry, hold on. He actually caught Wickd with a Dark Binding. He's not all that durable yet. Doesn't have any resist whatsoever. Pretty easily melted in this game. Ezreal Bloodthirster looks like that could be a Tiamat. It's a pickaxe and a longsword. That really could be it. I mean, seriously, like, if that's a Tiamat, props to FNATIC. That's just silly.
Still waiting for a minion wave. They're definitely going to have the upper hand on this one since the minion wave spawn every 30 seconds, and theirs have been coming a lot faster, not a lot faster, but a lot more abundance since FNATIC is taking down the minion waves of Wickd. The fight is initiated, a flash out by Wickd as he was focused by Cyanide. Cyanide gets himself back in there with a shield. xPeke with his shield as well. The crescendo comes out. Wickd finally falls. One goes down. We see Tristana, CandyPanda going down quickly after. Gangplank as well. Snoopeh cannot keep himself alive. They are able to return a kill onto Cassiopeia and one other. Can they continue to do this? They've only dropped xPeke. It is almost an ace, and it looks like Mellisan, or Nyph rather, will make it out alive. In an all-out Fury fight, they were just going back and forth, fighting under a turret. They had surpassed one to dive it, and that's just not what you want. SK's mentality has to be down a little bit right now because of that fight.
Yep, and FNATIC going in for the Baron right now. Cyanide is durable enough that Warmog's pretty well stacked. He just got it right before that fight and got a lot out of it. And they're going for that Baron right now. And Lamia with so much lifesteal says, okay, I'll take over, don't worry, I'll take it for you. It's cool, it's cool. They grab it, and wow, that's the Baron right there from the minions. Did take down the turret at bottom, so that's good for SK.
Yeah, right now they just need to back and get their HP back. It would not be a smart fight to take Baron like this at that low of health. It does give you a huge buff, but nothing to chance. You want to make sure you can go into that fight 110%, with Baron 150%.
Yeah, absolutely true. So Shushei going to recall back 1,200 gold. So he could buy a couple of decent items from that. We'll see what he goes for. Snoopeh has finished Warmogs as well, but that's very, very fresh. We're going to see if he can get anything out of that before the next fight starts. Blue is respawned on SK's side. They're going to want to give that to Cassiopeia. Looks like Wickd's going to lead the way. Pestilence goes down. He's going to go ahead and spam out some more Omens. Ocelote going to need these cooldowns, and then infinite mana going to be rather nice for him. And that will be the case here. Picks that one up, 60 gold, and the Golem buff. Here you go. There we go. There's the tooltip for those who are wondering what exactly the Crest of the Ancient Golem does. Well, it's a bunch of mana regen and a nice chunk of cooldown reduction. Going to give him, you see that mana bar filling up very quickly, actually.
Looks like they're going to take down Dragon here, extending their 10,000 gold lead now to 11,000. Very nice there. It's actually about 10.4. We'll have to see what they can do here. Looks like, again, he's going to push top. Well, he will go for the turret this time. Snoopeh gets the True Shot barrage fired at him. It's going to clear out the minions behind him, but he will have two more to valiantly help him take down that turret. Very nice job. That's gold that his team really needs right now. They are even on turrets, but it looks like they may be down on turrets once again. FNATIC takes the upper hand there. A little bit of a power play with Baron here as they go down towards middle. Snoopeh is forced to back. That first Dark Binding misses. They're going to wait for their cooldowns to come up here, prep those minions, and this could be another fight towards SK.
Yeah, well, they're pushing into the base. They've gotten Snoopeh off towards the front. She's taking a lot of damage from Tristana. She's going to be very, very scary. This Tristana has big crits, 400 damage per. Bloodthirster getting up there, 13 right now. The longer this waits, they actually have really good sustain here. Cassiopeia has great AoEs. Yeah, Sona can get some health back. And honestly, yeah, I think FNATIC are going to like to stay in here. They have such good healing because of this Baron buff. The AoEs are nice against them, and let's see if they're going to go for this. Another wall goes down. Gangplank goes off. Snoopeh gets caught. He's going to shield back up and be okay, but again, the minions drop away. The turret, though, losing health down to about a quarter, and FNATIC might get it off this next wave.
Just over half of the Baron used, so they do want to keep or continue to stay in the face of this team. About 1 minute and 30 seconds left on that. So
yeah, they get 3 waves.
A lot of time to work with. The only wave they really need to not worry about but consider is pushing that top wave in. They can still go bottom. A nice wave down there. And there's a beautiful ulti from Cassiopeia, shutting down the entire team of FNATIC. Nyph to push everybody out and segregate them, but their HP bars are dropping exponentially right now. Huge amount of damage coming out from FNATIC. It looks like Cyanide will chase down onto Cassiopeia. We are going to see that Ocelote fall down as the fight continues a little bit out into the lane. A very nice job by FNATIC taking that one, killing 4 SK members and losing only Shushei. The Dark Binding just missing and forcing CandyPanda to rocket jump away. Here goes that first inhibitor turret, and FNATIC is on a very big push here with Baron buff. CandyPanda taking a lot of damage. Lamia to continue. Can he get the shift in? The last kill there. SK has been aced. Baron buff in tow on FNATIC, and they may be able to make the final push right now.
Pushing on to the next is a great W from Ezreal, charging up his team. And that was amazing. Despite a perfect Cassiopeia ult, FNATIC won that battle perfectly. Janna jumped in, pushed everyone around, still wasn't enough. SK could not get the damage there, and FNATIC going with a 2-0 victory to win Intel Extreme Masters New York at Comic-Con over SK Gaming. FNATIC never dropping a map, taking the victory. SK second place, SYPHER in third, CLG in fourth. Excellent play from these guys.
Every aspect of the game is thought about in the FNATIC playbook.
Yeah.
Continuing to ward, everybody on the team complimenting wards, everybody buying them, simply everyone.
Yeah.
There is always more than one, and you see that on Dignitas as well, and that's why they're such a good team in North America. Now, obviously, there is something to be reckoned with of the European teams. We know that they are steps ahead, and these teams have to understand that. There's going to be a need to be a lot more practice for the American teams and a lot of the other teams that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, it's true. We saw SYPHER actually put in a really good showing. To take third place at an event like this is not easy. When your group has SK Gaming in it, you're going to lose to them most likely. But then you got to beat everyone else there, and there was some good talent in that group. I mean, to even make it in the European qualifier is a significant undertaking. You know, they happen to be the best team in France. They beat out Millennium and everyone else to make it there. Even as only the third place team out of Europe, they did a wonderful job here and said, third place team out of Europe, third place team out of the world, bro, what? They got to take that one, doing an excellent job there.
Yep.
I got to hand it to everyone who played here. They definitely came out, brought their all, and did an excellent job. And, as much as I'm sad to see a 2-0 stomp, and, of course, grass to FNATIC, I guess Comic-Con is closing in like 9 minutes, so I'm glad you guys got to see the last game here. That's
definitely
rather important, I think. Usually you guys got to see that. But look at the scoreboard. This is hilarious. So, you see a lot of, 180, 190. Lamia's at 258. Just above everyone in minions by so much. You can see 14.2 thousand gold. Okay, yeah, FNATIC won the game. 9, 10,000 gold. 14,000 gold. How about 11 kills, 5 assists? How about that? That seems like you're playing really well. And, when the story was CandyPanda's, Cogma, how good CandyPanda was. How about that Lamia Ezreal? Holy crap, dude. And actually, I was reading the Reddit comments, and they were like, oh, yeah, I understand Cogma. Maybe Caitlin's underperforming. I don't understand Ezreal.
Bam.
Ezreal.
How's that work?
Pretty good champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does really well. You saw how much pressure he had against that Janna Tristana lane just by himself.
Yeah.
With 2v1, had him at the turret the entire time.
That pressure was
Mellisan
good.
could do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, he did a phenomenal job. Mellisan helped out a lot, though. I think that's really underrated. Mellisan got first blood, by the way. That 1, 3, and 17. Yeah, that's first blood, 3 and 17. Of course, 17 assists, rather useful. 18 of your team's 26 kills helped by you. Not a slouch at all. All 3 gold pretends. Brought an Aegis in there as well. Upgraded boots. No, I'm fine. I'm going to bring Aegis. I'm going to help my team out. And, 9.1 thousand gold thanks to the Baron buff, thanks to the Dragon kills, the turrets. Nice and rich. Actually, it's going well when your support outgolds the enemy team. Of course, that's, a phenomenal job. Now, we are going to have, of course, the winning ceremony come in after. We're going to keep talking about these games going on and the winning players and who was so incredibly awesome. So who is your favorite player over this game? I fawned over Lamia a bit, but what are you thinking?
I really like the play of xPeke. He played very well. His Morgana game was amazing throughout the entire week. The dark bindings he threw out initiated so many fights, and his ability to black shield and save his teammates.
Yeah.
But I think everybody's going to get a chance to vote for that MVP. And let's tell them what about that and what they can receive.
So the MVP vote looks like the sweatshirt has now. Oh yes. Can I get that? Thank you. So we do have the I carried New York sweatshirt. Bam, right there. There's the back. Here's the front if I can get the hood out of the way. It's glorious. Look at that. I carried New York. Just pretty, prominently displayed. bright yellow to make sure everyone can tell.
Taking
that you
this,
indeed. Yeah, taking
solid
this
state
one.
hard drive, a BenQ monitor, all because of your vote at National ESL. You can go ahead and vote for your favorite player as well. Make sure you do that throughout the entire weekend. Those votes will be tallied up. Somebody's going to be getting a pretty sweet hoodie as well. As IEM ESL kind of wants to see what Dominion can do. So make sure you get yourself over to the National ESL. They're going to be holding a Dominion tournament, I believe, every Wednesday. You're going to be able to get yourself signed up for that. I believe the first 32 teams come, first serve. And they're going to really test out the waters and see what you guys can produce for an esports type of game.
Do you know if it's Monday or Wednesday? Because I've heard both.
I've heard both as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Monday or Wednesday, and you should check nationalesl.com for that information.
They'll tell you. But yeah, it's one of those days, certainly a weekday. And weekly evening tournaments. And if you want a Dominion esport to be a thing, play those tournaments. Should be awesome. Throwing in some Riot Point prizes for the winners, so should be good.
I think we're going to quickly throw it to a quick commercial break.
Okay.
I see xPeke right here next to me. So we're going to get a quick interview right after this.
The fourth stop of Season 6 of the Intel Extreme Masters will take place in one of the world's most advanced gaming centers, the Cybersport Arena in Kiev, Ukraine. It will be the first global challenge of the new year 2012, and it'll take place between January 19th till the 22nd. You can expect the best gamers in the world to face off head-to-head in our 3 disciplines, Counter-Strike 1.6, StarCraft 2, and of course League of Legends. Make sure you join us live in Kiev at the Cybersport Arena or here live on ESL TV.
What's the most amazing thing you ever saw? Was it something big or something small? Something old or something new? Or maybe, just maybe, it's something you haven't seen yet. The second generation of Intel Core processors. Stunning visuals, intelligent performance. This is visibly smart.
Counter-Strike Legends. Now stood united with BenQ. Make history again.
Phil, have you found opponents already? Phil? Phil! Do we have an opponents yet? Phil? Phil! You're not fantasizing about my girlfriend again, are you?
Boring! Are they penguins or are they sloths?
They want a show? We'll give them a show. Ready, Kowalski?
Roger that.
Operation Rico Star is afoot. Bingo.
Look at him go! He's crack-a-lackin'!
Mission accomplished. No more smiling and waving for us, boys. High fives all around.
When the second generation Intel Core i5 processor goes in, amazing visual performance comes out. That's visibly smart.
Hey everybody, I'm back here in the Casters booth. Let's hear it one more time for Team FNATIC taking IEM New York. Let's give these guys a round of applause. So, first off, how do you guys feel? No words to explain.
No words.
So, did you guys, you pulled out all the stops. You guys came out with amazing games, representing back here with your flag. Just absolutely loving it. Yep. So, what did it take for that? What was the practicing to get to this? Did you guys do anything different? Have you changed anything lately to up your gameplay?
Yeah, lately we were trying to adapt to the Bruisers metagame, and we were doing really bad. We couldn't get ourselves into that, so we just decided to practice what we do best, double AP, and just do the best with that, and it worked out.
Yeah, I've really definitely seen something to be reckoned with. You're Morgana all weekend long, probably one of my favorite characters. Your dark binding's absolutely insane, and one of the ones that me and Phreak saw actually was just telling you about when Gangplank was running down through Snoopeh. You actually caught him in an absolutely blind dark binding, and I was like, I'm going to use my vote for this guy right here. So I was definitely hoping you get MVP for that. So coming into this one, switching things up, the lanes being changed back and forth, what were you guys thinking in the game versus SK?
Well, the first, we were really kind of scared. I was a bit nervous for sure.
All right, yeah,
The
for
last
sure.
time, I think in the last month or so, every time we faced them, we lost in internet.
Really?
So
Did you try the double AP against them as well?
No, we were trying the Bruiser. That's why.
All right.
But yeah, still we lost everything, so that makes us nervous. But when we came here and saw the first match, it was like not even expected to be not easy, but
yeah,
it went easier than expected. Yeah.
Awesome, amazing. So what do you guys do to prep for your matches? Do you guys talk to each other? You just kind of get in your zone, just listen to some music? What is that ramp up time for your matches? What do you do in particular?
I just like to read forums or whatever and chill.
Figure out what's going on, to prove the forums wrong, and prove them right?
Yeah, I like that.
Who do you guys think really showed for you?
Cyanide really did a really well tournament overall. Everyone did exceptionally good. And I don't know, I did really good in a couple of matches, but I think everyone had his own match in which he carried along. Like
Right
this one, Lamia did really nice as well.
Right, so you guys won these matches. What do you think, however, you did wrong in them, or what could have gone better?
Maybe we didn't really do bad stuff. Maybe a small mistake, like pushing when we shouldn't or going back when we shouldn't, but nothing like a really big deal mistake.
Yeah, you guys kind of just controlled the dragon tier. It was like yours.
Yeah, that was amazing. We had all the dragons. I didn't expect that to go like that.
Yeah, neither did we. We were kind of like, all right, they took a dragon, but we were like losing the time because you guys would just do it when like a top fight was happening, and it wasn't even as much as a big objective.
It wasn't losing something for the dragon. It was keeping the same and getting a dragon. So it was.
So if you guys, we saw this a lot by you guys. If you understand you're losing a fight and you know it might go not your way, you push that top lane. You really focus to get those turrets or really negate what you just lost.
Yeah, the pushing top, for example, we knew Yorick had no flash, and if he stayed, he would have died. So we were like, let's push. Mid is push, top, bottom is push. They cannot do dragon. Let's push top. It's free tower.
Yeah, exactly. So I gotta ask, what are you gonna do now? What this little celebration? You're gonna stay here? You said your parents were here.
Yeah,
That's absolutely awesome. What are you guys gonna do?
Well, tonight. I'm not 21, but I'm gonna try to get drunk. And yeah, my team is leaving tomorrow, and I'm staying with my parents for 2 more days. Hopefully, I can see the city with them.
Awesome, amazing. What's next for you guys? Where are we gonna see FNATIC next?
Hopefully in IEM in Kiev. That's the next big heaven, I think.
Awesome.
And if there is something else, I would like to be there.
All right, hopefully see you guys at WCG as well. Get into that qualifiers. I'm sure you will, being one of the top teams here. Kind of just pushing all the North American teams away. I guess we have a little bit to learn here in League of Legends, and that's pointed at all of you guys. So get your teams out there. There's a lot of new ones coming into the light. FNATIC taking this one. Congratulations to you guys. xPeke with me here in the tournament. Let's give these guys one more round of applause. We're about to close out IEM New York here. FNATIC, your grand final winners of the IEM New York tournament. We're going to have the award ceremony right soon, so be sure to stay tuned.
And he goes jumping in. Amazing round. Great hatching from Taz.
Big flashes in and cast the ultimate. You want to help them? Oh no, she will flash. The shield clutch.
Oh, a blink into all those units. An amazing defense. Champion of the Intel Extreme Masters.
Well, we're here at the awards ceremony for League of Legends. We've got Counter-Strike Down and StarCraft 2, and now we've got League of Legends. 3 great champions here, and then also at the same time a great field. We had an awesome field for League of Legends. What do you think of the event?
Well, being European myself, I'm very fond of the fact that...
Of course you were.
Very fond of the fact that we had Europeans and a Polish player in the final, so...
Absolutely.
I can't complain.
Yes. Well, I think the sponsors can't complain either. They made this all possible, and we want to definitely thank them. I think everybody deserve a huge round of applause. First, George from Intel. Definitely everybody give him a big round of applause. They made all this possible. Intel Extreme booth. Awesome. Great event. And then Riot. Go ahead.
Well, of course, other sponsors. George is the main sponsor, obviously.
Of course.
He pays for almost everything, but we also have BenQ.
Oh, yes.
Who provided these phenomenal monitors for the event. If you guys haven't been able to win one of these, you can go to the BenQ shop online and purchase one of these there. They're really, really good. Obviously, the stream was sponsored by Razer, who we all are thankful for as well. And then our friends from Riot Games.
From Riot. Yeah, Matt Marcoux, the esports manager for Riot Games, they really brought in a bunch of crew to help us take care of this, and really a great game and working with us on it. And why don't you say a few things, Matt? We were talking about this before we came on air here about the event itself.
Tell us about your impressions.
Oh, this is a great event. Thank you, Comic-Con, for coming out in full support to support these great players here. It was really awesome to see the crowd here. It was also interesting to see the Europeans came into the American turf and dominated, whereas previously in Germany at Gamescom, the American players were the ones who were doing the storming. So for me, for those of you who follow the series, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in Kiev coming up early next year.
Yeah, and then the World Championships with CBIT. So much for home field advantage. I think we'll take them both in Europe. How's that sound? I think we'll feel better about it then.
We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, okay. Let's get the third place team up here from France. SYPHER, can you guys come on up? They're your third place team from League of Legends. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Who wants the trophy? Somebody take it. Your third place team, SYPHER. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. And now for second place, SK Gaming. We knew who wanted that one there.
And
look at that, and a kiss.
Even though they haven't won the tournament, one of these players has carried his team in New York City. Can you guess who? This goes to you.
With
George, would you do the honors? Yeah.
He managed to win the award 3% over the next person, so very close vote. Congrats to CandyPanda.
So
and,
next to the custom-made hoodie for him,
definitely
he receives one of these BenQ monitors, an Intel Core i7 Extreme Edition processor, and an Intel Solid State Drive, the 320 series.
Show everybody the back. Look at there. Congratulations. And your second place finisher, SK Gaming. Big round of applause. Yes. And who is the grand finalist? Who won? Who won? So for the grand finalist, FNATIC, please come on up. FNATIC, you're champions.
And I guess there is nothing more to say than we'll see you all in Kiev.
And he goes jumping in. Amazing round. Great hat-trick from Taz.
Big flashes in and casts the ultimate. Then you want any help? Oh no, she will flash. The shield clutch.
Oh, a blink into all those units. The amazing defense champion of the Intel Extreme Masters.